Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
After deciding to give up, I started to become popular. Author, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Frost and Rain. Introduction involves Sikano, how to raise a boring girlfriend, Orgiru, Kaguya-sama. Love is war, the angel next door spoils me rotten, etc. Not a direct copy. Utaha Kasumigyaka, Yukino Yukinashita, Kaguya Shinomiya Maharu Shiina. When these waifus from your fantasies stand vividly before you, can you resist the urge to get close to them? Regardless of what others think, at least Kanade Natsukawa cannot suppress the impulse in his heart. So he launches an attack, retreats, regroups, retreats again, repeatedly. No matter what strategy he tries or even if he changes the target, it just doesn't work. Kanade Natsukawa then realizes that the girls in his fantasies simply do not exist. In that case, he should just go back to being himself. In short, this is a story about an ordinary person who comes to the world of anime. Main text: 1. You win, I lose. Sorry, I'm not ready to be in a relationship yet. Sorry, Kanade, I'm not currently thinking about dating. Kanade, you're a good person. Kanade Natsukawa opened his eyes, staring at the familiar ceiling without saying a word. He had this kind of dream countless times. At first, the faces of every girl who rejected his confession were very clear and distinct, but gradually they began to blur. Did he forget and let go? Of course not, it's just that he became numb from repeating the same experience every day. It's like habitually eating a piece of bread every morning, but if asked why he eats bread, he can't answer at all. Because it has become a bodily instinct. Today should be the last day, time really flies. Slightly awake, Kanade Natsukawa turned off the alarm that had been ringing nonstop since just now, and then began to dress and wash up. The sky outside was just beginning to dawn, and a ray of light shone into the room through the curtains, imprinted on the sheets as if sprinkling a layer of frost. This couldn't help but remind Kanade Natsukawa of a poem by a famous Tang Dynasty poet. The artistic conception was the same, except that his was morning instead of night. I really do want to go back a bit, Kanade Natsukawa muttered to himself. Unfortunately, just like he didn't know why he fell asleep in class and transmigrated here, he also didn't know how to return to his original world. No golden finger, no guidance, no goal, and no mission. It was as if a certain god was playing a small joke on him, sending him to this unfamiliar place without explanation. Kanade Natsukawa certainly liked to read novels, so he once fantasized that he had come to this world with a certain mission, but as time passed, he soon discovered. The world he was in was almost no different from the world he originally lived in. There were no villains trying to destroy the world, and no tragedies that he needed to save. The only thing that could be considered a characteristic was that the two-dimensional girls who originally only existed in anime truly appeared before his eyes. Yukino Yukinashita, Kaguya Shinomiya, Utaha Kasumigyaka. One by one, waifus emerged from the books and began to have conversations with him from a real-person perspective. He was of course overjoyed. No one would not want to see their favorite girl appear in front of them, especially when you know that she was originally impossible to exist. Naturally, Kanade Natsukawa regarded them as his goal and motivation in this world. Recalling plots, formulating plans, approaching targets, and launching strategies. To this end, Kanade Natsukawa abandoned his habits and personality that he had cultivated for many years, and forcibly approached the heroines in a way that he was very unfamiliar with. His abilities were certainly not bad, but it was naturally not enough to reach the point where the heroines were infatuated, so he had to constantly imitate until he became the ideal protagonist. This process was not easy. Cooking, musical instruments, tea ceremony, the same hobbies. Almost every day he had to spend 1/3 of his time learning these things so that he could do something when interacting with the heroines. The initial situation was very optimistic. As planned, the heroines' relationship with him gradually deepened, and he became their friend, confidant, and even best friend. More than friends but less than lovers. It seemed that with just a gentle final push, Kanade Natsukawa could fulfill his dream and reap a long-awaited love. He believed so, but the reality was completely the opposite. When Kanade Natsukawa created a perfect date, eager for a happy harvest at the end, he was ruthlessly rejected by the heroine. Light words, unconvincing reasons, Kanade Natsukawa certainly didn't want to accept reality, but no matter how close he got, all he got in return was constant alienation. What's going on? What exactly is going on? Clearly. He felt like he was about to succeed. Did something go wrong? In which link could it be? That his timing for confession was wrong, maybe he should cultivate his feelings a little more. However, no matter what the truth was, his first love ended just like that. But he was unwilling. How could it end like this? Of course, he was unwilling to give up. Fortunately, there were many heroines here. Although the first love ended without success, he could have a second or even. So, turning all the regret into motivation, Kanade Natsukawa quickly devoted himself to the second love. The same steps, but the strategy method was different. The initial situation was also optimistic, but the final result was also rejected. Why? Why exactly? Unwilling to believe it, Kanade Natsukawa started his third love. Fourth, fifth, however, no matter which time, the result he got was no. It wasn't that they said no from the beginning, but after the relationship between the two deepened and the feelings gradually warmed up when Kanade Natsukawa decided to charge. Ah, so that's how it is. He, sure enough, is not their protagonist. No matter how much he imitates, no matter how sincere his feelings are, a fake will never replace the real thing. The funny thing is that he has been unwilling to recognize this reality, until the emptiness called truth gradually expanded and finally covered his entire sky, dyeing his world with a thick haze. Fortunately, all of this will end. From today onwards, he will be himself again, and he will no longer need to use all kinds of personalities to decorate himself. President, good morning. Mornings. Looking at the students who kept greeting him on the corridor, Kanade Natsukawa felt a little emotional. Student Council President, and still the Student Council President of Shuchian Academy. Becoming the Student Council President in this consistent aristocratic school based in Minato Ward, Tokyo from kindergarten to university, his future is naturally bright. Whether it is making friends with famous noble children or getting admission applications to world-renowned universities, it is easy for him. It's like opening his mouth to be fed. As long as he wants, he can get it. However, he has no interest in all of this. The reason why he chose to run for Student Council President was just to pursue a certain girl, Kaguya Shinomiya, the daughter of the Shinomiya Group with total assets of 200 trillion yen, an all-rounder genius who can perform excellently in anything she does. She was also the heroine that Kanade Natsukawa once thought he might spend his life with. Unfortunately, the other party didn't think so. Completely different from the image in his impression, the Kaguya Shinomiya here has never shown him even a trace of goodwill. Whether it was feeling unwilling after being defeated in the grades bet, or joining the student council and working with him after keeping the agreement, Kaguya Shinomiya always looked businesslike and never showed Kanade Natsukawa any emotions other than competitive hostility. Even if he chose to back down and confess everything, it would not make that indifferent girl cast even a trace of affection on him, only endless struggles. He was tired, so today he would end all of this. There was no emotion on Kanade Natsukawa's face, but his heart was extremely firm. He pushed open the door of the student council room, looked at the people who cast their eyes on him, and uttered a sentence clearly. Shinomiya, you win, I lose. Too determined to let go. Shinomiya, you win, I admit defeat. Facing the girl he once loved so much, Kanade Natsukawa showed apathetic emotions for the first time. It's not that he's heartless, but if he softens now, he's afraid that he will be the one who gets hurt in the future. So let go, not as their protagonist surrounding them, but as an ordinary passerby witnessing them usher in a romantic ending. Admit defeat, President, what do you mean? The girl who responded to Kanade Natsukawa first had an extremely gorgeous appearance. Her hands were folded in front of her abdomen, she stood upright, her posture was dignified, her silky smooth black hair was scattered behind her head, her skin was as white as snow, her facial features were exquisite and flawless, and a pair of beautiful deep red eyes firmly contained Kanade Natsukawa's figure. Kaguya Shinomiya, a girl with great personal charm, and also the girl Kanade Natsukawa used every means to invite to become his vice president. Just like Kaguya Shinomiya's eyes only have Kanade Natsukawa at this moment, Kanade Natsukawa is also only staring at her, as if he wants to imprint all the final beautiful scenes in his mind. Sorry, Shinomiya, and everyone, because of my personal reasons I will resign from the position of student council president. Scanning the colleagues in the student council room, Kanade Natsukawa said with a slightly apologetic tone. He didn't directly answer the girl's question, but thinking about her intelligence, she should be able to understand his thoughts. The Student Council of Shuchian Academy has great autonomy, and the Student Council President is elected by the students. And after becoming the president, he can designate anyone to become a member of the Student Council. Kaguya Shinomiya, Miyuki Shirogane, Yu Ishigami, and Chika Fujiwara. Except for the last one who cried and insisted on joining the Student Council with Kaguya Shinomiya, all the others were invited by Kanade Natsukawa one by one. Perhaps because of a trace of guilt in his heart, or out of appreciation and love for certain characters, Kanade Natsukawa almost collected the original members of the student council like collecting cards. But perhaps the problem lies here. It is because of the existence of Miyuki Shirogane, so even if he becomes more like him, it is impossible to win first place in the Miyuki Shirogane imitation competition. After all, most people like the real thing rather than the fake thing, just like Yuki Nishida, who is calm and always right. I have submitted my resignation to the headmaster, and the result should be available today without any accidents. I have also made notes on the specific handover matters. The newly elected student council president can adapt to the work as long as he follows the steps. But that's only for other people, for you. Honestly, I hope the next student council president is you, Shirogane. Kanade Natsukawa did not hide his inner thoughts. From becoming the student council president to now, the few of them have worked together for a long time. Even if they don't know each other well, they have a clear understanding of each other's workability. Although Kanade Natsukawa is preparing to step down due to personal reasons, it doesn't mean that he will resign irresponsibly and leave. Deciding on a suitable successor, imparting relevant experience, handing over work, and arranging follow-up matters, no matter what kind of person the next student council president is. And whether he is willing to listen to some suggestions from him, the predecessor, he always has to make some arrangements. In terms of love, Miyuki Shirogane is naturally his rival in love, his opponent, but in terms of real life, he is a very capable subordinate, a friend who can entrust his true heart. Of course, in addition to this, there are some selfish motives in Kanade Natsukawa's heart, just as compensation for Miyuki Shirogane, some compensation for taking his position as protagonist. Sorry, Shinomiya, although you only won against me, you didn't win completely, at least Shirogane hasn't lost yet. Kaguya Shinomiya's fighting spirit is very strong. Except for the initial bet with him using the aggressive method, the subsequent struggles between the two, both overt and covert, were almost all initiated by Kaguya Shinomiya. Although Kanade Natsukawa doesn't like to be competitive, his heroine wants it so he can only accompany her. Once, twice, 3 times. Kanade Natsukawa can't remember how many similar things have happened between him and Kaguya Shinomiya. At first, he accompanied her with great interest, but the more he went on, the more numb he became. He can't see the future, he can't see the end. Even the most cumbersome task still has a progress bar as a reminder, but love is like a maze without reminders. You can decide the starting point, but once you enter it, you don't know whether you are heading towards a dead end or an exit. But perhaps the so-called dead end is also an exit. Even if you say it's an excuse for cowards, so what? If you can really get rid of the pain, then escape. Shinomiya, I know you have always been unconvinced by me, ever since the grades competition, but you probably won't have a chance in the future. Of course. I have also found a good opponent for you. After taking a deep look at his former heroine, Kanade Natsukawa turned his gaze to Miyuki Shirogane. Shirogane, for the next election, I will write you a letter of recommendation. But you'll have to handle the campaigning and promotional speeches yourself after that. As a fellow student of the mixed dormitory, Kanade Natsukawa had put in his all to reach the apex of Shuchian Academy. Naturally, he had no shortage of connections and resources, but using them just to help Miyuki Shirogane ascend to the position of president seemed like a bit of an overkill. Although, according to the original storyline, Miyuki Shirogane was capable of fulfilling the duties of that role, the problem didn't lie there. Even the most magnanimous person wouldn't pour everything into helping a rival for love just because they admired their character and abilities, unless that person had some peculiar fetish. Kanade Natsukawa certainly didn't have that kind of fetish. In fact, it could be said that he was deliberately making things difficult for Miyuki Shirogane. He wanted Miyuki Shirogane to experience the amount of effort he had put in to reach the president's seat, especially since this time there was also his personally appointed, extremely troublesome opponent, Kaguya Shinomiya. Sorry, Shinomiya, although your abilities are also strong enough to be more than capable of handling the president's position, I personally favor Shirogane a bit more. Of course, if you feel unconvinced, you just have to defeat him. When that happens, I will admit that my judgment was wrong, and I will admit that you are the most suitable person. Because of Kanade Natsukawa's intervention, the relationship between Kaguya Shinomiya and Miyuki Shirogane didn't develop as it had in the original story. However, Kanade Natsukawa could sense something. Kaguya Shinomiya would often unconsciously look at Miyuki Shirogane and then gaze at him with a very strange look. Perhaps that was attraction. Kanade Natsukawa couldn't quite describe what kind of look it was, but he imagined it was as he thought. Perhaps he himself had more opportunities to interact with Kaguya Shinomiya, but he had never seen her give him any special look, always gazing at him with a calm expression, just like looking at a completely unrelated stranger. However, daily life presented a completely different scene of constant confrontation. His sincere efforts were met with cold hostility, and Kanade Natsukawa was, of course, heartbroken once again. Fortunately, he was somewhat used to it, and he chose to let go after not being sad for too long. Presumably, the two of them wouldn't have any further involvement in the future, just like his other pasts. 3. Goodbye, Kaguya. In order to smoothly hand over his work, Kanade Natsukawa had already arranged and dealt with all the remaining student council affairs a few days ago. The part that was his responsibility was basically completed. The main purpose of coming to the student council room today was to inform everyone of his decision and to enjoy one last time with the heroine. Of course, he didn't forget the friendship between friends. Shirogane and Ishigami had both indirectly inquired about the reason for his resignation, but he had brushed them off. His heroine was silent as always, but Kaguya Shinomiya was usually like that, and Kanade Natsukawa found it difficult to read her thoughts. The only one who wasn't too affected was that pink octopus head. Although she was shocked at first, she immediately put on an optimistic face and took out a board game to invite everyone to play together. It was also a custom of the student council room, and Kanade Natsukawa didn't refuse, happily joining in. However, unlike before, this time he didn't have to scheme and consider his heroine's thoughts. He could just happily enjoy the game. Looks like I won again. Kanade Natsukawa snatched Chika Fujiwara's last chip, a look of relief on his face. Wow, how did the president win again? Are you cheating, referee? I demand a rematch. Chika Fujiwara, who had finally managed to hang on until the end, thought she could win the game by cheating. But she lost to Kanade Natsukawa once again. Shut up, you idiot senior. If you keep talking, I'll expose your cheating methods. Yu Ishigami unceremoniously stopped the pink octopus head's tantrum, not moved by her pitiful appearance at all. Let's stop here for today. It's getting late, everyone go back to your classes. Seeing that everyone still wanted to say something, Kanade Natsukawa waved his hand to stop them. Seeing that Kanade Natsukawa wasn't in the mood to talk, the others opened the door one by one and prepared to leave. Only Kaguya Shinomiya remained in place without moving. Kaguya-chan, let's go to Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Well done, Ishigami. Kanade Natsukawa silently gave Yu Ishigami, who had pulled Fujiwara Chika away, a thumbs up, then turned to look at his former heroine. Is something the matter, Shinomiya? None of the expected questions or outbursts occurred. All that was present was silent mutual gazing. However, Kanade Natsukawa didn't care. He was already used to such high-pressure scenes. If there's nothing important, then I'll. Is there a reason? What? A reason, the reason for resigning from the president's position. You're asking that right away. Kanade Natsukawa's heart skipped a beat. He thought the other party would exchange a few pleasantries with him first. But that was just how it was, after all, with the aloof and elegant Ice Kaguya. Getting straight to the heart of the matter was her instinctive action. What does Shinomiya think it is? Kanade Natsukawa first asked back, but after seeing that Kaguya Shinomiya didn't react, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Classmate Shinomiya shouldn't be too concerned about the so-called reasons. Perhaps he could just make up a reason to coax her. But facing the girl he once loved so much, he couldn't bring himself to tell a lie that didn't come from the heart. Did he really have to say the fact he didn't want to face because you don't like him? Why bother killing and condemning someone's heart? Therefore, escape, avoiding the topic was the most suitable method for him, and only escape could give his fragmented love a chance to breathe. Then goodbye, Kaguyas. This was the first time Kanade Natsukawa had called her name, and it would also be the last. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school, and a light drizzle had begun to fall outside. The light rain in early summer was sticky and damp, and it didn't bring a refreshing coolness, only a lingering stickiness. Luckily, I brought an umbrella today, Kanade Natsukawa muttered to himself. It could be said that it had become a habit. In the past, in order to create special encounter scenes with the heroines, Kanade Natsukawa would almost always pay attention to the weather forecast and prepare a not-too-big umbrella on rainy days to lie in wait on time. In the past, he would have thought the strategy was very successful, but from today's perspective, it seemed that only a hint of foolishness remained. But if there was anything worth remembering, then it would only be that, the crying angel in the rain. Smooth and glossy flaxen long straight hair, smooth and delicate milky white skin, a straight and well-defined nose, a pair of captivating eyes, and full, bright, beautifully shaped cherry-colored lips. A delicate beauty like the creation of the gods. Even today, Kanade Natsukawa found it hard to forget that lovable girl, just like a limited edition CG that had been painstakingly conquered after consulting countless materials. That unachievable artistic scene had long been firmly imprinted in the depths of Kanade Natsukawa's mind. That was naturally a wonderful encounter, not intentionally sought out but just a casual glance, and it was impossible to tear his gaze away. Natsukawa classmate. A clear and graceful voice suddenly rang out, and Kanade Natsukawa's attention was drawn to it. Turning his head to look, a pretty girl was standing at the door with red lips and white teeth and a hint of doubt in her almond eyes under her long eyelashes. Another unexpected encounter, Kanade Natsukawa thought, and it happened right when he was recalling the past. He not only knew the girl next to him, but was also very familiar with her. Maharu Shiina, a girl who was recognized as a beautiful girl with both literary and martial arts skills, and was known as Angel Sama. Gentle, obedient, virtuous, with a perfect Yamato Nadeshiko personality, small in stature but with beautiful curves, and the most important point, she was once the heroine that Kanade Natsukawa thought of, and was the first heroine that Kanade Natsukawa took action with. First love like unripe flowers and fruits, immature, difficult to swallow, but the aftertaste it brings is endless. Good afternoon, classmate Shiina. Good afternoons. Kanade Natsukawa could see a hint of embarrassment in her, but honestly he thought he should be more embarrassed at the moment. After all, it wasn't her who had rejected the confession but him. Is something the matter? Kanade Natsukawa asked. She didn't look like she was waiting for someone, and a closer look revealed that she wasn't holding anything in her hands either. As expected was it because she didn't bring an umbrella. Kanade Natsukawa thought to himself, if you don't mind, then use this umbrella. Kanade Natsukawa handed his umbrella over. Although the romance had long ended, it was difficult to remain indifferent when he saw the girl he once liked trapped in front of him. And most importantly, he was currently in an excellent single state and didn't have to worry about causing misunderstandings with the girl he cared about. No, that's not it, I didn't call you for this. A beautiful blush appeared on the Angel Sama's face, and her unplaced plain hands waved gently, looking uneasy. Of course I know, Kanade Natsukawa chuckled. After all, you used to rather sit in the park and be rained on all night than accept my umbrella. Don't worry about anything, just treat it as a little help from a stranger who doesn't know each other. Or are you unwilling to give me even this little bit of right? Of course not. It's just because I feel you're tired, so I'm worried and want to ask. She couldn't say such words at all, and after hesitating for a long time, Angel Sama finally thought of something she could say, right. I just think that if I take your umbrella, you won't be able to go home. Don't worry about me, I can still go to the student council room to get a spare umbrella. Kanade Natsukawa handed over the umbrella in his hand, speaking with a gentle attitude. Without giving Maharu Shiina a reason to refuse, Kanade Natsukawa turned and left the next moment. And the Angel Sama, who was left in place, pursed her lips and remained silent. After a long time, she sighed softly, still as strong as before, and we could have gone home together. If it was before that incident, Kanade Natsukawa would have definitely taken the opportunity to propose sharing an umbrella. And she wouldn't have disagreed, it's just that now. The relationship between the two of them could no longer go back to the way it was before. And Kanade Natsukawa had already become the student council president, the top of the academy. No longer a useless person without any presence, and no longer needed to rely on her care. 4. Megumi is just an ordinary girl. After estimating the time in his heart and confirming that Maharu Shiina was almost gone, Kanade Natsukawa slowly walked out from the corner of the corridor. He naturally wasn't holding an umbrella in his hand. But it wasn't a literary and artistic self-pity, wanting to vent the sadness brought about by the unfulfilled romance in the rain, but simply because he couldn't open that rest room anymore after handing the student council room key over to Miyuki Shirogane for safekeeping. Suddenly a little regretful. He should have sent the key over tomorrow, Kanade Natsukawa thought. The rain kept falling, but it wasn't a big deal just getting a little wet, he had done similar things before. Just as Kanade Natsukawa was about to step into the rain, an ethereal voice accompanied by the fragrance of pagoda flowers floated into his ears. Natsukawa-kun, good afternoon. A familiar voice, but with a somewhat similar and non-similar feeling. Kanade Natsukawa immediately reacted. Good afternoon, classmate Kadu. Megumi Kadu, the well-deserved heroine in the Sikano project, with a friendly personality, seemingly unguarded and somewhat natural, but in fact gentle, elegant, and understanding. Although she is a beautiful girl, she is always unconsciously ignored because of her shallow presence. She has strange nicknames such as Saint Megumi and Juge Megumi. However, after a simple interaction, one can understand that she also has all kinds of small emotions, and is indeed a cute, ordinary female high school student. Oh, it's been so long, I'm surprised, Zia Chuan-kun, that you still recognize me, she said, sounding amazed. I wouldn't be so forgetful as to not recognize you, Zia Chuanzu subconsciously retorted, then chuckled softly. Similar conversations had happened before, which brought back some happy memories for Zia Chuanzu. Maybe, ever since Zia Chuan-kun became the student council president, you haven't seen us anymore. And no way, it's because the student council president is busy with official duties. Zia Chuanzu's eyes darted around, not daring to look into Jia Tenghui's eyes. He couldn't bring himself to say that he had neglected his old friends because he was busy pursuing girls. Wouldn't that make him seem like he valued women over his friends? Fortunately, Jia Teng was an understanding girl and didn't expose his bubble-like illusory lie. Speaking of which, why is Jia Teng here? Don't you have club activities to attend? Because I encountered a very lonely and pitiful-looking little puppy, so I was delayed for a while. Zia Chuanzu's face turned red, and he became a little flustered. This was the first time he had been addressed like this. Did he really look that miserable right now? It'll be fine after I feed him something. All right, I see. Zia Chuanzu seemed even more embarrassed. He never expected that Jia Teng was talking about a real puppy and not using that term to describe him. Fortunately, he didn't react in any way or it would have been too awkward. In that case, Jia Teng, you should hurry up and go to your club activities. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. That matter isn't important. Not important. What does this mean? Does she think that chatting with him is more important? Or is it that she really thinks he's like a pitiful puppy and can't help but worry about him? Because the club has already been disbanded. Zia Chuanzu. So he was overthinking it after all. Cough cough Jia Teng, what happened to the club disbanding? Is it convenient to talk about it? After coughing a few times to cover up the guilt in his voice, Zia Chuanzu asked with a hint of curiosity. Speaking of which, he used to be a member of that club too. But unlike Jia Tenghui, Zia Zhikyu, and Wang Lily, he wasn't actively invited into the club by An Yilan, but joined them through the club's recruitment. At the beginning, Zia Chuanzu was worried that his half-baked programming skills would make it difficult for him to catch An Yilan's eye and gain more opportunities to get close to the heroines. But he found that the other party's recruitment conditions were extremely harsh. No salary, no remuneration, all based on the love of generating electricity. In this way, which fool would be willing to accompany him? Only someone with ulterior motives like Zia Chuanzu was left. It could even be said that after confirming that Zia Chuanzu had the ability to complete the programming work independently, and Yilan almost begged him to join the club, with a combination of coaxing and deception. The final remuneration was a cup of afternoon tea and snacks, as well as the right to play any game owned by An Yilan. Honestly, Zia Chuanzu was not interested in these, but in order to hide his true thoughts, he superficially agreed to this remuneration. After that, things developed naturally. Zia Chuanzu actively launched his strategy while completing his work, but the process was beautiful, but the result was cruel. His love was crushed one by one. This led to Zia Chuanzu's unwillingness to recall the past too much. But now that he suddenly heard Jia Tenghui mention it again, he couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart. Could it be that the club activities couldn't continue after I left? Zia Chuanzu's face changed slightly. A trace of complex emotions brewed in his heart. Guilt or rejoicing? Honestly, he himself didn't know what kind of feeling it was. Although he had already quit the club, the part of the work that belonged to him had already been completed, so he didn't need to be responsible for the disbandment of the club, but he was, after all, one of the former members, and the bond was not completely severed. Even taking a step back, if the beautiful girl text adventure game that he worked on could be released and become a big hit, he would be able to share in the glory. No, Zia Chuankun's work has already been completed. Jia Tenghui shook her head and said slowly, and the suggestions left behind were also very useful. After Wang Lily and the others read it, the progress of their work has been much faster. Then why did it disband? Because the game is already finished. Jia Teng had a matter-of-fact expression. Not only Zia Zhikyu Senpai and the others, but even An Yi Kun praised the finished product of the game. They all said that Zia Chuan-kun was indispensable. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Zia Chuanzu always felt that Jia Tengsan seemed to be whetting his appetite. Not only did she often answer irrelevantly, but she would also occasionally say things that easily attracted people's attention. So the disbandment. It seems that Zia Zhikyu Senpai brought it up, she said. Now that the game is finished, this childish club activity should also be disbanded. After saying these words, she left, and so the club disbanded. Zia Chuanzu. He really wanted to complain that Jia Teng's words made it sound as if Zia Zhikyu Shiyu was the culprit for the disbandment of the club. However, Xia Chuanzu, who was familiar with the original work, knew very well that Xia Zhikyu Shiyu was indeed the first person who wanted to leave the club, and it was not particularly strange for her to do such a thing. But in any case, after learning that he was not the culprit for the disbandment of the club, Xia Chuanzu felt much better in his heart. Sometimes people are like this, whether he is aware that he has a responsibility for something, as long as there are other insiders willing to deny his guilt, then he will feel better in his heart. 5. You can be more willful. Xia Chuanzu had to admit that Jia Tang Hui had a special magic about her. However, it wasn't the superficial presence that was enough to make her a top assassin, but that she could always control the rhythm of the conversation inadvertently, but she wouldn't make you feel offended. And when Xia Chuanzu really realized this, the two were already in a shared umbrella state, that is, sharing an umbrella. Honestly, Xia Chuanzu didn't like the rainy season, especially this kind of rainy day that was so suitable for the atmosphere. Every drop of water seemed to fall directly into his heart, constantly reminding him of the fact that his love had failed once again. Fortunately, there was a cute girl accompanying him for a walk in the rain, which gave this once silent heart a little warmth. How has Jia Tang been doing lately? Just like old acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time and were lucky enough to reunite, Xia Chuanzu tried to find a topic for the two of them to meet in the rain. Should I say good or bad? Jia Tang Hui tilted her head, and her gaze towards Xia Chuanzu was still so calm and indifferent. It's better to say that I don't know what to say. For example, studying, interpersonal relationships, or something. Xia Chuanzu was also a little unsure for a while, but he thought that the things that ordinary high school students usually worry about were nothing more than this. I feel like Xia Chuan-kun is like a mother. Does your aunt often ask you such questions? Yes, and sometimes she asks about love topics. Jia Teng Hui replied softly, circling her hair with one finger, quietly waiting for Xia Chuanzu's response. Love topics? Xia Chuanzu was stunned, but after reacting randomly, he chuckled softly, so Jia Teng also worries about such things. This was a bit of a commonality with him. In his impression, Jia Teng Hui always looked indifferent, and he had never seen her have any major emotional fluctuations because of anything. Maybe it was because his emotional intelligence was not high enough. He couldn't even see that Jia Teng Hui had any signs of falling in love with Yilan. It's not me who's worried, Jia Teng said so, and then turned her attention to Xia Chuanzu. So Aunt is so concerned about your love life, but isn't it a bit too hasty? Xia Chuanzu pretended not to understand Jia Teng's meaning, turned his face to the front and dared not look at her. I was seen through. Was I too obvious? Or did I expose this in my daily life? Xia Chuanzu thought. He had never publicly promoted his love for a certain girl, but every love was an exclusive one that he devoted all his efforts to, so he never thought of covering it up. Special treatment, undisguised preference, Xia Chuanzu would almost do his best to make his heroine feel his heart in his daily life. Then choose a great time to confess. But did he not do well enough? Why do some people even think that he is a fickle cheating man who is keen on changing girlfriends? Obviously, he was the one who was constantly being rejected and hurt, right? Is it too much to change a pursuit object because he was rejected? Is it necessary to pester him to the end and wear out the last trace of goodwill in the other party's heart to be considered affectionate? Xia Chuanzu's self-esteem did not allow him to do so, even if he was facing the girls he once loved so much. Therefore, if he missed it, he missed it. He would not disturb them again and would not use the burden of love to bind their personal lives. Why is Jia Teng looking at me like this? Did I accidentally say something wrong? Xia Chuanzu became more and more uneasy. His heart became frightened, afraid of being seen through his pretense of strength, afraid of being exposed as a shield of self-esteem, which was actually a bubble. Please, Jia Tang, don't do this. Don't explore any further. There's nothing wrong. What? There's nothing wrong. Xia Chuanzu couldn't believe what he heard, but he didn't want to give up the only glimmer of light in the darkness. What does it mean? Xia Chuan-kun didn't do anything wrong. I don't know when. Jia Teng Hui's slender hand had already climbed onto Xia Chuanzu's forehead. She gently stroked Xia Chuanzu's fine short hair and said some lies like comforting a child. Xia Chuan-kun can be more willful, don't care about other people's feelings, just do it if you want to. Even if it's misunderstood. If it's misunderstood, then clarify it with action. What if it's not a misunderstanding? Then isn't it in line with Xia Chuan-kun's wishes? You should feel happier. Xia Chuanzu was finally able to laugh. I feel that Jia Teng is not suitable for teaching children. And I don't remember that Jia Teng you have such a side, how should I say, like a doting mother. But I'm obviously just a high school girl. The corner of Jia Teng Hui's mouth seemed to rise a little. But it wasn't very clear, just take it as an illusion. The point is not there. Zia Chuanzu complained, let's forget about this time, Jia Teng can't treat me as a child again in the future. Even though there was already a slight cold wind, the coolness it brought could not blow away the warmth on Zia Chuanzu's forehead, until this warmth extended to the heart and could no longer be driven away. In the face of Zia Chuanzu's coquettish words, Jia Teng Hui didn't say anything, but her eyes and movements all revealed such information. Isn't Zia Chuangkun just a child at this time? Normal children don't worry about love, Zia Chuanzu thought. The hand holding the umbrella was no longer shaking, but the raindrops had already fallen on his defenseless body, so he simply handed the umbrella to Jia Teng Hui and took a step to stand in the wind and rain. You might catch a cold if you get rained on like this. Jia Teng Hui took the umbrella, and after seeing Zia Chuanzu's movements, her eyebrows frowned imperceptibly. Didn't Jia Teng just say that I can be as willful as I want? Zia Chuanzu immediately replied. He opened his arms as if to embrace the new world, letting the raindrops pour on him. The body that had been wet by the rain began to become heavy and sticky, but Zia Chuanzu's heart was a piece of comfort. So it can be so happy to rain. This was an experience he had never had before. But he wasn't a fool either. He just appropriately expressed the depression in his heart and then stopped doing so. Since the food that fell on the ground can be taken back to eat within 3 seconds, don't learn, it's just a gag, then the rain that has only been rained on for 3 seconds doesn't count as rain, right? Kanekawa Su took another step and entered further under Kadu Megumi's umbrella, then suddenly smiled maliciously. Kadu, want to try the feeling of getting rained on? Having said that, he quickly reached out towards the umbrella handle. Zums. Kadu Megumi subconsciously closed her eyes but waited and waited, yet never felt the cold raindrops falling on her face. So she opened her eyes again, only to see Kanekawa Su looking at her embarrassingly with a mischievous smile. Her cheeks visibly puffed up, and then she silently held the umbrella and walked away. Kanekawa Su was dumbfounded. He thought he had angered Kadu Megumi, so he quickly chased after her. But when he rushed under the umbrella, he found that her ears had turned very red. She seemed angry, but her pace was slow. As soon as he entered the umbrella, it began to gather towards the center of the two. So she wasn't angry after all. Kanekawa Su felt like he had unlocked a unique Kadu Megumi usage. So he quietly approached her, then carefully swayed his body, sending the rainwater from his side onto Kadu Megumi's clothes and school pants. He imagined what kind of expression she would have when she found out. Kanekawa-kun. Yes, I'm here, Kanekawa Su quickly responded, thinking that his little trick had been discovered and immediately felt guilty. I'm home. See you tomorrow. Ah yeah, see you tomorrow. Kanekawa Su was stunned, then immediately reacted and ran away as if escaping. And Kadu Megumi, left standing quietly at her doorstep, silently watched Kanekawa Su's embarrassed figure, feeling the warmth he had brought to her side with her hand. Well, Ziggs, even if she's a small fry, as long as she's cute. Wake up on time, wash up, get dressed, live earnestly, treat every day as a brand new day, and don't be afraid of encountering any difficult problems. The beauty of the world is endless. Even if you can't enjoy the nourishment of love, don't forget to respect daily life. That's the main theme of cooking, and romance is just a seasoning that makes the dish more delicious. Kanekawa Su certainly understood this, so he never gave up on his serious attitude towards life. Good morning, Kanekawa-kun. Good mornings. Facing the kind greetings of his classmates, Kanekawa Su also returned the kindness. I feel like Kanekawa-kun is in a good mood today. Did something happy happen? Why do you say that? Kanekawa Su was puzzled. He was just normally going through his daily routine, and even his greetings felt like routine business. Why would she think he was happy? How should I say it? I feel like Kanekawa-kun's smile is more genuine and better looking, and he doesn't have that serious, unapproachable feeling like before. Could it be? Speaking of which, there was a lot of math homework yesterday. It took me a long time to finish it all, Kanekawa Su said meaningfully. Oh right, math homework. I haven't finished it yet, the girl who greeted Kanekawa Su exclaimed, then immediately ran back to her little group. Maki-chan, quickly lend me your math homework. Class is starting soon and I'm going to be late. A's agains. You should do it yourself sometimes, honestly. I just can't do maths. It's really simple, you just need to pay a little more attention in class. The girls were chatting lively, but Kanekawa Su was already deep in thought. Genuine, better looking, can those words be used to describe him? Perhaps he could say that before he met the heroines, but after that he rarely acted as himself. A loveless loser, a close friend, an enthusiastic fan, he didn't know how many different personas he had played, and he was about to lose his true self. When was the last time he played a role? Serious, unapproachable, he remembered. It was the persona of a hardworking, striving man who climbed to the top for the girl he liked and didn't give other girls the time of day. After all, the corresponding heroine was Kaguya Shinomiya, who had a standard rich girl template. He was playing that role until yesterday, but today he dropped it all, so he actually has a little bit of a philandering tendency. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter because he can already forgive himself for it. There weren't many classes in the morning, and the time passed quickly. Kanekawa-su sat in his seat and stretched several times, finally dispelling the fatigue brought on by his full concentration. It was already lunchtime, and only a few small groups with their own bento boxes were huddled together in the classroom, chattering noisily, which made Kanekawa-su feel a bit emotional. In the past, he would go to the student council room at this time to share his bento and enjoy lunch with everyone, naturally hoping to deepen his relationship with Kaguya Shinomiya. However, most of the time, his bento would end up in the stomach of that idiot Fujiwara Chika. Besides that, she had done many similar silly things to hinder him. He didn't know if it was intentional or if she was just plain stupid. It could be said that the pink octopus head was at least half responsible for the ultimate failure of that relationship. Kanekawa-kun, someone is looking for you. Okay, I'll be right there. Thank you. Kanekawa-su nodded and thanked the girl who relayed the message at the classroom door. Who would want to see him at this time? Kanekawa-su was a little curious. He didn't have to wait long. He soon saw the person himself, Eriri. Full name Eriri Spencer Sawamura, a British-Japanese mix with smooth, silky blonde hair, fair, translucent skin, and a cute little snaggletooth that would sparkle under the light. Although she was a very sloppy, childish, and terrible doujinshi artist in private, she always maintained the elegant identity of a perfect young lady on the surface. She was petite and cute, and her appearance could be described as top-notch. She was a very cute and popular character. Although her small fry-like tsundere personality prevented her from winning in the original extra chapters, Kanekawa-su liked her very much because she was really, really cute. But of course that was all in the past. The current Kanekawa-su would no longer harass her daily life in the name of liking her. Is there something wrong, Sawamura-kun? Kanekawa-su said calmly. But what he was thinking was, that was close. I almost blurted out Eriri. There were still quite a few people in the class and in the hallway, and they kept looking at them. If he called her that intimately, he would definitely be misunderstood. Huh? Eriri seemed startled. Her head, which was originally lowered like an ostrich, immediately lifted up after hearing Kanekawa-sau's voice, but her voice was still trembling, unable to calm her emotions. Kana's Kanekawa, hello. You reversed the names, Kanekawa-su reminded her helplessly. Looking at Eriri's nervous appearance, Kanekawa-su couldn't help but want to laugh. It's been so long, and Eriri still hasn't gotten over the incident of rejecting his confession. He felt that it was completely unnecessary to feel so guilty. After all, he himself had long since let it go. Is there something wrong? Could it be that? Kanekawa-sau's voice gradually softened. Come to think of it, the only thing he could help Eriri with was helping her meet deadlines, but he couldn't think of anything else he could do. If it was Kasumigyaka Utaha, there might be possibilities like providing material for her novels or running errands. But he really couldn't think of anything for Eriri. Eriri was stunned at first, then realized what Kanekawa-su was talking about, and a blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. No, it's not that, it's After hesitating for a long time, Eriri still didn't dare to say the invitation. I want to have lunch with you in public. After learning from Kadu yesterday that Kanekawa-su had returned to a single state, she had been so excited that she couldn't sleep. She was thinking of inviting Kanekawa to lunch the next day and taking the opportunity to repair their relationship. But when she met him today, she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Ah, this is so annoying. It's all that black-stockinged fat woman's fault. If she hadn't said something like, this kind of thing definitely needs to be invited in person to be sincere, she could have sent Kanekawa-su a message via line. But in reality, she couldn't say anything in this situation. Unlike Eriri, who was preoccupied and ignored her surroundings, Kanekawa-su was always paying attention to his surroundings. Seeing more and more people gathering around and gossiping about their ambiguous scene, Kanekawa-su had no choice but to speak first. If there's nothing else. You're as useless as ever, blondie loser. 7. Blondie loser and cow monster. Quiet, elegant, intellectual, and literary Kasumigyaka Utaha. Her appearance is naturally top-notch, and her amazing figure is an added bonus. On the surface, she is a well-read literary girl. But in private, she likes to make explosive and venomous remarks to people she is familiar with, and also likes to add innuendos, making otherwise normal conversations abnormally erotic and suggestive. To some extent, she is a foul-mouthed, very good at hitting people's sore spots, but because she is really, really beautiful, people often ignore that insignificant flaw. Does personality matter? As long as she is cute and beautiful, even a pervert can be accepted. Kanekawa Su used to think the same way until he pursued Kasumigyaka Utaha and was ultimately rejected. You're as useless as ever, Sawamura-san. The owner of the voice was Kasumigyaka Utaha, who had come to the second-year floor for some reason. Kasumigyaka Utaha. What are you doing here? Iriri, who was still timid in front of Kanekawa-su, suddenly became energetic when she turned to look at Kasumigyaka Utaha. Her shiny little snaggletooth was exposed, glaring at Kasumigyaka Utaha. There's no rule that says upperclassmen can't come to the floors of their juniors, right? Kasumigyaka brushed aside the hair that was blocking part of her view and walked over with an elegant gait. Although she was strongly hostile towards Iriri, Kasumigyaka Utaha had no desire to pay attention to her. Since she appeared, her gaze had been focused on Kanekawa-su. Good afternoon, juniors. Good afternoon, Kasumigyaka-senpai. Kanekawa-su responded politely, but he felt a little subtle in his heart. This scene seemed a little familiar. Hey Kasumigyaka, what are you doing here? Iriri asked with a puzzled face, vaguely feeling something but she wasn't sure. You should be more polite to your seniors, Sawamura-kun. As for what I'm doing here, what do you think, Sawamura-kun? Iriri finally understood that Kasumigyaka was here to interfere with her. No wonder that fat woman gave her such kind advice yesterday. She just wanted to use her to find out Sao's current state. Damn it, that's too despicable. If Sue was still in the stage of pursuing someone, wouldn't she be severely disliked and rejected? Damn cow monster, I will never rest until you are dead. Iriri, who was overwhelmed by the appearance of her nemesis, completely forgot that the person who reminded her was Kadu. Junior, if you're free now, Kasumigyaka Utaha crossed her arms, pretending to be calm. She never shies away from expressing her feelings, but she prefers to do it in a subtle way, and this kind of behavior of running to a floor that doesn't belong to her grade to find a boy is something she would never have dared to think about before. She can only forcibly abandon her sense of shame. Otherwise, she will explode if she thinks about it any longer. I won't let you say it. Iriri, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly gained courage and interrupted Kasumigyaka Utaha. Even she will bite if she is provoked. Eek. Feeling the sudden impact on her waist, Kasumigyaka Utaha's face changed immediately. Attacking a lady's weak point is the worst competitive tactic. You blondie losers. Who told you to break the rules first, you despicable cat? Heh, who told someone to be such a scaredy cat, daring to think but not to do? I'm just kindly demonstrating for her. You, anything is better than you thick-skinned cow monster. Cow monster? Utaha Kasumigyaka frowned slightly, just preparing to retort when she suddenly thought of a better way. Oh my, so Sawamura-sen cares so much about that aspect. If you say some nice things to me, I might tell you how to make them bigger, okay? I don't care about you, they'll sag sooner or later anyway. Iriri Spencer Sawamura said sourly. She wouldn't submit to this fat woman Kasumigyaka, just a couple of useless lumps of fat, she wasn't jealous at all. Sagging. This time, Utaha Kasumigyaka completely lost it. Did she know that this was a major taboo for big-breasted girls? Something they absolutely couldn't bear to hear. You pathetic blonde loser. Cow monster. President, is it okay to leave those two alone? Huh? Oh, those two are friends, it's fine. Kanade Natsukawa suddenly realized that this president was calling him. Although he had resigned, it hadn't been announced publicly among the students yet, so it was normal that not many people knew. But this side, it's a scene he never tires of, Kanade Natsukawa thought. Two girls arguing, and two very cute and beautiful girls at that. Probably anyone would stop and watch, right? The familiar scene reappearing reminded Kanade Natsukawa of the happy times he had in the club activities, but sadly, they would never return. After both of them had exhausted almost all of their energy, they finally chose to cease hostilities at the same time. Cough th this time, I'll let you off for now. Why, you're the one who can't go on anymore, right? You can try again if you want. Why? All right, you two, if you keep bickering, lunchtime will be over. You don't want to continue with your afternoon classes on an empty stomach, do you? Seeing that the battle between the two was about to start again, Kanade Natsukawa quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. Honestly, you're both high school students, you should at least think about your stomachs, right? And his stomach, Kanade Natsukawa thought. He was forced to stay here and watch the two of them argue back and forth. Although it was quite interesting, it was also true that he was getting hungry. Sorry, Junior, you had to see that. Compared to the homebody Iriri, Utaha Kasumigyaka's stamina was obviously better, and she had almost recovered by now. If you don't mind. Don't you dare steal. Shut up, you idiot loser who can't even win an argument. Oh God. Junior, if you're free, have lunch with me. Utaha's pretty face was flushed, and her forehead was covered with a trace of sweat from the fierce battle just now. In her heart, she had already begun to imagine the wonderful scene of the two of them having lunch together, preferably taking the opportunity to repair their relationship, and then doing this and that together. Sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. As expected, Junior is so gentle, huh? Wait, Junior, what does that mean? Utaha suddenly froze. What was going on? Why was he rejecting her? Wasn't he supposed to be in a single state after being rejected by someone else? Then he shouldn't reject her request, right? Could it be that Kato had lied to them? Then would you mind telling me why? Why? I should say I want to be alone for a while. Kanade Natsukawa thought for a moment and replied. Playing someone else was too tiring. From now on he wanted to be himself. The first step was to learn to eat alone. Kanade Natsukawa inexplicably felt a little ashamed. This way of saying it made it seem like he was a child who had just learned to eat by himself. Alone, not going to be with some girls. Kanade Natsukawa frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Did his life have nothing else to do other than being with girls? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had always been like this before, cough cough, anyway people change. And he was now in the period of changing. That's all in the past. Kanade Natsukawa touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing that Utaha Kasumigaoka still hadn't responded, he opened his mouth again. If there's nothing else, senior, I'll leave first. Kasumigaoka still didn't respond, so Kanade Natsukawa stopped waiting, decisively stepped forward and left straight away. Hey Kasumigaoka, what's going on? Why did Kanade suddenly leave by himself? Arieri, who had recovered her strength on the side, saw that the conversation between the two had ended and came over to ask. Just now, because she was afraid of hearing Kanade Natsukawa agree to Kasumigaoka with her own ears, she had been hiding on the side, thinking that she must follow the two of them together regardless of face, and she couldn't let the fat woman be alone with Kanade. Anyway, Kanade would definitely forgive her. As for Kasumigaoka, the shameless cat who steals food wasn't qualified to comment on her. Arieri, I think something big has happened. Arieri's late Hachiman in action. When a person rejects your confession but is still willing to be close to you, it is certainly not because they regret rejecting you, but because they have felt enough benefits from you and are happy to continue enjoying such preferential treatment. This is the case in most cases with few exceptions. And for people like Kasumigaoka and Arieri, perhaps because they lack the love of true friends, they will cherish the hard-won friendship even more. That is, they regard Kanade Natsukawa as a very good friend and do not want to lose this friend. But no matter what they think, Kanade Natsukawa has the right to refuse. He doesn't need to feel guilty or uneasy about it, just like Kadu said that day. He should also learn to pay attention to his emotions and learn to be willful instead of living carefully every day, living in other people's worlds. There were not many people in the cafeteria. The students of Shuchian Academy seemed to prefer to bring lunch to school, and then gather in groups of 3 or 5 somewhere, talking about topics of mutual interest. Some sharp-eyed people saw Kanade Natsukawa, and couldn't help but wonder why this student council president was suddenly interested in strolling around the cafeteria alone, and speculated whether there were any new policies to be implemented, so he came to scout the place. However, although they were curious, no one came up to say hello. The image of majesty that he had created on weekdays had worked. So what should I eat today? Looking at the menu on the vending machine, Kanade Natsukawa fell into deep thought. From the beginning of human birth, they have been plagued by the 3 ultimate problems: what to eat today, and what to eat tomorrow, and what to eat the day after tomorrow. The chefs of Shuchian Academy are all specially hired top chefs, and they know too many kinds of dishes. In the past, when preparing lunch, he always considered what his heroines liked to eat, and he always ignored his own feelings. Now, letting him choose according to his own wishes was difficult for him for a while. If you really don't know what to eat, choose a simple grilled meat set meal. The suggestion that suddenly appeared in his ear attracted Kanade Natsukawa's attention. He turned his head to look, but found a completely unexpected person. Hikigaya Hachiman, the decadent boy known as Sensei with dead fish eyes and a useless appearance, but a handsome man as long as his eyes are covered, suddenly appeared. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? It will make me feel like I have meddled in other people's business. No, how could that be? I should say you helped a lot. Kanade Natsukawa smiled. Since quitting the service club, the two of them had basically never seen each other again. Perhaps they had bumped into each other inadvertently, but most of the time he walked in a hurry and didn't pay much attention to his surroundings, so there was almost no such close contact. Good afternoon, Hatchimans. What? Why are you suddenly smiling so maliciously? I'm just saying hello, don't be so vigilant about your former club friend, right? Facing Hachiman Hikagea's dislike, Kanade Natsukawa was not annoyed. He knew without thinking that the other party was shy because he was called by his name. After all, he knew Hikigaya too well. Hikigaya did not refute, but the look in Kanade Natsukawa's eyes was more or less resentful. Since this guy quit the club, that absolutely correct Yukina Shida had obviously become wrong, not to mention the frequency of her poisonous tongue had exploded, and her way of doing things had become more extreme, and he and Yuihama had suffered a lot because of it. However, Kanade Natsukawa could just leave, but he couldn't, so he lived in fear under the power of President Yukina Shida every day, and he didn't even dare to speak loudly now. I think you should compensate me. At least buy me a cup of coffee. Compensate? Kanade Natsukawa was stunned, although he didn't know what Hikigaya was talking about, but he had no problem treating him to something. Coffee? I remember you like Max, right? What do you want for lunch? Lunch, I was planning to eat a grilled meat set meal. No wonder he recommended him a grilled meat set meal as soon as he came up, Kanade Natsukawa thought. Okay, then 2 grilled meat set meals. Without giving Hikigaya a chance to refuse, Kanade Natsukawa quickly ordered on the vending machine and then took out 2 meal tickets and handed them to Hikigaya. Go get the food first, I'll go buy coffee. I didn't say I wanted lunch too. If you refuse again, there won't be time for lunch. You don't want to be late for class in the afternoon, do you? How about you take it as my compensation? Kanade Natsukawa applied what he had learned. He always had a set of ways to deal with Hikigaya. This time Hikigaya didn't say anything. But he was muttering in his heart, damn Ryuju man, after not seeing him for a while, this human-shaped self-propelled charm machine's personality hasn't changed at all. It's even strengthened a lot. This made it impossible for him to complain with peace of mind. A despicable man. However, Kanade Natsukawa had already gone far away and could no longer feel Hikigaya's resentful emotions. Before long, the two of them gathered together with their meals and drinks, found a relatively remote empty seat and sat down and began to chat. Is the club developing smoothly? Kanade Natsukawa considered again and again, really not knowing what to say, thinking that the two of them had been in the same club after all, so it would be better to start a topic from this aspect. Hikigaya was speechless for a moment, thinking that he shouldn't directly ask Yukina Shida about this. He was just a small member, what could he know? It should be going smoothly, right? The school has even approved activity funds. Saying that, Hikigaya glanced at Kanade Natsukawa. Without thinking, he knew that this must be the other party's masterpiece. After all, their club was actually not formal, including the original Kanade Natsukawa. There were only 4 people, which did not meet the standard for establishing a club. Being able to continue to exist and get club activity funds, Kanade Natsukawa must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. As an introvert, Hikigaya actually hated the interactions with Ryuju, but he was not repulsed by Kanade Natsukawa and could even say that he admired him a little. Easy to talk to, hardworking, high EQ, and a little handsome, enthusiastic without disturbing others too much. Damn human-shaped self-propelled charm-emitting machine. I feel like you're saying bad things about me in your heart, Kanade Natsukawa sighed. The full of resentful emotions were about to overflow the screen. He didn't remember doing anything that would make Hikigaya become like this. Your illusion. Of course, Hikigaya wouldn't admit it, could he say, because after you quit the club, I was forced to become the bullying target for Yukina Shida to vent her emotions. Just like maliciously matching the two of them and giving them assists, he never participated in this kind of thing, it should be said by the person concerned. Besides, he knew that Summer River Melody seemed to be pursuing that Ice Kaguya recently. For this reason, he even worked hard to become the student council president. Recently, he had personally seen them acting together several times. So letting him matchmake is worse than letting him drink unsweetened black coffee. At least the latter can make him feel that he is still alive. Speaking of which, I just saw a lot of people gathered at the door of your classroom. Just standing there and chatting with those 2 girls, aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings? Hachiman, you haven't been in a relationship, have you? Summer River Melody looked serious. I'm going back to the classroom. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Summer River Melody quickly retracted his smile and chose to beg for mercy. Seriously. There is no such thing as a harem-style love comedy in the real world. Nonsense, of course I know that. Hachiman Hikigaya rolled his eyes. What does this have to do with their chat content? Of course it does, because think about it, when you are alone with a very beautiful girl, no matter whether you have any special thoughts about her from other people's perspective, they will think that your relationship is extraordinary. But if it is with 2 or more girls, it won't be. Others will think that you are talking about official business. Not only will it not cause misunderstandings, but even you yourself will not be ignorant and think about something. This is the so-called reality. Hachiman Hikigaya was speechless for a moment. That's true, but that's for ordinary passersby, right? Like him, he wouldn't think that they were talking about official business at all. It was clearly a love comedy Shura Field being staged right. And not to mention anything else if that scene was seen by Yukin Ishida. My stomach will start to hurt again. Wait. Since he would think that it was a Shura Field, there's no reason why that Ice Kaguya wouldn't be indifferent, right? Unless she doesn't care. Thinking of this, Hachiman finally understood that Summer River Melody's love had ended once again. No wonder he didn't accompany his pursuit object at this time, but came to the cafeteria to eat alone. At the moment, Hachiman felt that the current Summer River Melody looked a little pitiful. But after seeing his optimistic mood, he felt that his worries seemed a little unnecessary. But it's really amazing, being rejected so many times and still being able to muster the courage to live seriously like him. He just can't do it at all, being rejected once and already thinking that the world should be destroyed. But since he was rejected, that is to say, Yukin Ishida, that guy has a chance, I have to find an opportunity to tell her. 9. No illness, it must be a mistake. A residence under the name of the Shinomiya Group. In Kaguya Shinomiya's personal bedroom, a master and a servant are engaged in a fierce argument over a medical examination report on the table. I don't believe it. It's impossible for me to have nothing wrong with my body. This medical examination report must be fake. Yes, fake. It may have been mixed up with someone else's by mistake. Face reality, Miss Kaguya. This is the latest report personally diagnosed by your family doctor. It shows that your body is very healthy and there are no abnormalities. Hayasaka, although modern human medicine has improved a lot compared to the past, it is not omnipotent. Being superstitious about this kind of thing will only bring harm to yourself. Kaguya Shinomiya shook her head, then picked up the medical examination report on the table and threw it directly into the trash can next to her without even looking at it. My body is clearest to me, I am clearly sick. So the doctor said it's love sickness, love sickness. Ai Hayasaka glanced at the moon outside the window and the clock on the wall that had already passed 11 o'clock and sighed deeply. Since you insist that you are sick, then Miss Kaguya, can you specifically describe your condition? For example, I have been restless all day today, and I also like to wander around meaninglessly. That's because I haven't seen young Master Summer River all day, so I'm restless. How is that possible? I just think that today's life is very boring. At most, I just feel that I haven't seen the president and there is no motivation for competition. Ai Hayasaka was even more speechless. She felt that she was not facing the resourceful, all-rounder genius girl, but an ultimate stubborn, dead-end child who would not admit the facts. Then, besides that, do you have any other uncomfortable places? There are more. For example, when I'm in the student council room, I feel short of breath, and I can only calm down when I sit on the chair. Well, may I ask, is the chair you are talking about the main seat that young Master Summer River often sits on? Yes, because the president wants to resign. So these days I will first act as the president's agent to deal with official business. Of course I have to sit on the chair. Ai Hayasaka was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that Miss Kaguya had already developed to the stage of fetishism. But this is only the second day that young Master Summer River has resigned. In Ai Hayasaka's heart, Summer River Melody's resignation behavior was clearly a deliberate attempt to indulge Kaguya Shinomiya. After all, his feelings of admiration for Kaguya Shinomiya were very obvious. Only the eldest lady, a love idiot, had not felt it. At this moment, after directly feeling the changes in Kaguya Shinomiya, Ai Hayasaka was impressed by Summer River Melody's love skills. Young Master Summer River, so terrifying. That's because the chair has the scent of young Master Summer River, so you feel very at ease when you sit on that chair. God knows how much psychological pressure Ai Hayasaka endured to say this. She is really about to have no face to see her mother who entrusted the young lady to her. How is that possible? Hayasaka, your statement is like I am a pervert who is greedy for the president's scent. Kaguya Shinomiya couldn't sit still this time. She stood up and strongly accused Ai Hayasaka of her inappropriate remarks. Her mouth was full of words, and her hands kept gesticulating and waving. So I just think the president's scent is better. Should I use some new type of shampoo? Hayasaka, you quickly investigate. Ai Hayasaka suppressed the anger of being assigned an inexplicable task by Kaguya Shinomiya again, and took out her mobile phone with a blank expression. Moshi Moshi, is it young Master Summer River? I am Miss Kaguya's maid. Humph Hayasaka, don't even think about deceiving me. The president must have already gone to bed at this time and will not answer. Hello, is there anything I can do for you? Summer River Melody's unique voice came from the phone. President Kaguya Shinomiya could of course distinguish Summer River Melody's voice, so she immediately became flustered. The first time after adding line, dialed the president's phone, now she is calling the president. No, no, I must not lose the etiquette of the Shinomiya family. So Kaguya Shinomiya immediately stood up straight, calmed down, and listened to the voice coming from the phone. AI Hayasaka thought carefully, then handed the phone to Kaguya Shinomiya. Young Master Summer River, Miss Kaguya has something to say to you, I will give her the phone. Kaguya Shinomiya was startled, but it was too late to gesture to refuse, so she had to tremble and take the phone, straightening her body and suppressing the unease in her heart. Good evening, President. Good evening, Shinomiya. However, after just saying hello, Kaguya Shinomiya seemed to be frozen in place, unable to say another word. Miss, say something quickly. AI Hayasaka gave Kaguya Shinomiya a hint with her mouth, but the latter's brain had already crashed and she couldn't see AI Hayasaka's movements at all. What is the president doing now? Sitting at the table reading a book, or just lying down on the bed preparing to sleep? Or is he taking a shower? Speaking of which, she is still wearing pajamas while talking to the president. Under the rounding, they are chatting on the bed together in pajamas. Looking at Kaguya Shinomiya, who had already fallen into her own fantasy and couldn't extricate herself, AI Hayasaka was numb. Didn't she usually perform very well? How did she become like this after only a few days? Give me back my elegant and intelligent eldest lady. However, as a qualified maid, she cannot stand by and watch her master make a fool of herself in front of outsiders, so she forcibly snatched the phone tightly held in Kaguya Shinomiya's hand and said loudly, Ah, can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me, young Master Summer River? The signal here is not very good, I can't hear you. In that case, we will hang up first, and Miss Kaguya will discuss the specific matters with you in person tomorrow. Then, without waiting for the other side to react, she quickly pressed the hang-up button. On the other side, Summer River Melody, who put down his phone and looked at the full signal on it, fell into deep thought. Hey Asaka, why did you hang up the phone? I still want to chat with the president for a while and listen to his voice more. AI Hayasaka paused in her breathing and almost didn't hold back. Are you chatting? You are clearly so nervous that you can't speak. To be honest, with your current situation, miss, it is impossible to communicate with young Master Summer River. I suggest that you, miss, go to sleep now immediately and quickly. The hour hand on the clock is almost pointing to 12 o'clock. If you don't go to rest, AI Hayasaka will only be able to sleep for less than 5 hours. If you don't get enough sleep like this, you will die. You will really die. She hasn't been in love yet and doesn't want to die young so soon. Really, it doesn't matter if you sleep a little later. Kaguya Shinomiya still wanted to complain, but looking at AI Hayasaka's expression of please stop talking, she had to choose to give up. Then go to bed early and then meet the president in an elegant posture tomorrow. Although I haven't seen Summer River Melody all day today, after hearing him say good evening Shinomiya, Kaguya Shinomiya's heart has once again burst into vitality. Accompanied by the warm words still floating in her mind, Kaguya Shinomiya entered dreamland. And AI Hayasaka on the side silently packed up the medical examination report, thinking that she must find a way to make Miss Kaguya truly realize her true feelings. Otherwise, she will lose her favorite maid. 10 Frivolous Man and Angel Girl. Good morning, President. Yes, you are also very handsome and handsome today. Would you mind having lunch together? Looking at the note in her hand that read flirting skills that even monkeys can learn, Kaguya Shinomiya fell into deep thought. This was what Hayasaka gave her in the morning, saying that if she seriously followed the steps above, she would be able to make the president notice her charm and fall under her pomegranate skirt. It's just that the two capitalized and bolded words monkey look so conspicuous. Hayasaka, what's going on with this note? It's just because the ink in the pen is about to dry, so the words behind are lighter. AI Hayasaka replied in a humble manner. And Kaguya Shinomiya was stunned. Wasn't that what she wanted to say? I just wanted to ask where this thing came from. But forget it, these are not important. The key is whether this thing is easy to use. Are you sure I have to say these words to be able to invite the president? I am very sure, miss, and these are social words that are easier for you to master. AI Hayasaka nodded heavily. This action can help her dispel some of the drowsiness caused by lack of sleep and can also increase some persuasiveness. Words like President, I want to have lunch with you, I hope the president can always be by my side, I want to be done this and that by the president. With Miss Kaguya's level, I'm afraid I won't be able to say it in this lifetime. Well, okay then I'll try. After all, it was her most trusted subordinate and Kaguya Shinomiya didn't doubt him. In order to be able to see the president's heroic appearance as soon as possible, she specially got up early today to rush to school. And after processing the student council affairs at the speed of light, She followed the disciplinary committee members to stand guard at the school gate. However, after waiting left and right, she never saw Summer River Melody's figure. It wasn't until the moment before the class bell rang that Kaguya Shinomiya was sure of one thing: the president didn't come to school today. Mashiro Shiina is a girl with great personal charm. She is strong, gentle, and considerate. Although she is a popular, beautiful girl, she is never arrogant or disrespectful because of her gentle personality. She can treat everyone with equal kindness, except for Summer River Melody. The two met in a hazy rain. It was not a welcome romantic mutual aid, but full of suspicion, targeting, and vigilance. After being evaluated by her mother as a child that no one wants, she vented her anger and ran to an empty park to give up on herself in the rain, and it was then that Summer River Melody appeared. He held an umbrella that was not big and slowly walked up to her and said, "Does the angel need a broad shoulder?" A self-righteous, frivolous man. At that moment, Mashiro Shiina made such a judgment on the other party. She doesn't want to be an angel, she is just an ordinary girl who longs to be noticed by her parents. Is there anything I can do for you? The other party was wearing the same school uniform as her, which made her relax her vigilance a little. I saw you here in the rain alone, I'm a little worried. Thank you for your concern, but I'm willing to stay here, please don't bother me. But if you rain like this, you'll catch a cold. Even if that's the case, it's none of your business. Negative emotions almost overwhelmed her entirely. But even so, she wouldn't vent her dissatisfaction on a stranger, even if their purpose might be to flirt with her. I see. The boy was silent for a moment, but then he sat on the swing next to her, almost shoulder to shoulder with Shiina Maharu. The umbrella was casually placed aside, and he didn't bother to wipe the water stains from the swing seat. The boy just sat there quietly, looking at the sky without saying a word. Shiina Maharu ignored him, letting him do as he pleased. She simply continued to wallow in her depression. However, being with someone else was ultimately different from grieving alone. She finally couldn't help but speak. "What do you want? I don't need your sympathy." The boy seemed startled by her reaction. He stood up and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. I was presumptuous, thinking that being by your side might make you feel better. I just hope you understand that you should never hurt yourself. There will always be someone in this world who will be saddened by your sorrow." Shiina Maharu remained silent. What do you even know about her? Even her own mother barely gives her a second glance. How can you expect her to believe you? "I'm sorry, I'm meddling too much. As an apology, please take this umbrella. I live nearby, so I'll be home soon." Seeing Shiina Maharu's impatience, the boy forcefully handed her the umbrella and ran into the rain. "Liar," Shiina Maharu muttered as she took the umbrella, saying his home is nearby when he's her next-door neighbor. She had seen the boy use a key to open the door to the apartment next to hers more than once, but they had never met face-to-face and spoken. Awful, frivolous, self-righteous guy. The cold raindrops no longer relentlessly assaulted her, and the warmth from the umbrella handle gradually warmed her heart. Thank you. The next day, as expected, he caught a cold. But his stubborn personality compelled him to come to class despite his exhaustion, ultimately collapsing in front of his door and falling unconscious. Of course, she wouldn't stand idly by. She wouldn't abandon a stray cat or dog in need, let alone this meddlesome, frivolous guy. So she took him into his home, boiled water, lowered his temperature, cooked porridge, and fed him, using all the skills she had learned from her family's nanny to nurse the boy back to health. The debt I owed you is now cleared. That's what she thought. But through a twist of fate, they became involved in various incidents, and their relationship eventually grew closer. Supporting each other, helping each other, and giving each other emotional support, she always thought they would be good friends for life. Until that day arrived. "Shiina, I love you." This. Wasn't he supposed to be approaching her without any ulterior motives? Why would he say something like that? "You might not be able to accept it right away, but I still want to express my feelings. I don't want you to continue misunderstanding me." Don't say any more. If you keep talking, we'll. Please believe me, I sincerely love you. I will never. Stop talking, Shiina Maharu shouted for the first time, her heart filled with panic. Fear, self-blame, guilt, all sorts of negative emotions flooded her brain. She was about to break down. The only thing left was to run. Yes, she could run away. Sorry, I want to be alone. So she fled back to her own territory, as if that would make her feel safer. If she just gave him some time, yes. If she gave him some time to think, he would realize that she wasn't the best choice, and she could continue to enjoy his concern. After dealing with the students who came to greet her, Shiina Maharu habitually looked at Kansada Nariaki's seat. Since entering the second year, they had been in the same class, but apart from that rainy evening the day before yesterday, she had never dared to approach him. Usually she could only stare blankly at his empty seat from afar. A. Kansada, he didn't come to class today. Could it be because he lent her his umbrella again? Shiina Maharu thought back to their first encounter, and a hint of worry surfaced in her heart, but so did a small, unnoticed joy. Like a precious treasure that had been lost for a long time reappearing before her eyes within reach. 11. The Angel's Visit. Excuse me. Using her key to open the door to Kansada Nariaki's apartment, Shiina Maharu carefully closed the door, trying not to make any loud noises. As soon as school ended today, she went straight home, thinking of visiting Kansada Nariaki next door to ask him why he hadn't come to class today. He would never skip school, so something must have happened to him. Out of concern for a classmate, she came to check on him, thinking that perhaps she could help in some way. However, after ringing the doorbell for a long time, there was no response from inside, and she began to panic. Could it really be another cold and fever? He must be feeling terrible all alone right now. Kansada Nariaki lived alone just like her, and she knew it well. When they were close, they always helped and supported each other. Kansada thought it was troublesome to keep opening the door, so he gave her a spare key, which was why she was able to enter his home like this. The usually messy living room was very tidy, and the whole apartment was quiet, as if no one was home. Was he resting in the bedroom? That was probably the only option. If he had gone out, Kansada would never go a whole day without replying to messages. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Shiina Maharu tiptoed inside. She immediately saw Kansada Nariaki lying asleep in bed. His broad chest rose and fell rhythmically with his breathing. A few strands of sweat trickled through his short hair. His chiseled, perfect face, his slightly furrowed eyebrows, and his eyes, which always held a hint of sadness, were now tightly closed. He seemed to live a very tiring life. Even in his sleep, his brow would furrow from time to time, making it hard for him to relax. It made Shiina Maharu feel a little sorry for him. If she hadn't chosen to run away, perhaps she could have been by his side as a matter of course. But there was no turning back time, and everyone had to bear the consequences of their actions, even the angel. Grumbles. An inappropriate noise suddenly echoed in the quiet room, and Shiina Maharu's face flushed red. She quickly covered her stomach, afraid to move. Thank goodness it wasn't heard. She hadn't had much of an appetite at noon because she was worried about Kansada Nariaki's condition and hadn't eaten much, so her stomach was now staging a small protest. Right, I need to hurry up and cook something. Kansada definitely needs to eat something now. Her own hunger reminded her that Kansada, who was sick in bed, needed to eat even more than she did. Maybe he hadn't eaten anything all day. Be a good boy and wait for me here, Kansada. I'm going to make something to eat. As she spoke, she gently hooked her finger around Kansada Nariaki's exposed finger, then quickly pulled her hand back. Like a child who had secretly done something mischievous behind her mother's back, Shiina Maharu's face was red, and she didn't dare to look at Kansada Nariaki, even though he was completely unconscious. Perhaps only in this situation could she dare to make such intimate gestures and call him so intimately again. Don't go. What? Shiina Maharu was startled, almost crying out. When she turned her head stiffly, she found that Kansada Nariaki showed no signs of waking up and remained fast asleep. So he's talking in his sleep. Shiina Maharu was relieved. She thought her little action had accidentally woken Kansada Nariaki, and she was wondering how to explain it, but it wasn't necessary at all. I won't go. I'm just going to cook something. I'll be right back. Perhaps her gentle, comforting voice had worked. Kansada Nariaki's brow gradually relaxed, and his complexion seemed to have improved. Now Shiina Maharu could leave with peace of mind. Kansada Nariaki slowly woke up, and the first thing he saw was the familiar ceiling. He had dreamed again. In his dream, he had once again spent some pleasant days with the heroines, followed by the ending where he confessed to them and was rejected. But this time seemed different. The other party seemed to have agreed. I won't go, let's date. She actually agreed. Just as Kansada Nariaki was wondering if he was dreaming, he woke up. It was just a dream after all. It was only natural. Only in dreams could he realize his dreams, while reality would only strike his head hard and warn him not to daydream all day long. Kansada Nariaki shook his head, trying to get rid of the heavy feeling of oppression in his mind, but with little success. Pat, pat. Faint footsteps suddenly came from outside the room. Although the sound was soft, it didn't escape his ears. Was he being robbed? At a time like this was bad. He had no fighting strength right now. Just as Kansada Nariaki was considering whether to confess the hiding place of his valuables to ensure his personal safety, the bedroom door opened. Of course, it was Shiina Maharu who came in, carrying a casserole dish, a small bowl, and a spoon. Kansada-kun, you're awake. A hint of joy appeared on Shiina Maharu's face, but it was quickly replaced by a touch of worry. Would Kainsada blame her for breaking into his home? Perhaps she could have stayed here with peace of mind before, but after that incident she was no longer qualified. I made some porridge. After a long silence, Kinsada slowly uttered two words, thank you. Thank you for your trouble. He had imagined all sorts of situations, his house being robbed or his parents coming to visit, but the only thing he didn't expect was that Shiana Maharu would appear here. So she hadn't thrown away his house key, Kainsada thought. As for why Shiana Maharu appeared here, he didn't think much about it. The angel was a kind girl, and even when facing someone who had once rejected her, she wouldn't just leave that person alone. As for how she knew he was sick, it must have been the teacher who told her. After all, they lived in the same apartment and they were neighbors, so it was possible that the teacher had asked her to deliver handouts. The angel shook her head, not saying anything. These little things were not a problem for her at all. Rather, she was happy to do these things for him. Are you feeling better now? Have you recovered your strength? Do you need me to feed you? Shiana Maharu was now sitting on the edge of Kansada Nariaki's bed, like a young wife worrying about her sick husband, nervously wringing her hands. Heaven knows how she managed to say the words, feed you porridge. She was completely frozen and didn't dare to look at Kansada Nariaki's face. Woo, what am I doing? How could I say such shameless things? What if he rejects me? I definitely won't be able to sleep all night. Unlike Shiana Maharu, whose heart was brewing a storm, Kansada Nariaki didn't think so much at the moment. If he were in a normal state, he would definitely lament that even when they were at their best, he hadn't been able to enjoy such feeding treatment. But now that they had broken up, he could still enjoy this benefit. However, he was currently in a weakened state due to his illness, which made him lose his usual keen awareness and only left him with the desire to follow his instincts. His body was so heavy, he didn't want to move. Since someone was willing to feed him, that was great. Okay, thank you. Shiana Maharu exclaimed softly. He actually agreed. He used to reject such intimate contact. What's wrong? Is it too much trouble? No, not at all. I'll come right away, Shiana Maharu said quickly. She felt like today was her lucky day. The joy of recovering a lost treasure instantly filled his entire heart. 12. What if my voice is heard on the phone? Shinomiya residence. Still Kaguya Shinomiya's bedroom. Master and servant once again engage in a heated discussion. Hey Asaka, do you think I'll be bothering President if I call him now? At this moment, Kaguya Shinomiya is holding her phone with both hands, looking at Hey Asaka with a nervous expression. Chinese letter hash, miss, you've said the same thing 5 times already, and my answer is still the same, you won't be bothering him. But what if President is sleeping because he's sick? Wouldn't my call definitely wake him up? What if President thinks I'm being inconsiderate? Hayasaka AI didn't say anything this time. Theoretically, the possibility that mismention does exist, but according to her investigation of Kanade Natsukawa, President Natsukawa's sudden absence this time might also be a deliberate ploy to attract Mrs. attention and take the opportunity to win her over. But no matter which possibility it is acceptable to her after all. What does President Natsukawa disliking Kaguya Miss have to do with Hayasaka AI the maid? Wouldn't it be even better if it wasn't sickness but a part of President Natsukawa's strategy to win her over? Anyway, that Kanade Natsukawa likes you so much, he won't get angry because you called him no matter what. So you two awkward people hurry up and complete the established fact and go live in your own world. Don't bother her, this lady, with her precious sleep time when you have nothing to do. However, no matter how much she thinks in her heart, Hayasaka AI must fulfill her due responsibilities as a maid on the surface. Don't worry, miss, as far as I know, President Natsukawa has an extremely regular biological clock. At this time, he is usually preparing a meal or enjoying a meal. Your call will not disturb his enjoyment, and may even make the meal itself more delicious. Are you saying that because of my beauty I am pleasing to the eye, so it will greatly increase President's appetite? You are so good with words, AI. Hayasaka AI said with a blank expression, as long as you're happy. Although her purpose was to make Kaguya think so, she couldn't help but want to complain when she saw her miss looking smug. This woman is too narcissistic, isn't she? Perhaps Hayasaka AI's compliment worked. Kaguya Shinomiya finally stopped hesitating and dialed the number labeled President. Ding! After the ringtone rang twice, the call was connected. Shinomiya, Kanade Natsukawa's unique voice entered Kaguya Shinomiya's ears through the phone. The voice sounded a little hoarse, but because of this, the lethality to Kaguya Shinomiya was even greater. Limited edition sick president's voice get square root. Woo, it's a pity that I couldn't see the current president with my own eyes. Good evening, President. Good evening, what's the matter? Even in a weak state, the voice that came was still so majestic and powerful. worthy of being the man who can defeat her, Kaguya Shinomiya, so many times. It's nothing, just as a colleague in the student council, I'm a little worried about President's physical condition. Is that so? Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. I'll probably be able to return to school tomorrow. Kaguya Shinomiya was relieved now and even felt a little joyful in her heart. She can see President again tomorrow, maybe even in a special state that is sick. That kind of president will definitely be especially cute. Thinking about it, Kaguya Shinomiya fell into her own delusions, completely forgetting that she was still on the phone with Kanade Natsukawa. Shinomiya, are you still there? Shinomiya. Ah, yes, I'm here, Kaguya Shinomiya quickly replied after regaining her senses. But at this moment she had already lost her usual composure, so she asked Hayasaka AI for help like a pitiful little puppy. Hayasaka AI felt like her heart was suddenly struck by an arrow. I really want to take a picture of Mrs. Cute appearance and keep it as a souvenir. However, the situation is critical and time does not allow her to do so. Tell him, President, are you free tomorrow at noon? Hayasaka AI used lip language to help Kaguya Shinomiya, and the latter understood. President, are you free tomorrow at noon? Before she could finish speaking, Kaguya Shinomiya blushed and clenched the phone tightly, not daring to breathe. She said it. This is the first time she has taken the initiative to ask President out. It's really a memorable moment, Kaguya Shinomiya thought. Tomorrow at noon. Huh, what's that sound? Cough, cough. It's nothing, I'm just eating something. Kanade Natsukawa coughed a few times as if he was choked by something. Tomorrow at noon, is it? Is there anything you want from me? No, nothings. Mainly there are some official matters I want to discuss with President. I remember I resigned. That's not important. In my heart, President is the most suitable person for this position, Kaguya Shinomiya said seriously. Ever since the day Kanade Natsukawa resigned, Kaguya Shinomiya has been brooding over it. What was the reason that made President choose to resign? Although resigning is nothing special anyway, such an excellent person as President can shine anywhere. But the most important thing is, President actually appointed the next student council president. But it's not her, it's that Miyuki Shirogane, outrageous. What's so good about Miyuki Shirogane? Why does President think she is inferior to that Miyuki Shirogane? Moreover, not only that, but she felt that Kanade Natsukawa had always valued Miyuki Shirogane, not only personally inviting him to become the general affairs of the student council, but also taking special care of him in many aspects. She was simply envious to death. In the end, why did President choose to resign? Is it because he was disappointed in everyone in the student council? Of course not, everyone's abilities are very strong, I'm just. After hesitating for a long time, Kanade Natsukawa couldn't say why. Because a certain girl in the student council doesn't like him, so in order to avoid seeing the scene and feeling sad, he chose to resign from the position of student council president. Can this reason be considered glorious? Not to mention glory, it is simply too childish to say it out loud. Confusing public and private matters, choosing to escape because of personal emotions, how can he be worthy of continuing to get along harmoniously with everyone in the student council in this situation? Perhaps after Kato's enlightenment, he can no longer overobsess over these things, but it is unlikely that he will take back his decision and embrace the past because of this. I, who once chose to escape, am no longer qualified to be the student council president trusted by everyone. It's okay, President doesn't have to say it, it's just that everyone, of course, including me, thinks that President is the most suitable candidate and hopes that President can return to the student council. Even if she couldn't see what President was doing now, she could tell from his tone that the current President must be lonely and very helpless, right? A stern and mighty President is certainly handsome, but a President who can act spoiled and ask for hugs is even more super cute. Kaguya Shinomiya had a feeling that if she could see President at this moment, she would smile and pat his head, and then gently hug him into her arms to comfort him. I really want to fly to President's side like this. As if seeing through Kaguya Shinomiya's delusions, Hayasaka AI replied to her with a righteous and stern look. That's impossible, Kaguya miss. Please don't assign me any more impossible tasks. Thank you, Shinomiya. Kanade Natsukawa's voice seemed a little low, but then became firm again. I understand, I will seriously consider this matter. As for your invitation tomorrow, I'll wait and see. Is that so? That's great, cough cough. I mean, it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. Is there anything else? No, that's all. I wish you a good dream, President. I also wish you a good night's sleep, Shinomiya. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, they hung up the phone. Did you see that, Hayasaka? As soon as I called, President said he would take back his decision. This way President can continue to lead us. Yes, miss, you are amazing, Hayasaka AI said flatly. But in her heart, she was slandering her miss. President Natsukawa only said he would consider it, right? How did it become that he was going to take back his order in Miss's words? This is not even rounding up, it is simply tampering with the imperial decree. But it doesn't matter as long as Miss is happy, and this way she can go back to enjoy a happy bubble bath and then watch some stress-relieving videos. Hey Asaka, hurry up, make an urgent strategy plan now. Tomorrow I will take President down in one fell swoop. Let him recognize my ability. I am definitely stronger than that Miyuki. Hey Asaka AI. Can't you have a little ambition? Why are you so stubborn? And can't you be more loving to her? You will really lose her if you are like this. Absolutely. Speaking of which, I remember yesterday young Master Natsukawa seemed to be pulling and tugging with two girls at the entrance of his class. What? Is there such a thing? President didn't see anyone all day, so he went to have a secret meeting with other girls. This kind of thing is not allowed. Miss doesn't need to be anxious. Maybe I saw it wrong. You have to trust young Master Natsukawa's character. There is definitely only you in his heart. Although there is a suspicion of adding fuel to the fire, Hayasaka AI did not lie to her miss on this point. Of course, the premise is that Kanade Natsukawa is still in the state of pursuing Kaguya Shinomiya. You are right. But just in case, Hayasaka, you should still investigate those two shameless guys. At least I have to know who is coveting president. Okay, Hayasaka AI agreed very readily this time. After all, this matter can be done tomorrow, and it will not disturb her rest time at all, but in contrast. Hayasaka AI looked at Kaguya Shinomiya with an angry expression and thought to herself, I don't know who will not be able to sleep tonight. 13. The Hungry Angel. Is it a colleague from the student council? Shiina Maharu looked indifferent, but the hand that clenched the spoon slightly exposed the inner restlessness. It wasn't that she was eavesdropping intentionally. It's just that this room is really small. No matter how far she sits, she can't help but hear the conversation between the two. And the most important thing is that Kanade doesn't seem to have any intention of avoiding her. Yes, Kaguya Shinomiya, the vice president of the student council. Kanade Natsukawa nodded, confirming the other party's statement. She's probably looking for me because there are some important student council matters that are difficult to decide. Shiina Maharu breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately remembered that Kanade seemed to have mentioned just now that he had resigned. Did you really resign? What was it for? Seeing Kanade Natsukawa looking up at her, Shiina Maharu quickly explained, No, don't misunderstand, I'm just a little curious. Even if she is not well informed, she has heard of some of Kanade Natsukawa's deeds, and immediately suspects that he is. There's no special reason maybe, I just feel a little tired. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head lightly and didn't say anything else. After a few days, he has almost walked out of the shadow of failed love. But every time he still feels depressed. Why does everyone who knows him ask him to clarify the matter like they are digging to the root when they know he has resigned? It's just a small matter of resignation, is it necessary? Shiina Maharu nodded in agreement. For her, whether it is President Natsukawa who shines in front of people, or the useless Kanade who hides behind the scenes and feels sorry for himself, is a person who will make her care and is also her most important person. Would you like to drink some more? Shiina Maharu raised the bowl in her hand and gestured towards Kanade Natsukawa. Her cheeks were a little red, and she thought of the bold move just now, attacking Kanade Natsukawa suddenly when he was on the phone and forcefully stuffing her full of complex emotions into his mouth. And now that she has calmed down, she feels very ashamed. Why did she do such a misleading thing? Doesn't this make her seem like she is madly jealous because Kanade is on the phone with other girls? Although it doesn't matter if she is misunderstood, it would be terrible if Kanade thinks she is a frivolous girl. You've been hungry all day, you must eat more. Go whistle wills. The strange sound drew attention once more. The aroma of the warm porridge caused the angel's stomach to issue a small protest. How could you want a man and not your tummy? Bad owner. And no, it's not that, it's just wah. Facing the now very awake and aware Kanade Natsukawa, Maharu Shiina couldn't fool him this time. She thought to herself that she should have drunk some of the porridge to fill her stomach when she first came over, but she was afraid of missing Kanade waking up. Don't look at me. Maharu Shiina squatted on the ground, covering her face with her hands, her pretty face covered with a lovely blush. Kanade Natsukawa turned his head, slightly embarrassed. He didn't know how to comfort the angel. Her adorable appearance caused a flutter in his heart that had just calmed down, but thankfully his reason was still intact. If you don't mind togethers. Maharu Shiina raised her head, her eyes misty, and gently hummed with her delicate nose. Hello. Kanade Natsukawa's constitution was pretty good. After a day and a night of rest, he was mostly fine. Good morning, President. Morning, President. Good mornings. Along the way, people kept greeting Kane Natsukawa, and he naturally responded to each of them. Walking into the classroom, he immediately saw the angel with an extremely elegant smile. Perhaps it was Kane Natsukawa's imagination, but after he entered, the angel's smile seemed more genuine and beautiful. A blessing in disguise, this illness had warmed up his relationship with Maharu Shiina, gradually becoming closer, but still not to the point where they could go to school together. After all, this was something he hadn't been able to achieve in the past. Natsukawa, are you feeling better? The one who came to greet him was Miyuki Shirogane. They were in the same class, and he currently had dark circles under his eyes, looking like he was severely sleep-deprived. Yeah, I'm mostly fine, Kane Natsukawa shook his head, wondering why Shirogane looked weaker than him. He felt like he might collapse at any moment. That's good, then I'll go catch up on some sleep. Miyuki Shirogane nodded and then walked straight to his seat. Having achieved his purpose of concern, he naturally had to go back and get some sleep. These past few days, in order to make up for Kane Natsukawa's absence and also to live up to his expectations, he had almost taken over all the duties that originally belonged to the student council president. Except for when he needed to discuss some particularly important matters with Kaguya Shinomiya. He basically had to make all the decisions for the other trivial matters himself. Although they were all small matters that were easy to deal with, because there were so many, it was difficult not to invest time in them. In addition, in order to stabilize his academic performance, he had to keep studying so he could only squeeze his sleep time. Miyuki Shirogane's tone wasn't too bad, but judging from his shaky figure, he was indeed exhausted. Has something happened in the student council recently, or is it just that he hasn't slept well? Kane Natsukawa was naturally a little puzzled. This was the first time he had seen Miyuki Shirogane looking so sleep-deprived in reality. Could it be that he had been pulling all-nighters these past few days? Kane Natsukawa's mood was a little subtle. He had forgotten that when he first became the student council president, he also looked like this, weak and sleep-deprived, but later he gradually got used to it. And plus, he could save a lot of time after he became proficient in his work, so he was no longer like this. The entire morning was spent in constant classes, and Kane Natsukawa quickly welcomed lunch break. As promised, Kane Natsukawa took his bento to find Kaguya Shinomiya. The bento was naturally made by himself. Ever since he was rejected by the angel, he had spent some time learning how to cook. There was no way, his taste buds had been spoiled, and he could no longer adapt to those meal replacements that only supplemented nutrition. In order to avoid starving to death, he could only learn to do it himself. Last night, after hearing about this, Maharu Shiina had stared at him for a long time with a very resentful gaze, making Kane Natsukawa feel inexplicably guilty. Even if you like others to eat your cooking, you can't force me like this, right? Human favors are the hardest to repay, and unless it was necessary for the sake of conquest, Kane Natsukawa would never easily owe others a favor. Good afternoon, Presidents. Yeah, good afternoon, Shinomiya. Kane Natsukawa nodded. He was too lazy to overthink Kaguya Shinomiya's president address. Anyway, these girls were like this, with their own various little thoughts doing their own thing. The place they agreed to meet was the student council room, which made Kane Natsukawa even more convinced of Kaguya Shinomiya's handling official business excuse. 14. Fujiwara, you've done a good job. President, try this. Oh, it's okay. And this too. Oh, no. It's hard to describe such a scene. How should I put it? Constantly exchanging luxurious dishes for ordinary homemade dishes from someone else's bento box. Is she complaining that she's eating too well? But if it's placed on a young lady like Kaguya Shinomiya, it can indeed be understood. Because she hasn't eaten ordinary homemade dishes, she's a little curious about their taste, so she wants to try them. But isn't it a bit too much to keep staring at the side dishes in someone else's bento box? Are they really that delicious? Kane Natsukawa always felt that Kaguya Shinomiya's saliva was about to drip down. Just now, Kaguya Shinomiya suggested that they finish their bento before discussing official business, and Kane Natsukawa naturally didn't object. But when he opened his bento box, he very keenly noticed that Kaguya Shinomiya was attracted. She completely ignored the luxurious bento in her hand, which was made with the painstaking efforts of famous chefs, and concentrated all her attention on this low-profile homemade bento in his hand. Kane Natsukawa naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. Thinking that perhaps Kaguya Shinomiya hadn't eaten things like cuttlefish sausage and hamburger steak, so she thought they were some high-end side dishes, he generously offered to exchange some ingredients with her. His original intention was not to make the other party feel guilty for thinking that he was taking advantage of her. But it was because of such a kind act that he ate this meal very uncomfortably. Foie gras, Tania blue lobster, Caspian sea sturgeon caviar. All kinds of high-end ingredients that he could name or didn't even recognize were sent into his small, cheap bento box. It's just a child that costs no more than 1,500 yen, how can it bear these? He thought it was just an exchange of ingredients between friends, but as they exchanged, it became him coaxing an ignorant young lady. Since the other party likes it so much, it's not impossible to give the entire bento to Kaguya Shinomiya. After all, she really seems to like eating the food he makes. But the result of that would be that he would get the luxurious bento in her hand. Not to mention being worth 10,000, at least it's definitely worth 1,000, right? Although Kaguya Shinomiya definitely doesn't feel anything, he simply can't feel at ease. Cough cough, let's talk about business first. The chef's skills are indeed very good. The exquisite ingredients obediently lie in the bento box, constantly emitting an alluring fragrance, frantically attracting Kanade Natsukawa's attention. In order to no longer be tempted, he had to find a way to divert his attention. Shinomiya, I believe in your ability. Is there anything that can stump you? Intellectual, elegant, all-rounder, Kaguya Shinomiya is naturally a well-deserved, talented woman. Kanade Natsukawa naturally doesn't know how much effort she has put in to become such a person, but his recognition of her efforts will never be reduced because of her strong talent. What's more, she is the female lead he once liked. Having 100% trust in the people he likes is the quality that a qualified partner should have. Kaguya Shinomiya was stunned, because she regretted not being able to eat the dishes he made by hand after seeing the president close the bento. When she suddenly felt lost, she was suddenly praised by the president. The president recognized me. Kaguya Shinomiya's mood improved all of a sudden. She now seemed to be lying in soft clouds, and the warmth around her kept pressing against her, almost melting her. Shinomiya. Oh yes. Of course. For example, Kanade Natsukawa asked curiously. Kaguya Shinomiya was obviously distracted just now, but Kanade Natsukawa couldn't guess what she was thinking and was too lazy to guess. Girls' thoughts are really too complicated. Instead of trying to guess their thoughts, it's better to buy a lottery ticket and try your luck. At least the latter has a real chance of winning. For example, being a good student council president, that's what I can't do, Kaguya Shinomiya said decisively. This was a conversation that she had discussed with Hayasaka early on. For Kaguya Shinomiya, she certainly hoped that Kanade Natsukawa would continue to serve as the student council president. Otherwise, she would have no chance to be with Kanade Natsukawa at school, let alone any further alone time. It was difficult to achieve such alone time like today. Let Hayasaka make a plan, let Hayasaka teach her how to invite the president, let Hayasaka guard the door of the student council room to prevent other irrelevant people from coming in. Let Hayasaka keep in touch with her at all times to support her. Therefore, it's difficult to achieve such a solo opportunity. Being a good student council president, Kanade Natsukawa's expression was a little surprised. Honestly, he really thought it was some ultimate problem at first, which would stump the geniuses of the student council, but that's it. Just being a student council president, anyone can do it, right? Not to mention, in the few days that he was absent, the student council didn't have any problems, which has already proved that his student council president is not that important. The work he can do, others can also do, such as Miyuki Shirogane. What's more, Miyuki Shirogane was originally the male lad in the original work and the president of the student council. It was he who shamelessly stole the seat that belonged to Miyuki Shirogane, and now he is just returning it to him after a discovery of conscience. Isn't there still Shirogane? I think he can do it. No, Kaguya Shinomiya looked serious. Shirogane may be very capable, but he can never be more suitable than the president. The president is the president, there will never be a second one. Woo, so shameful to say such a thing. Does the president think I like him? It's all Hayasaka's fault, that idiot. Completely following Hayasaka's instructions, Kaguya Shinomiya read it down almost word for word. But perhaps it was too in line with her mood, so the words she said were very emotional and enough to move people. At least Kanade Natsukawa has been shaken. Thank you for your recognition. Nice, the president said thank you to me again. As expected of little AI is great. Immersed in her own emotions, Kaguya Shinomiya didn't notice the complex emotion in Kanade Natsukawa besides being moved. There will never be a second one. Is she recognizing his ability, or is she affirming his uniqueness? So that's how Shinomiya sees him. Kanade Natsukawa felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of whether Kaguya Shinomiya's words were sincere, they had undoubtedly moved Kanade Natsukawa. This even made him suddenly remember a fact that had been ignored. He had not confessed to Kaguya Shinomiya. Whether it was the angel who was very close to him at the beginning, or Yukino Yukinishida, who always seemed to dislike him later, he had firmly confessed to them and expressed his feelings. But he had never had it with Kaguya Shinomiya, just cautiously probing constantly. Perhaps the experience of getting along with Yukino was too similar. He subconsciously thought that Kaguya also didn't like him, so he chose to give up on his own. But what if? What if Kaguya actually likes him? Shinomiya, I have something to say to you. What's wrong, President? Sorry, I think this might be a little sudden, but I still want to say it properly. Kanade Natsukawa took a deep breath, his hands clenched tightly, his tall body trembling constantly because he was afraid of hearing that result. Yeah, hello. The door of the student council room was suddenly pushed open, attracting the attention of the two. A pink octopus head appeared at the door with a silly smile on his face. So you guys are here, President Kaguya-chan. Do you know what I just saw? The piglets in the breeding garden were chased up the tree, haha, and look what this is. Chika Fujiwara stretched out her hands from behind as if offering a treasure, her palms spread out, and a hamster gnawing on melon seeds was squatting on it. It's hamster taro. Summer River Melody. Secretary Fujiwara, secretly keeping animals from the breeding garden violates school regulations. My suggestion is that you quickly return it. Kaguya Shinomiya looked at the hamster in Chika Fujiwara's hand with a gaze as if examining livestock, her voice cold. That damned big-breasted cow daring to interrupt her private time with the president is unforgivable. I don't want to, I just picked up hamster taro, let me play with it for a while. Of course, Chika Fujiwara was unwilling to return the hamster just like that. So she ran forward and hugged Kaguya Shinomiya's arm, acting coquettishly. Kaguya-chan, you changed your hairstyle, it looks so good. You noticed, Kaguya Shinomiya said perfunctorily, then glanced at Summer River Melody without leaving a trace. She felt a little regret in her heart. Although it was happy to be noticed, why wasn't it the president who noticed first? Summer River Melody's breathing paused, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Except for individual cases, people usually only choose to change their hairstyle when their mood changes drastically. This theory naturally also applies to Kaguya Shinomiya. But why? Why suddenly change her hairstyle? Has something happened in the past few days that changed Kaguya Shinomiya's mood? Apart from his resignation, there is nothing. No, there is still something. Not because of his resignation, but because of the impact of his resignation. After the position of student council president was vacant, Miyuki Shirogane turned the tide and resolved the crisis of the student council's disintegration. Coupled with the fierce eyes caused by lack of sleep. Yes, if there was no interference from him, an outsider, Kaguya Shinomiya would naturally fall in love with Miyuki Shirogane, and even if he tried to stop it, it would only delay the process. So he really can't win after all. A fake can never replace the real thing, or should he put it another way? He didn't even notice that the girl he liked had changed her hairstyle at the first moment. He had already lost the qualification to like Kaguya Shinomiya. Summer River Melody was now extremely grateful that he didn't confess to Kaguya Shinomiya at the beginning. Otherwise, it would have been another self-inflicted humiliation, and he wouldn't even have had the chance to be friends with everyone in the student council. Unprecedentedly, Summer River Melody began to find Chika Fujiwara pleasing to the eye. If she hadn't suddenly appeared and interrupted, he would have made another unforgivable mistake. 15. The Shinomiya family's women never admit defeat. Why did you suddenly want to change your hairstyle? Kaguya-chan, your previous hairstyle was very beautiful. Chika Fujiwara looked at Kaguya with curiosity. Her amazing sixth sense told her that there must be something strange about this. Sniff, it's the smell of a special event. It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to change my mood. Kaguya Shinomiya pushed away Chika Fujiwara's bear hug, then secretly glanced at Summer River Melody. Seeing that he had no reaction, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She had listened to Hayasaka's advice and changed her hairstyle, thinking that she could attract the president's attention, but the president didn't notice at all. How insensitive, but it doesn't matter, it's impossible for her to give up just like that. If there is no topic, then forcibly create a topic. If there is no good impression, then constantly create common events. If the heart rate value is not enough, then rely on the suspension bridge effect. Nothing can stop her from moving forward. Love is war, and she will never admit defeat. Speaking of which, there's someone I've been paying attention to recently. Kaguya Shinomiya supported her cheek with one hand, with a smile on her face, her eyes full of tenderness. Someone you're paying attention to. Could it be? I want to hear it, I want to hear it. Well, how should I put it? He's a very cute boy, hardworking, strong, never defeated by difficulties, and very good at pleasing me. Isn't that love? Who is it? Who is it? Kaguya-chan, tell me quickly. Do you want to say it here? Kaguya Shinomiya looked shy, looking very embarrassed. Who is it? President, who do you think it could be? Kaguya Shinomiya looked at Summer River Melody, but the latter just shook his head and didn't take up the topic. I personally think this is your private matter, Shinomiya. There's no need to tell it just to satisfy Fujiwara's curiosity. It's better to let it happen naturally. This was naturally his sincere words, but it also contained a hint of selfishness. He didn't want to hear Kaguya say she liked someone in person. Really, old man president, so rigid. Chika Fujiwara stretched out a finger and shook it at Summer River Melody, indicating that she didn't agree with his point of view. Love is the fertilizer for a girl's growth. Love topics never go out of style. Love detective Chika Fujiwara is here. If the president doesn't guess, then let me, the love detective, do it. Chika Fujiwara suddenly took out a detective hat from somewhere and put it on her head, then took out a magnifying glass and posed pretentiously. The truth is always one, and that is Ishigami. Before Chika Fujiwara's voice could fade, Yu Ishigami, who was frantically snapping up fried noodle bread at a small convenience store, suddenly shivered. Why do I feel like someone wants me to take the blame? Ishigami Yu's heart palpitated, but just as he was stunned, he was squeezed out of the battlefield by others. Damn it. My fried noodle breads. At the same time, in the student council room, Kaguya Shinomiya looked at Chika Fujiwara with a dumbfounded expression. In her prediction, the president should ask her with a look of anticipation, "Is the person you care about me?" And of course she wouldn't answer directly, but she wouldn't deny it directly either. She would only talk about other things to leave the president in suspense, and finally wait for the opportunity to ferment and then hint to the president to confess to her. Take it down in one fell swoop, but what about the result? The president didn't seem interested in this matter at all. It looked like he didn't care who she liked at all. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but the key point is that this stupid big-breasted cow is guessing people randomly. What if the president misunderstands? She even said she was the best sister. She doesn't understand her at all. Secretary Fujiwara, I really want to know what basis you used to infer that the person I care about is Ishigami. Don't you think this is incredible? Isn't it? But I think it's quite similar. Chika Fujiwara scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Hardworking, strong Ishigami is very hardworking and strong. It's not easy for him to live to this day and grow so big. Not defeated by difficulties. Even if no girl likes him, he has never given up on liking girls. Very good at pleasing Kaguya-chan. Doesn't Kaguya-chan often look at Ishigami with a smile on her face? Kaguya Shinomiya. Summer River Melody. To be honest, Summer River Melody was originally a little uneasy and uncomfortable, thinking about whether to find an excuse to go out for a walk to avoid this topic. But Chika Fujiwara suddenly made him unable to hold back. As expected of you, Fujiwara-san. Cough cough, I think Ishigami-kun is quite good, not as unbearable as you said, Fujiwara. Summer River Melody coughed lightly and said some good words for Ishigami. Unfortunately, everyone present except him was a girl, and they were all particularly individualistic, so his defense ultimately didn't have any effect. I have to admit, Secretary Fujiwara, what you said makes sense, but it's not what you think. Kaguya Shinomiya shook her head. If you want to say I care, I do care a little. But it's like a mother worrying about her unsuccessful son, not any other feelings. Isn't it? So Kaguya-chan treats Ishigami like a child. What a strange way to play. Chika Fujiwara's expression seemed a little excited, without any frustration from being denied her inference. Then I guess it's Shirogane, right? Chika Fujiwara started operating again, studying hard, living strong, facing difficulties. The only thing I'm not sure about is pleasing you. Has Shirogane done anything that made Kaguya feel happy? Of course it's impossible. Kaguya Shinomiya immediately retorted loudly. Care? Like, he's just a rival in love. She even wished she could send someone to send Miyuki Shirogane to Siberia to dig potatoes, so as not to seduce attention in front of the president all day long. It could be anyone, but it can't be that guy Shirogane. Really, even if you want to guess, Fujiwara, you have to follow the basic law, right? The fabricated statement is simply untenable. It's not Shirogane. Chika Fujiwara now felt a little frustrated. However, Summer River Melody on the side knew very well Kaguya was lying. In order to cover up the shyness of being told the truth by Chika Fujiwara, she deliberately retorted loudly. Not only that, but her demeanor and actions also betrayed her. When they were talking about, "Is it you, Ishigami?" Kaguya could still face the two of them with a calm posture, but when they talked about, "Is it Miyuki Shirogane?" she became visibly emotional, obviously being told about something she cared about. Doesn't this prove that she has fallen in love with Miyuki Shirogane? Summer River Melody couldn't learn to deceive himself. Otherwise, when he was rejected by others, he would definitely use various excuses to explain it for them instead of choosing to let go with self-awareness. What I can't guess at all, I won't guess. Chika Fujiwara puffed out her cheeks, put away her detective hat and magnifying glass and chose to give up. Kaguya Shinomiya opened her mouth, unable to speak. In her heart, she felt that this big-breasted cow was too much. She took up the topic on her own and chose to end it on her own. Isn't there 3 boys in this student council room? Then you should guess the most important president once. She had clearly prepared 10,000 sets of arguments to hint to the president to confess to her, but they all fell through, all because of this cow monster. Damn it, now that things have come to this, she can only forcibly continue the topic. Actually, the person I care about. I suddenly feel so hungry, what smells so good? Chika Fujiwara's brain circuit has always been peculiar. One second she was playing a detective game, and the next second she transformed into a top food-seeking foodie. She ran to Summer River Melody following the fragrance, then looked at the bento box on the table with shining eyes. Big Harvest, did the president make it himself? I haven't eaten it in so long. Yes, Summer River Melody nodded. After he didn't have to be busy with student council affairs these days, he became idle, so he simply started DIY again purely to pass the time. But it's a little cold. If you want to eat it, I'll do it again tomorrow. It's okay, as long as it's made by the president, it's delicious even if it's cold. Chika Fujiwara waved her hand, not caring at all. She was even so anxious that she directly opened the bento box and took out a piece of cuttlefish sausage from it. Delicious, my brain is alive. Summer River Melody opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't stop her. He really wanted to remind Chika Fujiwara that he had already eaten this bento, didn't she mind it at all? But seeing her eating so happily, he was embarrassed to interrupt her interest. Forget it, since she doesn't care, then why is he still entangled? 16. A world where no one is hurt is completed. Out of line, self-willed, whimsical things that she is interested in, she will definitely grab and never let go, and once she loses interest, she will immediately discard it. Chika Fujiwara is a very free person. She is naturally free and easy, keen on change, like an unconstrained lark, singing her own happy life every day but never feeling tired. She and Kaguya Shinomiya are completely opposite people. When did the two of them meet? It seems it was in the 4th grade of elementary school, when she found Chika Fujiwara sitting in front of the piano with a tired look. She casually said, "If you don't want to play the piano, don't play it." What was she thinking at the time? Did she think the other party insulted art, or was she using the opportunity to evaluate her to persuade herself? Or was it because she envied her freedom? She couldn't remember clearly. What she didn't expect was that after she said that sentence, Chika Fujiwara really didn't play anymore, but instead came to bother her every day. "Kaguya-chan, let's go eat together. Kaguya-chan, let's go home together. Kaguya-chan, let's be friends." Every day, every day. She couldn't remember how many times she had been bothered by her. She only remembered that she finally made an agreement with her under unbearable circumstances. Compete in playing games, and if she lost, she would become Chika Fujiwara's friend. So she lost. Impossible, right? She actually lost. Lost to someone with a half-baked awareness. Did the other party cheat? Or did she actually let the water go? She doesn't remember any of those things. She only remembers that she seemed quite happy at the time because she had her first friend. And now she has entered the high school department, but she still only has one friend, Chika Fujiwara. She thought she could be friends with Chika Fujiwara for a lifetime. If she hadn't seen Chika Fujiwara looking like livestock, frantically arching and eating the delicacies in the president's bento box. Where is your reserve? Where is your elegance? Are you a hungry ghost reincarnated? Put down my president's bento box, you humanoid livestock. Now that things have come to this, even if you suddenly die tomorrow, I won't save you. Kaguya Shinomiya watched Chika Fujiwara, who was picking and choosing from her bento box, with a smile, seemingly finding her behavior very cute. However, for some reason, there was no warmth in her eyes. "Kaguya-chan, try this quickly, it's super delicious." Chika Fujiwara naturally didn't forget her good friend, so she quickly picked up half a hamburger steak and brought it to Kaguya Shinomiya's mouth. Tilde. Even if you say it's delicious. Kaguya Shinomiya's eyes lit up, instantly transforming into a foodie. Right. Although the hamburger steak with warm gravy is delicious, the feeling of all the flavors being concentrated in the meat when it's at room temperature is also great. Chika Fujiwara spoke eloquently, looking like a food critic tasting delicacies. So Kanade Natsukawa once again sized up Kaguya Shinomiya's luxurious bento, which had exhausted the chef's efforts, thinking that they were really pitiful, actually being outshone by ordinary ingredients. However, he could now confirm that Kaguya and Fujiwara had indeed gotten used to delicacies, so they had a special liking for this kind of home-cooked dish. Kanade Natsukawa himself didn't eat much, basically just eating a few bites of rice and side dishes exchanged from Kaguya Shinomiya, while his efforts all went into the stomachs of the two girls. I'm full, Chika Fujiwara patted her small belly looking very happy. Kaguya Shinomiya was also very happy. Although she didn't want to admit it, Chika Fujiwara was actually acting like a person this time, so she would generously forgive her, Kaguya Shinomiya thought. But although they were happy eating, the president hadn't eaten much yet, so it was her turn to take action. President, I'm sorry for eating all your side dishes. If you don't mind, please have some of mine. Along with that, Kaguya Shinomiya handed over her chopsticks as well. Of course, they were the ones she had used, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately handed them over for the sake of an indirect kiss. Come on, President, this time you should be shaken. I'm okay, I don't have much appetite. Kane Natsukawa shook his head, choosing to refuse. The piercing truth struck his heart one after another, and it would be a lie to say that he could still eat. It was already a testament to his high psychological quality that he didn't break down on the spot. Why is that? Kaguya Shinomiya immediately looked disappointed. Chika Fujiwara looked at her, then looked at Kane Natsukawa, who was flipping through the office documents, and immediately said with a serious face, President, being picky is not good. Even if the things made by Kaguya's family's chefs are unappetizing, you can't waste food. Kaguya Shinomiya. Kane Natsukawa. What was she saying, picky, unappetizing? Was she serious? Was she talking to him or Kaguya? Fujiwara, are you talking about me? Kane Natsukawa asked uncertainly. Even though he knew from the beginning that Chika Fujiwara was a very eccentric person, he didn't expect her to be so eccentric. Was it because of Kaguya? Kane Natsukawa looked at Kaguya Shinomiya and noticed that her mood seemed a little low, so he understood. Indeed, being picky is a bad habit, Shinomiya, if you don't mind. Of course not. President, please eat. Kaguya Shinomiya became more energetic. Kane Natsukawa nodded, silently took her bento and started eating. In his opinion, he had lost his appetite because he knew the truth that Kaguya didn't like him but liked Shirogane, but in Kaguya's opinion, she probably felt guilty for causing him to have no food to eat after eating his bento. After all, Kaguya was different from Fujiwara. Her self-esteem was very high, and she wouldn't accept help for no reason, but an exchange of benefits would make her feel at ease. That's good, a world where no one gets hurt is complete. By the way, Kaguya-chan, quickly tell me about your matter. Who is the person you care about? Chika Fujiwara was as energetic as ever. That kind of thing is not important, Kaguya Shinomiya said without turning her head. She was busy admiring the president's elegant eating posture. She didn't have the time to chat with this octopus head. How can it not be important? That's the first boy Kaguya-chan has ever cared about. It's the first time I've heard of it. Chika Fujiwara was relentless. It's just that, my nephew, Kaguya Shinomiya still stared at Kane Natsukawa, unwilling to look away, looking so serious that she wanted to analyze and record every movement of his frame by frame. Very cute, tries hard to learn to walk. Doesn't cry when he falls, very strong, will continue to stand up and walk. Often stares at me with a smile. That's too much, that kind of thing doesn't count at all. Why not? I really care about him. Anyway, it doesn't count. You're really troublesome. The two girls continued their intimate conversation, and Kane Natsukawa found it difficult to interject, and he was eating with great suffering. Listening to Kaguya's obviously perfunctory explanation, he felt his stomach hurt. 17, this isn't the you I want. Shuchian Academy in a vacant classroom. Now let's start the first briefing, Shiyu Kasumigayaka said loudly with her arms crossed. Iriiri, please record the important content of the meeting. Why me? You do it yourself, Iriiri pouted, looking unwilling. Just some Kasumigayaka, did she not have any face? Because I borrowed the classroom and I also have news about your interesting junior, are you sure you don't want it? Let me say this in advance. I just think you worked hard to borrow the classroom, it's not for any other reason, don't get me wrong. After hearing Kasumigayaka's words, Iriiri stood up and walked to the podium. And Kasumigayaka didn't refute, just nodded lightly. For her, Iriiri or anything was not important at all. This guy was too weak as a love rival, she didn't even need to defend against her. The key was that Iriiri and Kadu were good friends, and she really needed Kadu's help, so she used information about Kane Natsukawa to seduce this idiot. Kadu, you have the closest contact with the junior, if possible. I hope you can provide some information about the junior. Actually, I only recently contacted Natsukawa-kun. Megumi Kadu raised her small hand, indicating that she couldn't help. It's okay, you just need to talk about your understanding of the junior, Kasumigayaka said nonchalantly. Like habits, ways of doing things, the more detailed the better. Kasumigayaka had 100% trust in Megumi Kadu. Iriiri was an ultimate small fry, but after all, she had been pursued by the junior like that, and she might make the junior rekindle his love. But Kadu was okay no matter how much she knew about the junior. No matter whether she liked the junior, it wouldn't have much impact on her, Kasumigiaka's strategy. Because the junior, he would never be unfaithful when he had a girl he liked. Eating together, spending time alone, helping with research. No matter what the reason, it couldn't make him waver, even if he was invited for official business. If he was in a situation where he was alone with another girl, he would report it to the girl he liked in advance. His perfect defense hardly gave outsiders any room to intervene. How could such a junior not be likable? Shiyu Kasumigiaka was naturally no exception. After all, she wasn't some demon who liked to play with other people's feelings. Perhaps before she realized her wrong feelings for Riniaki, she might have used the junior, but since he enlightened her, she could no longer ignore his efforts. The brave knight who saved the princess from the mud, Kane Natsukawa's spirit of self-sacrifice deeply moved him. However, he seemed to be very tired. Almost always available, preparing lunch for her on time every day, taking the initiative to care for her when she was angered by that Riniaki, and not even getting angry when she used him as a tool for venting, and remembering her preferences, maintaining everything about her. She almost couldn't help but take the initiative to confess to Kane Natsukawa. However, she couldn't do it. It wasn't because of some girl's restraint, but because she felt that if she liked someone, she must show her most authentic self. The junior's feelings for her were naturally real, and she could of course feel it, but the junior like that was definitely not what she wanted to see. He should be himself. If he felt sleepy, he should sleep more. He didn't need to rush over immediately. She wanted to enjoy lunchtime with him, but it really didn't matter what they ate. There was no need to spend time preparing a nutritious bento every day. Being used as a punching bag, then he should refute her loudly. That was clearly her mistake. Why choose to bear it silently? Kasumigiaka couldn't understand why Kane Natsukawa seemed so humble when he was pursuing her like he had lost himself. So on that day, she rejected Kane Natsukawa's confession. "I'm sorry, Junior, I don't like you like this, please cherish yourself more." Although she didn't explicitly state the reason, she felt that the junior understood her meaning. After all, look, she often only needed a look, and the junior could understand what she wanted, so how could he not understand her so obvious hint? She happily looked forward to the junior's change, looking forward to him meeting her with his original face, but she discovered a fact that she didn't want to face. The junior seemed to have given up on pursuing her. As for the reason, after rejecting Kane Natsukawa at that time, she hadn't been able to spend time alone with him for many days. He would no longer send her messages and invitations. And when she looked over, she wouldn't find his warm gaze. She knew he was sad enough, but she thought he probably understood her thoughts and just needed a process of self-change. Then she would give him this time. Fortunately, although she still couldn't talk to him, she could always watch him, and she was also arbitrarily looking forward to his change. However, a long time had passed since then, and even the sports festival had ended. She thought he would come back after he shone, but she waited for a long time and still couldn't wait for his good news, and finally, once she accidentally discovered him and Iriri walking in the corridor talking and laughing. Was he unfaithful? No, unforgivable. Being unfaithful is the worst. He clearly said he only liked her, but he left the girl he liked alone and got close to that blonde loser. It was like pointing at her nose and mocking her, saying, "Look, you don't like me. Naturally, someone will be willing to like me." She naturally couldn't tolerate such a scene, so she took the initiative to find Kane Natsukawa, wanting to get an explanation from him. At that time, the naive her was still thinking that if the junior could have a better attitude and sincerely apologize to her, she might not be able to forgive her. The result was she was rejected. "I'm sorry, senpai, you have the right to reject and I also have the right to give up. We're over, please don't contact me alone anymore. I'm afraid Iriri will misunderstand." She was immediately stunned. What was the junior saying? The right to reject? She didn't reject, she just wanted to see a more authentic you. "No, you misunderstood, I didn't." "Ah, Iriri, so you're here, I've been looking for you for a long time." "Zahin, I told you not to call my name like that outside. What if someone hears it, idiot?" "What does it matter? Doesn't this show that we have a good relationship?" Who has a good relationship with you?" "HMPH, I'm ignoring you, I'm leaving." "Wait for me." Just like that, Kasumigiaka stared blankly as the two walked further and further away, until their backs were swallowed by the twilight and disappeared from sight. "Unforgivable, I will never forgive you, Iriri. It must be that you said something to the junior which caused him to misunderstand her. Since you, the thief, made the first move, then don't blame her for being impolite." So from then on, Kasumigiaka kept trying to obstruct the love between the two, either secretly guiding Iriri back to the childhood friend line or openly destroying the two's time alone. As long as there was an opportunity, she would intervene. Despicable, mean, a bitter woman, no matter how she was thought of, she just couldn't let that Iriri steal happiness from her. Under her unremitting efforts, the two finally ushered in the tragic ending she had been expecting. Eriri rejected Kanade Natsukawa's confession. Perhaps it was because she told Eriri, before pursuing you, the junior pursued me first, but didn't succeed, making the other party misunderstand that Kanade Natsukawa was trying to find a substitute for her. It was also possible that Eriri herself couldn't let go of her expectations for Riniaki. After all, she was a firm childhood friend party. But in any case, she achieved the goal she wanted. The next thing to do was to comfort the very depressed junior at the moment and then take back his heart in one fell swoop. However, she simply couldn't do it. It wasn't that she didn't want to do it, but that she couldn't do it. The day after the confession incident, Kanade Natsukawa submitted her resignation from the club and also left the line group used for contacting everyone. As for more private contact information, it was gone as soon as he changed his mind. But it doesn't matter if online contact fails, then let's meet in reality. Speaking of which, it's embarrassing that even though my junior knows so much about her, she doesn't even know which class he's in. This also led to the waste of the entire vacation. She couldn't manage to meet him at all, not even for a short while. She finally made it to the start of the school year and with her social skills. Heaven knows how much effort she put in to find out his class. But it doesn't matter, this is a frustration that must be tasted in order to achieve victory. It's like an adventure. If a hero levels up too easily while fighting monsters, they'll suspect it's a trap set by the Demon King, right? After finding his class and asking someone to arrange a meeting, she received the news that her junior had gone to participate in club activities. So she followed his trail again. She arrived at a place called the Service Club. What a strange name, and it also has a strange feeling. Yutaha Kasumigyaka immediately felt impatient, as if opening the door would lead her to a scene that she was very concerned about. But the arrow was already on the string and she wasn't one to hesitate. "Hello, sorry to bother you." The moment she opened the door, she saw the boy she had been longing for day and night. He wore his handsome smile as always, but that smile wasn't for her. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" It was a very beautiful girl. Even Yutaha Kasumigyaka had to admit that she had a beauty almost comparable to her own, but her chest was very regrettable, probably not even able to beat Irirai. She didn't answer her, just stared blankly at her junior, but Kanade Natsukawa didn't intend to greet her. I might have come to the wrong place." She tried to appear calm, but the moisture in her eyes couldn't be concealed. "Sorry I'm bothering you." She fled because she understood that she had lost him again, as simply as if she had never possessed him. Originally, I wanted to write this in the author's afterward so it wouldn't take up space in the main text, but because I wrote more and more, there wasn't enough space, so I simply wrote a separate chapter to explain it. The following is the main text. How should I put it? I had very complicated feelings when writing the previous chapter, but not because of the plot, but because of everyone's comments. Honestly, I didn't expect everyone to think that way, but I still want to explain it. I don't mean to attack or argue, I'm seriously explaining the plot to the readers. I respect every reader, respect their ideas, and hope that every reader can have their own ideas when reading books and articles, instead of being inexplicably influenced by others, because it's hard to change after the initial impression. First of all, there's the longest one, where a reader thinks that the Yutaha I wrote is strange and doesn't fit her character. But I want to ask, what is Yutaha's character? A one-track-minded love brain? I don't think it's like what you said, otherwise the senior wouldn't have chosen to let go and quit after knowing that Iki Tomoya cared about her talent rather than her as a person. If she were a love brain, so what if you like my talent? I'll make you like me as a person. I absolutely won't give up just because you don't like me. Like Nino Nakano from the quintuplets. Even though she knew that Futero's feelings for her weren't the best and he wouldn't like her, she still actively pursued him and gracefully accepted her loss in the end. The senior I envision is a very charming person. She's literary, thoughtful, pursues romance, loves change, and likes romantic love written like a book, which is why she was initially attracted to Aki Tomoya, her #1 fan, and didn't think about giving up even after being rejected, because at the time she didn't understand Aki Tomoya's true feelings and only felt that she had to grasp this fateful encounter. Do you think that someone like that would choose to accept an inauthentic him when she realizes that the protagonist isn't being his true self? Maybe, after all, she's a love brain, laughs, but speaking for myself, I definitely wouldn't. I'd be scared of her motives every day if I was with someone who wasn't being real with me. I can't accept it no matter how much she likes me. If I could tell. And what you said about two women fighting over one man, from your God's eye view, isn't that just a pure love triangle? Isn't the male protagonist a big idiot? Why can't he see it? Then imagine yourself, one day, you're in class, and just about to eat when suddenly two girls who you used to pursue but rejected come to you and ask you to help them with something. Would you agree or not? Would you think that they regret it and want to pursue you again, or would you think that they've always liked you but were too embarrassed to say it? I don't think you can think that way, right? Wouldn't you be attacked by little fairies as a disgusting man? The most likely thought is that you're going to be used as a tool again. Secondly, there's Kaguya, what you said about giving a hair tie and seeing a change. Please, I don't even understand what you're talking about. Did I write any plot related to hair ties or changes in the whole text? What I wrote was clearly, Kaguya changed her hairstyle on Hayasaka's advice, and then used this to get the male protagonist to bring up the topic, so that she could conveniently implement her charm on the male protagonist and complete the love war, make him confess first. You didn't even understand this, and you're talking about hair ties and hair ties. And I didn't say that the male protagonist never gave Kaguya gifts. Is it possible that I haven't written that yet? Then there's Yuki Nishida, what you said about her being literary and speaking in riddles and saying, "I'll consider it." I admit that what you said has a bit of truth to it, but I didn't write that Yuki Nishida directly rejected him in the whole text, so how did you make up the plot? I haven't even started writing about Yuki Nishida. She's still living in other people's memories. As for Iriri and the angel, etc., I'm too lazy to say anything anyway. You didn't mention them. If you think it's possible, then go with your idea. Then besides this brother who reads very carefully, there's also a brother who put forward his own opinion. Kaguya isn't such a stupid person. She wouldn't exchange food with the male protagonist just because she's curious about commoner food. The male protagonist's own idea is too stupid. I won't explain much, I just want to say, please go back and watch the first episode of the anime. There's a complete interaction between Kaguya and Shirogane about lunch boxes, and Kaguya's own personal thoughts. I basically took it from there. In fact, not only this reader, but I myself also want to say that Kaguya, such a young lady, is very outrageous, because she's too standard, conservative, easily deceived, and most importantly, likes a poor boy from a commoner background. The reason why I set it up like this is because literary works are aimed at the masses. Everyone likes to see it this way, so the author wrote it this way. And I'm very realistically restoring the characters' personalities from the original work. I hope you can believe this. But if you really think I didn't restore it correctly, then it's my problem. To be honest, before I write a book every time, I go to read the summarized character settings, not necessarily in line with your ideas, but definitely the official character settings carefully before writing, because I'm afraid of getting the character settings wrong, and then think about what kind of plot is logical, so that you can read happily and not think, ah, this author is a big idiot, didn't understand the character settings and just wrote the plot blindly, and then thinks he's right. That is to say, what I wanted to write from the beginning was a light and happy comedy. Maybe the plot at the beginning was a bit too tragic. I don't know if it aroused something that readers care about in their hearts. If it did, I apologize, but the plot requires it, so I have to do it this way. Also, everyone should have seen that the articles I post are uploaded on a schedule, which means they're all my drafts. And the time here is 3 o'clock in the morning, which shows that I really care. Recently, after seeing that reader's comment, I've been constantly affected. Yesterday, I even spent a whole day doing nothing, just sitting in front of the computer deleting and revising the outline, revising the plot, and rethinking how I should start writing. Posting these isn't to gain sympathy or anything, just a feeling that came from the heart, which has led to all my recent drafts being used up, because I'm busy with my graduation thesis recently, so I really don't have much time. The time I usually spend writing books is limited, and I'm the kind of person who writes very slowly and likes to think about the wording, so it's even more difficult. I don't know about other authors, but I'm actually a very emotional person. The key is that I also like to read everyone's posts and book reviews. When I see something interesting, I can even smile knowingly. And when I see readers add oil messages, I'm also very happy, so it's not surprising that I'm affected, so I've been very conflicted these days, but fortunately I've gotten through it and haven't affected the normal updates. Finally, I also hope that all readers can treat it rationally, not only the way they feel about this book, but also anything else. Before seeing the whole picture of the truth, remember to be cautious in your views and words. Last but not least, I declare again that I'm not attacking anyone, I'm just talking about the matter. If any reader feels offended, please bring it up and I'll post a separate chapter to apologize one by one. The very last thing. I hope everyone can forgive me for these rambling personal thoughts. This time I was really overwhelmed and couldn't control my hands. In the future, I'll try to reduce the number of words and try to put them in the PS and tell everyone all at once. That's all yours sincerely, 18 Utaha's feelings. The past experiences were too heavy for Utaha. Every time she recalled them, her mood would become quite low. Senior, should I start talking now? Kato's tone was neither light nor heavy, like a floating cloud in the afternoon, giving people a hazy feeling. It was enough to awaken Utaha. Yes, Utaha nodded, the memories are over. Perhaps she was a loser in the past, made the wrong decision, but that's definitely not always the case. In the future, she will never make the same mistake again. Natsukawa-kun's habits. Megumi Kato tilted her head, looking thoughtful. If it's Natsukawa-kun, he's very casual about what he eats, but he seems to be fond of coffee. And when he drinks coffee, he seems to like holding the cup with his left hand and doesn't like adding sugar. Wait a minute, Kato, what I want to know isn't that kind of. Utaha quickly interrupted her. The information provided by Kato was indeed very rare. Something that even she didn't know, but it didn't quite fit the theme of today's meeting, and most importantly. Utaha glanced at Iriri without leaving a trace, and found that she also looked interested, so she became even more determined in her heart. If possible, I hope you can reveal some of your junior's habits when facing girls, such as subconscious small movements, facial expressions, etc. Megumi Kato is a very observant person, which is recognized by everyone in the club, so even if she is very familiar with her junior's habits, Utaha wouldn't think that she likes her junior and observes her so carefully. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if Kato likes him, she hasn't been pursued by her junior like Iriri and her Utaha, which shows that her junior doesn't like Kato, and her junior has always been unceremonious to girls he doesn't like. That is to say, Kato is okay. The only ones who need to be guarded against are the woman in the service club and someone who may be liked by her junior in the future. But this is easy to handle, she just needs to keep launching attacks and make her junior's vision only contain her. Perhaps she has failed before, but since her junior can like her once, then there can naturally be a second and third time, and she will complete the instant kill in the second time and never let go of the junior who only belongs to her. Therefore, information is very important. Love is war, and useful information is essential to win the victory. However, she thinks very beautifully, but reality will not always be as she wishes. Small movements. Facial expressions. Megumi Kato tilted her head, looking a little puzzled. I can't see that kind of thing. Utaha frowned, thinking that even Kato couldn't see through the real self hidden behind her junior. But it may be another reason. It's okay, Kato, just say something. I said, Utaha, why are you making things so difficult for Megumi? She's not some kind of psychic, how could she know these things? Iriri suddenly spoke up to help. In the end, what you said about Kanade, Natsukawa-kun's news, it's hard to say if it's true. Utaha didn't respond, just glanced at Iriri lightly, thinking that she deserves to be called the blonde loser, revealing her true thoughts in a conversation. Didn't you just say that you were helping to record because you saw her working hard? Now it has become that you are helping because you are interested in the news. Ha, YOU Chinese letter. In that case, let me start first and set an example. As far as I know, her junior, when pursuing a girl, he is completely indifferent to other people he doesn't like. It's not the kind of deliberate rejection because he's afraid of being misunderstood by the person he likes, but simply ignoring them, as if saying, I know what you're thinking, but what does that have to do with me? Please don't disturb my life. She had a very deep experience of the indifference and ruthlessness in it. At first, I thought her junior was worried about being misunderstood by others, but later I found that no matter whether the girl he liked was present at the time, his attitude would not change. To be honest, I was really upset back then, and even doubted whether my junior's feelings for me were fake. Otherwise, how could he be so heartless? It wasn't until a chance encounter later that I saw my junior after he had just broken up. Unable to bear it, I went to comfort him, only to find that he had already recovered. Rational, decisive, gentle, humorous, and most importantly, not so ruthless to me. The junior I knew was back. At that time, I thought maybe this is the regret medicine that God gave me. I took it for granted. However, the good times didn't last long. One day, my junior was once again attracted to a vixen. You know what happened after that? I was rejected again, but after that, I naturally didn't go looking for trouble again. Kasumigiaka Utaha spoke word by word, sometimes in a low voice, sometimes with ups and downs, full of emotion, but her expression was as calm as if she were telling someone else's story. That's all the information I know. I like my junior the kind of like where it has to be him. Kasumigiaka Utaha's expression was indifferent, but her words were shocking. Sawamura Spencer Iriri, I know you like my junior too. If possible, I am willing to compete fairly with you, but only if you no longer obstruct my love. Kasumigiaka had failed once. No, she should say that she had failed many times, but only the first time was caused by her own reasons. She will cherish the opportunities she gets in the future, so she must be honest with herself. Ariri is an insider, and Kadu should also be aware of it, so it doesn't matter if they both know. Anyway, her feelings have long been exposed, so it's better to exchange their vigilance with honest thoughts. Ariri was almost stunned in place. Kasumigiaka's words were like a thunderclap, shocking her young heart. Who is she? Why is she here today? What is she going to do later? Like the three soul-searching philosophical questions, Ariri felt like she was in a state of sage time after finishing her doujinshi, with no thoughts in her mind other than thinking about life. Does she like N a T S U K a W a Chinese letter? It should be. Perhaps she was unwilling to face her heart because she still had an obsession with childhood friend, but now, facing Kasumigiaka, a love rival who confided her feelings to her, she couldn't say anything against her will. HMPH, the same thing is what I wanted to say to you. Oh, not bad, Ariri, I didn't know you had a frank side. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Want me to bite you? Heh, in the end, you're still a small fry. You nasty black silk fat woman. Tesk blonde loser. Cow monster. Watching the escalating argument between the two, Megumi Kato didn't step in to stop them, but instead took out her phone and started playing with it. She felt like she shouldn't have come today. Besides being shown off by Kasumigiaka-senpai, it seemed like she hadn't done anything else, and there was nothing fun, or maybe there was. Well, whatever, I'll just play on my phone for a while. 19. What are teenage girls thinking about? Conger eel or sea eel, which one should I choose? In front of the frozen section, Kane Natsukawa pondered the main dish for tonight. It was early summer, and various kinds of fish were gradually coming onto the market. Seafood sushi and sashimi are perhaps the two most famous delicacies and essential choices for summer in Japan, but Kane Natsukawa preferred the everyday meal with rice. So eel rice became his first choice. Large, plump grains were sent into his mouth, accompanied by thick, mellow eel meat. If he could drink a freshly made fish soup at this moment, it would be absolutely perfect. As expected, I should choose conger eel. Kane Natsukawa nodded, deciding on his choice for tonight's satisfying meal. Lunch wasn't very enjoyable. Perhaps it was indeed a rare delicacy, but if one's mood was bad, even the food eaten would become like chicken ribs, tasteless. To soothe his restless stomach, he wanted to enjoy himself tonight. Instant noodles, bread, toilet paper, oh right, and the most important sauce. The former was for emergency use. Living alone meant preparing for everything in advance, and the final sauce was, of course, to accompany tonight's main course. Soy sauce, mirin, honey with the right amounts, he could mix a delicious dressing that would taste great with eel rice or anything else. Although there were ready-made bottled sauces sold in the supermarket, Kane Natsukawa still preferred to mix his own. You should know that a secret homemade sauce that can't be replicated or bought is the soul of many eel rice restaurants. Although Kane Natsukawa didn't have the ability to do that, he could still freely adjust the amounts according to his own preferences. After all, he didn't like things that were too sweet. What else am I missing? Natsukawa-kun, good afternoon. A soft, soothing voice floated into Kane Natsukawa's ears, stealing his attention from shopping. Although he hadn't seen her completely, there was only one person in his memory who would greet him like that. Good afternoon, Kato. Turning his head, the background classmate was standing next to him, leaning forward slightly, with a shopping basket on her arm. The scene was frozen at the moment when she gently tucked the hair beside her ear behind her ear. Although her expression was still calm, her gestures were full of girlish tenderness. Buying snacks, Kane Natsukawa teased. Running errands for my mom. Megumi Kato lifted the shopping basket in her hand, which contained several seasonings for cooking, as well as a bottle of green tea and some pocky sticks. There really are snacks, Kane Natsukawa was a little surprised. He casually said it and was guessed correctly. It seemed his luck today was not too bad. Although Kato didn't refute, the look in her eyes conveyed the message, I'm a girl too, you know. Eating too many snacks will make you fat. Kane Natsukawa turned his head, pretending not to understand Kato's little look. It's okay, someone will take care of helping me get rid of them, Kato said softly, not caring about Kane Natsukawa's little curse. I thought you would say something like, be careful of being hated for talking about a girl's weight. Does Natsukawa-kun want me to say that? Not really, I just think it would feel more mainstream. But I'm not that kind of mainstream character. It's okay, Kato is already very charming, you don't need to deliberately play someone else. Kane Natsukawa shook his head, then continued to pick out what he wanted. It's not good for your health to eat instant noodles all the time, Natsukawa-kun knows that, right? Megumi Kato's gaze at Kane Natsukawa seemed a little angry. Boys living alone can indeed be particularly worrying in some ways. You misunderstood, these instant noodles are just emergency food, bought to prevent a day when I have nothing to eat. I have been eating properly every day, Kanade Natsukawa said a little guiltily. It wasn't exactly a lie, at least he had been eating properly these past few days after resigning from the student council president position. Really, Natsukawa-kun needs to be responsible for himself. Megumi Kato's eyes seemed a little doubtful. But looking at the fresh ingredients in Kanade Natsukawa's shopping basket, she didn't say anything more. Is tonight's dinner eel rice? Yes, what about Kato? Tonight my family is having curry, but I'd rather eat something else. For example, eel rice or something. It's definitely a summer choice. Kanade Natsukawa nodded. This was also his idea. Has Kato ever made eel rice herself? Kanade Natsukawa asked curiously. Japanese schools attach great importance to students' personal abilities, and subjects like cooking classes will never give way to other exam subjects, but what they actually teach is very limited and not as mysterious as the outside world says. Of course, special schools that specialize in training chefs are an exception. I haven't tried it. Megumi Kato shook her head a little curious. Is Natsukawa-kun very good at it? I guess. Kanade Natsukawa didn't deny it, but he didn't brag either, should I say barely edible. Excessive modesty is arrogance, Natsukawa-kun. In Japanese culture, it is generally assumed that the chef in a family is female, and the male almost never assumes responsibility for housework. Although this has changed in recent years with the changes in trends, the general trend remains the same, and it is rare to find a man who is good at cooking but whose ambition is not to be a chef. I'm really not lying to you. Kanade Natsukawa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His cooking skills were basically stolen from that angel. Compared to her cooking skills, he was definitely inferior. He originally thought of giving her a surprise one day, but it ended up being a failure. And ironically, the cooking skills he practiced diligently afterwards ended up serving another girl. It's hard to believe. Megumi Kato tilted her head, looking meaningful. Kanade Natsukawa immediately understood. He had seen this calculating look many times on the equally gluttonous Fujiwara Chika. If Kato doesn't believe me, how about trying it yourself? Wouldn't that bother Natsukawa-kun? No trouble, it's just making an extra portion. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head. A solo food trip is indeed enjoyable, but sharing the joy of food with good friends is also a real pleasure. How about tomorrow? Is Kato free during lunch break? I'm free. Seeing that the matter of tasting his cooking skills was settled, Megumi Kato didn't say anything more. I'll be looking forward to it. Of course, as long as you don't mind it being bad then. If it's too bad, I'll leave it all to Natsukawa-kun and have you help me finish it. Wow, you're going to use that move. Then I have to use all my strength to cook. Kanade Natsukawa smiled and casually added a box of curry cubes and beef to the shopping list. No matter what kind of food it is, it tastes best when it's freshly made, so since he was going to invite Kato to taste his cooking tomorrow, he might as well change tonight's menu. He also got inspiration while chatting with Kato, so he might as well have curry rice tonight. After the two finished paying and walked to the door, they naturally walked together. As friends, there was no need to be so restrained in the process of getting along. No need to ask this and that, since they happened to meet and they were both free, then they would walk together. I'll take it. Kanade Natsukawa reached out to Megumi Kato. The latter nodded but didn't immediately hand the shopping bag to the other party. Wait a moment. Megumi Kato took out a box of Pocky from the shopping bag, and then handed the bag to Kanade Natsukawa. Are you going to eat it now? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to eat dinner later? It's okay, Mom won't be angry. The premise is that you've already made her angry. Kanade Natsukawa smiled. Treasure your mom's hard work a little more. Every time he spent time with Kato, Kanade Natsukawa felt very relaxed. To him, Kato was like a childhood sweetheart, a girl next door, so he always couldn't help but want to give her a little lecture. Natsukawa-kun, What? Kanade Natsukawa was puzzled for a moment, but as soon as he turned his head, a long stick was stuffed into his mouth. Kanade Natsukawa frowned. It wasn't that he was a little unhappy with Megumi Kato's sudden attack, but he was simply shocked by the special taste of this Pocky. Bitter. Yeah, I heard it's some kind of new product. Megumi Kato nodded, then took one herself and put it in her mouth. Ugh. The same reaction as Kanade Natsukawa. If you don't like it, don't eat it anymore. Kanade Natsukawa advised. He could still adapt to this bitterness, but there was no need for Kato. It wasn't something she had to eat. It's okay, I always have to adapt. Kato shook her head, not listening to his advice. Kanade Natsukawa was helpless. The thoughts of teenage girls were too complicated. He was afraid he would never understand them in his life. Kato, here, this is for you. Kanade Natsukawa suddenly remembered that he had some good things in his pocket, so he put down the shopping bag and reached into his pocket to take them out. Fruit candy, random flavors. Kanade Natsukawa explained. There's no bitter flavor, but there is a spicy flavor, but I ate the spicy one before. If you can't stand the bitterness, eat one. At least it can neutralize it a little. That's how he was every time after drinking an Americano. He would eat one to adjust his tongue. Although sometimes he would encounter a worse situation, but most of the time it was relieved. Various flavors are like life, full of adventure. Megumi Kato nodded, silently took it, but didn't peel the candy and put it in her mouth. Kanade Natsukawa didn't care, thinking that she might want to challenge herself. Mom, hurry up, we're going to miss the cartoons. Slow down, don't fall. Accidents always come so suddenly, and by the time Kanade Natsukawa wanted to remind her, it was too late. The little girl, who was only focused on turning around to greet her mother, bumped into Kanade Natsukawa at the corner. Of course, the little girl was fine, at most a little dizzy, but Kanade Natsukawa's stomach suffered, and a rocket headbutt almost broke his defense. You can't run like this on the road, what if you hit a car? Kanade Natsukawa squatted down, looking serious. I'm sorry, big brother, I know I was wrong. The little girl also realized the problem and couldn't help but lower her head, vaguely looking like she was about to cry. I'm fine. Kanade Natsukawa rubbed her head, and seeing that she was very well behaved, he took out a candy from his pocket and gave it to her. You can't be like this in the future, understand? Okay, I understand. The little girl nodded, finally feeling a bit better, though her hesitant look piqued Zia Chuanzu's curiosity. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Big brother, are you a masochist? Why would you give me candy after I bumped into you? I appreciate it, but I won't bump into you again. Zia Chuanzu was speechless, thinking, are kids these days also precocious? She even knows the word masochist. I'm sorry for the trouble. At this moment, the young wife who was behind the little girl caught up, grabbing the little girl's hand and apologizing to them repeatedly. Zia Chuanzu waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. After the wife left with the little girl, Jai Teng Hui spoke. Zia Chuanjun, do you like children very much? I guess. Why do you ask? I just feel like you're very tolerant towards children. Well, they're just kids. As long as they're not those super annoying brats, it doesn't hurt to be a little tolerant. I see, Jai Teng Hui said thoughtfully. Zia Chuanjun, can you hold out your hand? What is it? Zia Chuanzu asked, though he did as she asked. The next moment, he felt something in his palm. Looking down, it was the candy he had just given to Jai Teng Hui. Why? Zia Chuanzu was about to ask why, but he saw Jai Teng Hui looking at him seriously. Zia Chuanjun, sometimes you shouldn't ask girls so many questions. Okay, Zia Chuanzu was helpless. Just now, Jai Teng was still a friendly girl next door, but now she suddenly turned into a rebellious younger sister who disliked her older brother. So he really couldn't understand the minds of girls at this age. 20. The angel wants to be loved. Wash all the prepared ingredients, peel the potatoes and cut them into small pieces and store them in cold water to prevent discoloration. After processing the carrots, put them in water together with the potatoes and simmer until they boil. Then, add the curry cubes to the pot and add water in appropriate proportions to adjust to the appropriate consistency. Finally, add the already processed beef so that the flavor of the curry and beef mix together and simmer slowly over medium heat. Thicken the sauce, take it out of the pot and plate it with rice. In less than an hour, a beef curry rice that can make the children next door cry with greed is ready. If you feel that the sense of ritual is not enough, you can also add some small decorations to the plate, sprinkle some pepper cumin or put 2 plums on top of the rice, which is not only beautiful but also can be used to stimulate the appetite before meals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell rang, and Zia Chuanzu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Could it be that it really attracted the greedy child next door? Opening the door, the angel was standing outside, holding a steaming pot of miso soup in both hands. The aroma was intoxicating, and the taste was naturally needless to say. With the angel's cooking skills, even without tasting it, he knew it would be very delicious. This is. You must not have made soup again, right? It's not good for your health to always drink that coffee, so I just. As always, the same lecturing tone, but gradually, Shiina Mashiro's voice became smaller. Anyway, let me in quickly, it's tiring to hold it all the time. Sorry, please come in. Zia Chuanzu finally realized that he had been keeping the angel outside all along. Why so suddenly? What made you think of dropping by today? Zia Chuanzu asked curiously. After the love affair with Kaguya ended, he would no longer refuse to contact other girls in every possible way in order to show his sincerity. Especially with girls like the angel who he originally liked very much, he was willing to maintain closeness with them, even if only as friends. It was just difficult for him to take the initiative to approach them again, not only because he was afraid of being misunderstood as having ulterior motives, but also because he was afraid of having extra thoughts due to similar situations. Shiina Mashiro opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. This afternoon, she actually saw Zia Chuanzu, but at that time he was chatting and laughing with a girl, and he didn't notice that she was hiding somewhere behind them. She was jealous. Why could that girl chat with Zhu so intimately? She wanted to do that too. She wanted Zhu to accompany her to the supermarket. She wanted to go home from school with him. She wanted to hear him say happy things. She wanted to see him smile at her. Clearly, these were things that were readily available in the past, but now she could never reach them. Even if she didn't act, she would lose the person she wanted to cherish forever. The days of losing Zhu were so agonizing. So she understood she had to face her heart honestly. She liked Zhu. She liked the fool who would smile at her foolishly, beg her, and act cool in front of her. But just saying, I like you wasn't enough. She had to take action. She had to let Zhu feel her love, feel her feelings, just like he did to her back then. I want to be with you. Is that not okay? The angel's face was flushed, her eyes were erratic, and her heart was full of anxiety. She said it. This was the first time she had expressed her inner thoughts to Zhu so honestly she didn't know what he would think. Shiina Mashiro looked at Zia Chuanzu and found that he was stunned, but he quickly reacted and smiled at her gently. Then let's be together. Yeah, Shiina Mashiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu seemed to be in a good mood today, and he was willing to agree to her excessive request. If she was rejected so ruthlessly like before, she would be sad for a long time and find it difficult to recover. What kind of food did you make today? Beef curry. Want to try my cooking? See, since you say so. The angel looked calm on the surface, but her heart was already blooming. One of the purposes of her coming to deliver miso soup was to have dinner with Zhu, and she had deliberately emptied her stomach for this. Although she would be embarrassed if she heard the grumbling sound, she could accept the small sacrifice if it could make Zhu feel pity for her. She knew that Zhu was a disciplined person now, and he would definitely cook well and eat well, and she also wanted to taste Zhu's cooking. It would be best if it was delicious, but it didn't matter if it was not. She would eat it without wasting a bit. To take a step back, even if Zhu lied to her for some reason and he didn't actually eat well, it didn't matter because she would scold him while making food for him. She didn't mind the trouble at all, and she was even willing to do this for him for the rest of her life. If it's not delicious, I'll scold you harshly. No problem. I welcome the master's appraisal. Master? Yeah, because I stole the secret from you. But I don't remember teaching you how to do it. I said I stole the secret because I've been secretly observing you. Unbelievable, you learned it just by observing, the angel exclaimed, covering her mouth. Of course not, I've also tried to do it many times myself. Naturally, I made a lot of mistakes at the beginning, but I gradually got the hang of it. Zia Chuanzu shook his head, telling the truth. He was not a genius, not like Si Gong Huiyai, who was all-talented and could learn everything quickly. He was just constantly working hard with a heart that wanted to make the girl he liked feel his passionate love. The tedious learning process was naturally very difficult, but the thought of the possible rewards would make him very motivated. Then I must appraise it carefully. If it doesn't pass, I won't let you graduate, the angel said pretentiously. The sudden discovery made her feel that her connection with Zhu had deepened a little, and her heart was even more excited. Okay, master, Zia Chuanzu nodded with a smile. The angel was happy to role-play, and he was of course willing to accompany her. If it could alleviate her lonely mood, it would be great. In Zia Chuanzu's view, Shiina Mashiro came to visit today because she felt lonely and wanted to get a trace of comfort from him, her only friend. She was a person who lacked love, and Zia Chuanzu deeply understood this. Shiina lacked love, so she yearned to be loved, but she was also afraid of being loved, and even more afraid of losing love after being loved. She was a contradictory person, and that contradiction made Zia Chuanzu feel very distressed. Therefore, even if he knew that she regarded him as a remedy to soothe her soul, the kind that would be discarded after use, he didn't mind as long as it could really help her. After all, he existed for this purpose. 21. I must make a change. Sorry, did you wait long? Zia Chuanzu jogged all the way to Jiateng Hui. To fulfill yesterday's lunch appointment, Zia Chuanzu ran to the Dean of Teaching as soon as class was over at noon to borrow the key to the rooftop of the teaching building. As a good student and student council president, he had too many privileges. He only needed to use the reason I want to check the school's rooftop, eliminate safety hazards, and prevent students from gathering privately to easily get the key from the teacher. Yesterday, he proposed to Jai Teng to have lunch together in the heat of the moment. Only after arriving at school today did he realize that the specific operation was not so easy. Refusing the enthusiastic invitations of his classmates was one aspect, but the most critical thing was finding a suitable place. Now, unlike in the past, His daily words and deeds were quite closely watched since he became the student council president. If he casually found a place to have lunch with Jai Teng, the nosy onlookers would definitely start spreading rumors about him and Jai Teng. Jai Teng was a girl who liked peace and quiet. It would be bad if this matter caused her trouble. Faced with Xia Chuanzu's apology, Jai Teng Hui naturally shook her head understandingly. No, I just arrived too. Xia Chuanzu nodded, then carefully observed the surroundings. After finding that no one was around, he took out the key and opened the rooftop door. The azure sky suddenly appeared in front of him, as blue as a wash, and the clean and transparent painting made people feel suddenly comfortable. Although the rooftop had been closed and not allowed to enter, it was actually cleaned regularly. The two found a relatively clean bench and sat side by side. I always feel that Xia Chuanjun looks guilty. Are you afraid of being seen sneaking onto the rooftop? Jai Teng asked, noticing that Xia Chuanzu had been looking around. Or am I causing trouble for Xia Chuanjun? No, of course not. Xia Chuanzu naturally shook his head. He himself had issued the invitation, and he would feel very relaxed when getting along with Jai Teng. He was too happy to feel troubled. Although there is a suspicion of boasting, I am actually quite eye-catching. If others see me having lunch with Jai Teng, they will definitely be misunderstood. Misunderstanding, Jai Teng Hui nodded, indicating that she could understand. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, there are already many rumors about me. But what about you, Jai Teng? You would definitely mind being misunderstood, right? I don't mind either. After all, not many people know me. Even if they see me, they will forget about it the next second, right? Xia Chuanzu was speechless and could not refute. Indeed, Jai Teng's presence was too shallow. She could be standing in front of you and be ignored unconsciously, let alone remember who she was. Then let's change places next time. The sneaky appearance did give people a feeling of disrespect. He had considered too little. It's okay. Jai Teng shook her head, her shoulder-length hair fluttering in the wind, highlighting a strong sense of girlhood with the gentle words of the owner. The scenery here is also very good. Right. I occasionally come here alone to relax, doing nothing, just sitting quietly on the bench watching everyone below, Natsukawa Kanade said, handing a bento box to Kadu. Kadu accepted it and then handed him a cup of tea. This is oolong tea. A friend of my dad's sent it over and we have too much at home, so I'm giving some to Natsukawa-kun. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Natsukawa Kanade nodded. He took a light sip, and a rich aroma filled his mouth. Unlike the bottled drinks on sale at the supermarket, oolong tea, which needs to be brewed to bring out its flavor, is initially slightly bitter upon entering the mouth. However, it becomes sweeter and sweeter, eventually filling the entire oral cavity with sweetness, leaving a fragrant aftertaste on the lips and teeth. Actually, this is because oolong tea leaves contain a large amount of polyphenols. These substances react with proteins to form a waterproof film on the surface of the tongue, temporarily causing the tongue to lose its sense of taste. Once the film breaks, sweetness will continuously surge, leaving people with endless aftertaste. So careful tasting is very important, whether it's drinking tea or anything else. It's very delicious, thank you, Kadu. I'm glad Natsukawa-kun likes it. Kadu Megumi's lips curved upward almost imperceptibly, and then she took out a can of tea leaves from her bag. If it's not enough, there's more here, but Natsukawa-kun will have to take it home to drink it. No, that's a bit. Natsukawa-kun, don't worry about it. Anyway, my dad doesn't like it, and it will spoil if we leave it there without drinking it. It's okay, Natsukawa Kanade nodded with difficulty. However, he still felt very ashamed in his heart. Just for a mere eel rice bowl, he had received such a great gift from Kadu. Although oolong tea leaves are not very expensive, the sentiment is genuine. If Natsukawa-kun still feels bad, please treat me to dessert next time. Kadu Megumi turned her head to look at him, her gentle voice immediately soothing Natsukawa Kanade's heart. There's a new dessert that just came out recently, and it looks delicious, but I don't have much allowance left. Natsukawa Kanade blinked at her, then smiled knowingly. So Kadu is such a bad girl, using her dad's gift to exchange for her own allowance. And Kadu didn't say anything, but her slightly puffed-up cheeks and slightly red ears betrayed her feelings. Natsukawa Kanade stopped while he was ahead and didn't continue teasing her. It would be difficult to deal with if he really made Kadu angry. After chatting, it was time for a pleasant meal. The two enjoyed the delicious food while admiring the unique scenery of the rooftop. No one disturbed them during this time, so the happiness doubled. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school. Natsukawa Kanade went to the principal's office at his invitation. By the time he came out, the sky outside the school was basically dark. Student Council President Natsukawa Kanade gently exhaled a breath of stale air, his mind filled with thoughts. During his conversation with the principal just now, he learned countless pieces of information. Among them, the thing that concerned him the most was the school's attitude toward his resignation as student council president. They advised him to reconsider and did not agree. The reason was also very simple. During Natsukawa Kanade's tenure, the students and faculty members in the school unanimously gave the student council positive reviews. Its business ability far exceeded the standards of previous sessions, and there were even hints of surpassing its peak state. Naturally, the school would not easily let go of such achievements. Perhaps the school didn't know how strong Natsukawa Kanade's ability was, but they knew very well how strong this year's student council was. And Natsukawa Kanade, as the core figure of the student council, was the one who connected the people of the student council together. If he were suddenly removed and someone else took over as president, could it still produce the same effect? Perhaps it would be better, but the school was unwilling to gamble. Perhaps you might think this is an exaggeration, believing that a mere student council president would not affect the school's operation at all. However, in reality, this is not the case. The Student Council of Shuchian Academy has special rights and status that other schools cannot match. It controls almost all student-related affairs in the school, from checking attendance and regulations to leading students in holding school festivals and school trips. Almost all policies originating from within the school are inseparable from the Student Council. And the Student Council president is the person who leads those talented people, based on the entire Student Council, and is responsible for ensuring that all students in the school live a correct high school life. This responsibility cannot be said to be small. Given Shuchian Academy's special status as a noble school, it was theoretically impossible for him, a mixed-class student, referring to someone who did not come up from the elementary school but transferred in midway to serve as student council president. Most likely he would be like that mixed-class senior in the past. Even if he became president, he would quickly be driven off the stage by the students. All of this turning point was because of the existence of Shinomiya Kaguya, because what she represented behind her was the Shinomiya group, and she herself was his vice president. At first, because he liked Shinomiya Kaguya, he kept launching attacks on her. Faced with this young lady, the only method he adopted was challenge, constant challenge. From grades to business ability, from interpersonal relationships to personal hobbies, whether he was good at it or not, he would not show timidity. No matter what field it was, he would challenge Shinomiya Kaguya. Only by defeating her and constantly defeating her, by making this genius young lady feel frustrated, could she take him seriously, could she notice his existence. At first he naturally only had defeats and no victories, but it didn't matter, he had plenty of drive. If his grades weren't as good as hers, then he would study to death. If his skills weren't as strong as hers, then he would find a way to practice and surpass her. He almost forgot what those days were like, only remembering that his daily sleep time was almost less than 5 hours. Fortunately, he got through it all, and the result was that he defeated Shinomiya Kaguya head-on. First, he defeated her with a perfect score in an academic exam, and then he launched challenges with her strengths, constantly attacking her self-esteem, and finally severely subdued her. After that, she became his vice president and helped him, Natsukawa Kanade, secure the position of student council president, until the day he chose to let go. Shinomiya Kaguya recognized his ability, which Natsukawa Kanade knew very well, but as a lover, he was not the first choice, which Natsukawa Kanade had also clearly understood. However, if he were to abandon everyone as a friend just because he wanted to escape from unrequited love, he would undoubtedly be a coward. He had done countless cowardly things like this in the past, and whenever the night was quiet, he would fall into deep self-blame when he thought of those things, wanting to go back to the past. Until that rainy day, Kadu's gentle words gave him strength. Escape, take responsibility, whatever. As long as he was willing, then do it, no longer living according to other people's ideas but following his own heart. I want to become everyone's eternal friend. Laugh with them, play with them, live every day with them, no matter what. I don't want to give up such a possibility. Therefore, he must abandon the past and face a brand new self. 22. I'll take it for the first time. The cool moon hung like an eyebrow over Willow Bay. The scenery of UA was reflected in the mirror. The moonlight on Friday was exceptionally bright, and the cool breeze brushed away a trace of sorrow in Natsukawa Kanade's heart. Since whenever people look up at the starry sky and see the rising crescent moon, infinite thoughts will flood into their hearts. Whether it is to force a rhyme for the sake of expressing sorrow, or if there are indeed feelings in the heart, the rendered atmosphere cannot avoid the word sorrow, but Natsukawa Kanade does not think so. Clear and elegant yet embracing all things, hanging high in the night sky yet able to shine into people's hearts, the moon's tolerance is self-evident. From ancient times to the present, it has carried the emotions of countless literati and poets, but what is most commendable about it is that it can soothe people's hearts. Homesickness, longing for relatives, resentment, no matter how strong the emotions are, as long as you see it, it can be soothed and healed in an instant. Thus, only respect and love for it remain. At this moment, Natsukawa Kanade was wandering alone on the streets of Tokyo, aimlessly wandering around, admiring the scenery along the way with the bright white frost. Noisy izakayas, constantly flowing snack shops and office workers who have just returned from working overtime, each culture is quite characteristic. If you really want to list them one by one, I'm afraid you'll have to write a research paper. Just as Natsukawa Kanade was thinking about what he wanted to eat, a cheerful girl's voice rang in his ear. "President, what are you doing here?" Looking in the direction of the voice, he soon saw a pink-haired girl leading a dog greeting him, the black bow on her head particularly conspicuous. It was Fujiwara Chika. At this moment, she was not wearing her usual school uniform but a green dress with a white butterfly tied at the neckline which looked very lively. "Good evening, Fujiwara." Natsukawa Kanade nodded to her as a response. He originally wanted to enjoy the night in Tokyo alone, but he could only give up when he was suddenly called out. The most important thing is that he met the idiot Fujiwara, and it would be difficult to get away without a while. "It's so late, are you still playing outside and not going back?" Natsukawa Kanade asked curiously. If I remember correctly, the Fujiwara family's family rules are still quite strict and there is a curfew. It's really a coincidence to meet her. Pace wants to go out and play. Fujiwara Chika shook the dog leash in her hand with a cheerful smile. Natsukawa Kanade looked at the golden retriever lying on the side and found that its legs were crossed. Its eyes were dazed, and it was yawning. "Are you sure it's not you who wants to go out and play?" "Ahem. Anyway, it's getting late if there's nothing else." "President, wait a moment, I'll talk to Pace first." Fujiwara Chika waved her hand, signaling Natsukawa Kanade not to be anxious. Then she squatted down and said something in the golden retriever's ear. The dog stood up, then looked at Natsukawa Kanade and Fujiwara Chika one after another and walked away on its own, biting the dog leash. Natsukawa Kanade opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word, just now. Was that golden retriever observing him? It seemed like Fujiwara was talking to it. This is too strange. Are dogs so smart these days? Or are animals in Neon allowed to become spirits? The amount of information shocked Natsukawa Kanade for a whole year. Fujiwara, what did you say to it just now?" Seeing Fujiwara Chika trot all the way to him, Natsukawa Kanade couldn't help but wonder. "I didn't say anything, I just told Pace to go home by itself, and then I'll stroll around outside for a while." Fujiwara Chika looked like it was a matter of course. "It can really understand." Natsukawa Kanade curled his lips, looking incredulous. But when he thought that there were girls like Fujiwara in this world, it was not surprising that dogs could be so humane. He could even accept the appearance of magical girl Natsukawa Kanade in the next second. President, have you had dinner yet?" Fujiwara Chika smiled. She is always so happy every day and she rarely doesn't smile. Compared to her, Natsukawa Kanade feels that his life is much more bitter. "Not yet, what about you?" "Me neither." Fujiwara Chika's tone rose slightly, and then she reached out to Natsukawa Kanade. "It just so happens that I met the president today. Let me take you to a great shop." Without waiting for Natsukawa Kanade to refuse, she grabbed his hand and ran. Handsome men and beautiful women, one in front and one behind, plus the conspicuous Shuchian Academy uniform, the breath of youth rushed to their faces. The office worker uncles next to them burst into tears at once. "Woo. I used to have a girl holding my hand like this. Don't brag, at most I pulled you and said, 'Abo Ramanikus.' So it wasn't." Damn, no, don't scare me." "What's wrong?" "Actually, in my heart, I've always put you. You don't come over." Later. Natsukawa Kanade could no longer hear the tragic love story that happened on the roadside. He was dragged by Fujiwara Chika into a ramen shop. Quiet, remote, located in the deepest part of the alley, the shop name is also the most common name with the owner's name. The interior decoration is quite old, but the hygiene is very clean. There are not many people in the shop, scattered around in twos and threes. Almost no one came in pairs like Natsukawa Kanade and the others. It can even be said that apart from the two of them, there were only some office worker uncles who had just gotten off work. "Ramen, huh?" Natsukawa Kanade murmured. Fujiwara Chika thought he didn't like it and felt a little nervous when she heard this. "Does the president dislike ramen?" "Not really, I just haven't tried it before. Compared to noodles, I prefer rice." Whether in his past life or now, he didn't remember eating noodles much. Although he had always been curious about ramen, a cultural staple there, he had never actually tried it. "So this is your first time? Yay. President's first time is being taken by Fujiwara Chika. Zia Chuanzu almost spat out his water. Saying such dirty jokes in public, it's a wonder Fujiwara isn't ashamed at all. Turning his head to look, he found Fujiwara looking excited, not at all affected by the subtle gazes of the people around them and him. As expected of you, Fujiwara Chika. Since the president hasn't eaten it before, let me recommend it to you. Okay, Zia Chunzu nodded. He knew that Fujiwara Chika loved to find delicious food, especially ramen, so he didn't ask her why she brought him to a ramen shop. Although it's not common in Japanese culture for girls to go into such greasy ramen shops, there are always exceptions, so there's no need to give it too much strange attention. The two found a place to sit down, and then Fujiwara Chika started negotiating with the boss. Soy sauce pork bone, light noodles super hard, and a portion of Arctic ramen slightly harder. Zia Chuanzu nodded. Fujiwara was indeed an expert in this. These terms showed she knew her stuff. Soy sauce pork bone is for me, right? He heard it was the most famous type, and the methods varied from place to place, so it should be friendly to a newbie like him, right? No, that's mine. On what? 23. The president needs to be assertive. Perhaps the night was dazzling and blurred his vision, leading to auditory hallucinations, so Zia Chuanzu asked again. Yes. He got such an answer from the other side. Okay, Arctic ramen it is. Although he hadn't heard of its name, it probably wasn't some kind of dark cuisine, right? Zia Chuanzu believed in Fujiwara Chika. She shouldn't harm him anyway. Right. But it seemed a little too late to ask the store manager to change the menu. Zia Chuanzu had already seen him preparing the ingredients, so he simply chose not to cause trouble. After knowing that the future he faced might not be peaceful, Zia Chuanzu became somewhat expectant. Of course, not expecting to be victimized, but seeking that possibly insignificant other possibility. Maybe Arctic ramen is also delicious. The waiting process wasn't too torturous. Fujiwara Chika was at least seriously keeping him company, but when the store manager brought 2 bowls of noodles, she suddenly stood up and left. What's wrong? Zia Chuanzu asked curiously. Getting ice water, President, eat first. Fujiwara Chika didn't even turn her head. Japanese people generally don't have the habit of drinking hot water. Whether in summer or winter, they drink cold water, and such restaurants basically provide free cold water, and you can take as much as you want. Zia Chuanzu put away his phone and nodded silently. Taking the 2 bowls of noodles from the store manager, Zia Chuanzu lowered his head to observe. First, Fujiwara Chika's soy sauce pork bone, char siu, shredded seaweed, green onion, red ginger, soft-boiled egg. The amount of side dishes was just right, and a rich aroma wafted over. It was clear at a glance that it was a delicious dish. Looking at his Arctic ramen, although it had all the necessary side dishes, why did the color feel wrong? It was just too brightly colored, right? Compared to Fujiwara's light pork bone noodles, his Arctic ramen looked like it had just been salvaged from a sea of fire. It was particularly scary and pungent. I'm back. Fujiwara Chika appeared by his side at the right time. Zia Chuanzu took the ice water she handed over and then pushed the pork bone noodles to her. President, you're not really going to eat Arctic ramen, are you? Fujiwara Chika looked surprised. This confused Zia Chuanzu. Then, otherwise, didn't you recommend it to me? Oh, I just wanted to tease the president. Fujiwara Chika stuck out her tongue and acted cute. Actually, I wanted to eat it myself. I've always wanted to try it, but I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to finish it and it would be a waste. But it doesn't matter today with the president here. If I can't finish it, I'll give it to the president. Zia Chuanzu thought for a while and felt that there was no need to make things difficult for himself, so he readily agreed. I'm going to eat. Breaking open the bamboo chopsticks, putting his hands together and then starting to eat. Gently picking up a small amount of noodles and putting them in his mouth, tasting its delicacy and deliciousness with the side dishes, the rich soup exploded in his mouth, and the mellow aroma instantly filled his entire nasal cavity. It can indeed be called delicious. Woo woo woo. The movement next to him was really loud, and Zia Chuanzu couldn't concentrate on enjoying the food. What's wrong again? Looking at Fujiwara Chika with her eyes wide, raising her hand to cover her mouth, and flailing her arms in a flustered manner, Zia Chuanzu was speechless. Looking at how lightly she said it just now, he thought she could at least finish half of it, but she was already overwhelmed by the spiciness after just the first bite. Have some water. Zia Chuanzu silently handed over the water. Fujiwara Chika couldn't wait to take the water glass and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls before letting out a long breath. I'm alive. With the cooling and pain relief of the ice water, the fiery pain on the tip of her tongue was suppressed to a barely acceptable level. However, Zia Chuanzu knew that this was just the beginning. After the effect of the ice water passed, Fujiwara would be able to feel what true pain was. Sure enough, after a while, Fujiwara began to wail in a low voice. Gyuwoo, my throat hurts. This was natural. Even her tongue couldn't withstand that level of spiciness, so how could her delicate throat endure it? Why don't you just give up? There's no need to force yourself to eat it. No. How can I waste food? Today I will fight the Red Devil 300 rounds. Fujiwara Chika waved her fist full of ambition, but the fine sweat on her forehead had already revealed her fear. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Zia Chuanzu had no choice but to let her go. However, looking at her miserable appearance of taking a bite of ramen and a mouthful of ice water, and sometimes looking up and shedding tears, he finally frowned. So without regard for Fujiwara Chika's reaction, Zia Chuanzu pushed his untouched portion of ramen to her, then grabbed and snatched the red devil from her hand. You eat this. They? But? No buts, just ate it. Later. Seeing Fujiwara Chika lowering her head and remaining silent, Zia Chuanzu realized that his tone might have been a bit rough just now. However, Fujiwara Chika on the opposite side looked twisted and shy, and the blush on her face, whether from the spiciness or from the shame of failing the challenge, was particularly conspicuous under the warm light. Okay. Later. Zia Chuanzu nodded hesitantly. Although Fujiwara Chika's current situation was a bit strange, she at least listened to his advice and no longer wanted to challenge death. It was good that she calmed down, but Zia Chuanzu himself was in trouble. He really couldn't bring himself to eat the ramen in front of him, which was covered in red chili oil. It wasn't that he couldn't eat spicy food. In fact, he liked to eat spicy food in his previous life, especially with some barbecue, which he enjoyed very much. However, after coming here, because of the Japanese people's light eating habits, he also followed the local customs and hadn't eaten such food again. Now it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable when suddenly asked to challenge it again. After brewing his emotions, he picked up a small amount of noodles and put them in his mouth in front of Fujiwara Chika. How is it? Fujiwara Chika next to him couldn't even care about her protesting taste buds and focused all her attention on Zia Chuanzu's actions. It's okay. Zia Chuanzu raised an eyebrow. It wasn't as explosively spicy as he had imagined, but within an acceptable range. You're lying, right, President? You're not afraid at all. Fujiwara Chika covered her small mouth, looking incredulous. Could it be that the president is the legendary chili Superman? What kind of weird character is that? Zia Chuanzu retorted. Japanese people have special hobbies in this regard. No matter what they do, they like to put strange names on others, like Ice Kaguya, Cancer of the Earth, etc., highlighting a sense of Chunabu. Then why isn't the president afraid of spiciness? It's so spicy. Maybe it's because my physique is special, Zia Chuanzu shrugged. He himself didn't know what was going on. If he had to say why, it might be because this body was used to exercising, so it was resistant to abnormal states. After all, spiciness is pain, and if you're subjectively not afraid, you might really not be afraid. But there was another possibility. It was just that the chili here wasn't spicy enough, and Fujiwara Chika herself was very weak. However, Zia Chuanzu wouldn't say this, otherwise the Fujiwara Chika who was embarrassed and angry might retaliate against him. After confirming that he could eat it, the next thing became much simpler. Zia Chuanzu ate Arctic ramen, and the weak Fujiwara Chika ate soy sauce pork bone noodles. Both of them enjoyed the delicious food. During this period, Fujiwara Chika didn't believe in evil and felt that she had eaten the spiciest part before, so she tried a few more mouthfuls to her death, but she was still so spicy that she was dying. Only then did she affirm Zia Chuanzu's super strength. Thank you for the meal. Fujiwara Chika's face bloomed with a bright smile after enjoying the delicious food, and Zia Chuanzu's mood also became a lot more pleasant. President, how was it? It was delicious, right? At this moment, Secretary Fujiwara looked like a kid asking for credit, as if saying, praise me, praise me. Zia Chuanzu naturally followed her wish. Yeah, it was delicious. As a first attempt, the experience was not bad. Although this idiot Fujiwara had the suspicion of wanting to see him make a fool of himself, the fact that she finally chose to eat the Arctic ramen herself made him feel somewhat warm. Not all bad intentions, right? Zia Chuanzu thought. Hearing Zia Chuanzu's affirmation, Fujiwara Chika smiled and the smile on her face became silly. The two paid the bill and left together, chatting along the way. When it was about to separate, Zia Chuanzu finally couldn't help the thoughts in his heart and called to stop Fujiwara Chika. Fujiwara. Nanny. Fujiwara Chika turned around and looked at Zia Chuanzu with her head tilted. Seeing him looking shy and twisted, her tone suddenly became nervous. What's wrong? Zia Chuanzu took a deep breath, and after a long time of brewing, he slowly uttered a few words. Maybe. I'm not suitable to be the president. Later, Zia Chuanzu, who finally spoke his heart, hadn't had time to relieve his nervousness when he saw Fujiwara Kaienhua with a blank expression. Zia Chuanzu. Could it be that Fujiwara doesn't approve of him at all? His eyes gradually dimmed, thinking that he was indeed humiliating himself. But the next second he felt a small hand gently stroking his head. That's the bad thing about the president, he's always lacking confidence in strange places. At this moment, Fujiwara Kaienhua's maternal radiance was almost bursting, and Zia Chuanzu almost blurted out, "Mom. The president needs to be more confident. Don't always be afraid of this and that, it's best to be stronger and more forceful, this way you can be a good student council president." Fujiwara. Also, don't speak intermittently, say everything in one breath. Otherwise, people will misunderstand. Zia Chuanzu was stunned, thinking that he never spoke intermittently. At most, he was just a little embarrassed just now. However, Fujiwara didn't give him a chance to refute. Did you hear me? Yes, sir, Zia Chuanzu immediately gave a salute. The funny look made Fujiwara Kaienhua laugh, so Zia Chuanzu returned the smile. The shadows of the two were stretched very long in the moonlight. The night was also very long, but he would no longer feel lonely. 24. I don't care at all, okay? Not at all. Saying goodbye to Fujiwara Kaienhua, he returned home to change clothes and wash up and then soaked his whole body in the bathtub, and the fatigue of the day disappeared without a trace. Bathing in the bathtub is a great invention of mankind. Since coming to this world, after trying bathing for the first time, he fell in love with the feeling of being wrapped in warmth and smoothness, and it can be said that he has been out of control ever since. He feels uncomfortable all over if he doesn't take a bath for a day. If he cooperates with some interesting videos to decompress, he can overcome any difficulties. He turned on his phone and prepared to look for fun, but was attracted by the messages in the notification bar. "Iri Li, is she looking for me for something?" Zia Chuanzu murmured. "Excuse me, sorry, are you?" "There. I Sawamura, I have something I want to ask." The words on the screen were obscured by the mist in the bathroom, and it was inconvenient to reply with hands full of water stains. Why not just make a phone call back? "It's easier to communicate by chatting. Can I call?" The screen seemed to have some poor contact, and it took a long time to enter this paragraph in the chat box. He thought he would have to wait a while to receive Iri Li's reply, but the next second he saw the prompt that the other party had read it, and then a message was sent. "Yes, of course, but please wait a moment." "Okay," Zia Chuanzu nodded. Seeing her reply so quickly, he had a general guess about what Iri Li was looking for him for. Then there was a long wait. On the other side, in a villa decorated with a mix of classical Japanese and British styles, a blonde girl stood up from her chair in a panic. She put down the paintbrush in her hand, raised her hands high holding the phone, and her eyes revealed a brilliant look of excitement. "Chuan replied to my message, Gyuhe." The girl's face showed a cheerful smile, but the next moment her face changed. "No, now is not the time to laugh silly, Iri Li. I have to hurry up and change clothes. I can't let Chuan see me looking so sloppy." "That's not right, Chuan just wants to talk to me on the phone. It's not a video chat, how could I need to change clothes?" "But what if Chuan actually wants to video chat with me?" "Ah, never mind, anyway I'll change clothes first." As if to abandon her useless brain, Iri Li shouted loudly and then chose to follow her heart. However, the next second her face turned into a bitter gourd color. Wah, I bumped into it. Because she was at home, she was wearing slippers barefoot, and at this moment, hitting the table leg can almost be said to have suffered a full 100% real damage. The amazing pain went straight to the top of her head. Woo. Looking down, she found that her crystal clear and snow-white jade feet were having close contact with the table legs, especially the smallest child of the thumb family, sticking closely to the foreign object and being squeezed out of shape. A few jade toes curled up subconsciously. Iri Li squatted down and rubbed them hard, constantly whispering in her mouth, as if this could reduce the pain. The pain at this moment is naturally a once-in-a-lifetime experience for Iri Li, but equally rare is Chuan's initiative to send a chat invitation. She can't delay any longer, no matter what she won't be defeated, just bumping into a toe. Watch her overcome it, so she suddenly stood up. As long as she moves fast enough, the mere fatal pain can be ignored. However, immediately after that, there was a loud dwang. Iri Li squatted down again with tears flickering in her eyes. She got up too fast and didn't pay attention and bumped her head again. This time she really suffered a heavy blow, with her toes protesting non-stop in front and her brain issuing warnings behind. Does she just not want Chuan to talk to her on the phone? Then she must do it. Table legs are fine, the bottom of the table is fine, even the little Kasumigyaka. She will break through the siege and pick them off one by one. That's what she said, but this time Iri Li learned her lesson, first paying attention to not bumping into things under her feet, and then using her hands to hold the corner of the table to stand up. And after confirming that it was completely safe, she rushed towards the closet. What should I wear? She definitely can't see Chuan in this green work clothes, but it's too slow to pick clothes now. What if Chuan regrets waiting too long? In that case, she can only let you appear. Iri Li looked at the red dress hidden in the corner of the closet, covered by layers of clothes. Also the clothes she wore when she went out with Chuan for the first time to gather materials. If you want to say what things can best reflect your heart, the symbol of their first emotional connection is fine. Once she decided, she no longer hesitated. Iri Li changed into the dress in a few strokes, and then threw the work clothes she took off aside. But then she thought about it, what if she accidentally got photographed, so she pushed the clothes a little further under the bed. Now there's no problem. However, after scanning around again, she found that the whole room was messy. Chuan's big doll was lying horizontally on the bed, and discarded drafts were scattered everywhere on the ground. Isn't this just impossible to meet people? When are you going to stop hindering me? Iri Li was about to go crazy. But she had to do it, so she started to clean up again, and it took a long time to clean up everything. Now it's finally done. Iri Li sat on the bed, panting heavily, her hands trembling uncontrollably. I'm ready. After sending such a message, Iri Li suddenly became nervous again. The room is cleaned up, what about herself? She didn't notice at all. She doesn't know if her hairstyle is messed up, and she hasn't put on makeup on her face. What if Chuan dislikes her for being ugly? If that's the case, she might as well find a piece of tofu and smash her head to death. However, it was too late to regret it. After seeing the read prompt, she received a video invitation from Chuan the next moment. Sure, it really is a video invitation. Iri Li was startled, but she also felt very fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she cleaned up and tidied up just now, otherwise Chuan would definitely dislike her for being a sloppy girl. Good evening, Sawamura-san. Along with the appearance of the picture, Zia Chuanzu's voice entered Iri Li's ears through the phone. Iri Li's eyes were dull, but a shocking wave was rising in her heart. Chuan, he's not wearing clothes. Iri Li wanted to loudly reprimand him for being shameless. But the words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. Instead, she became more and more immersed in it. And even the original covering action of her eyes gradually slipped down. A strong figure with charming abdominal muscles. She couldn't hold it at all. Hello, can you hear me? Can, Iri Li raised her voice, as if this would make her emotions more stable. Sorry, I'm using this way to talk to you because I'm taking a bath. The screen is a bit blurry, and it's not very convenient to type. What? Chuan is taking a bath, Iri Li reacted all of a sudden. No wonder he's not wearing clothes, it turns out he's taking a bath. That's not right at all. Who would make a video call to the opposite sex just because they're taking a bath? It's not some kind of book world with strange developments. No, on second thought, could it be that Chuan made the wrong call? Maybe he just wanted to make a voice call, but he accidentally clicked on a video call because he was too close. The more Iri Li thought about it, the more likely she felt it was. So her little face was flushed, her eyes were erratic, she wanted to carefully admire Chuan's perfect figure, but she was also afraid of being discovered by Chuan that she was peeking. As for reminding Chuan about this, why bother? Anyway, she's going to gather materials too. She's sketched the human body before and Chuan has been her model before. Although this is the first time. In short, forget about the reminder. What if Chuan originally wanted to send a video over? Wouldn't it seem like she cares if she refuses? She doesn't care at all, not at all. 25. Iri Li, who knows how to act coquettishly, is super cute. Is there anything you want from me? Zia Chuanzu asked curiously. Holding the phone with one hand all the time is too tiring, so he put it aside and fixed it with a stand, while Zia Chuanzu lay back with his hands resting on the edge of the bathtub. This posture is the most comfortable. If he wasn't afraid of dehydration and dizziness from soaking for too long, he could lie down like this for the rest of his life. Yes, it's that. Iriri's voice was weak on the other end, and her speech was fragmented. Zia Chuanzu couldn't help but feel a little curious. When did Iriri become so socially anxious? It was just a voice chat, yet she was so embarrassed. Could it really be about that? Let me guess, is the deadline approaching, but you haven't finished your manuscript yet? How did Zhu know? Iriri was startled. She hadn't said anything yet, but Zia Chuanzu seemed to see through her thoughts and brought it up himself. In her shock, she didn't even notice that she had accidentally reverted to her old way of addressing him. Well, you made it pretty obvious. You were hesitant and unwilling to say it directly, so it must be something embarrassing, Zia Chuanzu said casually, shrugging his shoulders. He had seen Iriri like this before. Back then, Eriri had sought his help to finish her manuscript before the deadline. Of course, not to help her draw, as Xia Chuanzu didn't have that ability. He just helped her color each finished draft. The task itself wasn't difficult. The reason it was hard to ask was that Eriri was actually a terrible doujinshi artist, and she loved drawing the kind of humiliation-themed doujinshi. Her taste was simply too unconventional. Although her true identity as a doujinshi artist had long been exposed, Eriri had always been secretive about it and unwilling to mention it much to him. He didn't expect that one day she would suddenly ask him for help. He naturally agreed. What followed was simple. Eriri drew and he colored. With this division of labor, they finally submitted the manuscript 1 hour before the deadline. That experience was joyful because he was still pursuing Eriri at the time and longed to be close to her. But that experience was also torturous because he was, after all, a normal high school boy and couldn't suppress his instincts. Therefore, by chance, he almost did something that would have hurt Eriri. Thinking about it now, he was lucky that he hadn't completely lost his mind at the time. Otherwise, no matter the outcome, he would have found it hard to forgive himself. Sorry, Eriri, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, it's just that the situation last time. You know, Xia Chuanzu shook his head, unwilling to recall too much. Because he was simultaneously recalling their past, his tone couldn't help but become a little more intimate. Why don't you go find Kadu? She's a very meticulous person. I think she's more competent than me, Xia Chuanzu suggested. And the key thing is that they're both girls, so there's nothing to worry about if they're together. Absolutely not, Eriri became firm this time. How could she let Hui help her? Not to mention that she had already finished the manuscript, she couldn't let Hui see those terrible contents. And most importantly, if it wasn't Zhu helping her, wouldn't all her plans be ruined? Why not? I really think she's more suitable than me. Because that's right. If Hui helps, wouldn't she know my identity as a doujinshi artist? That's absolutely not allowed. Kadu doesn't know about this identity of yours. Xia Chuanzu was a little surprised this time. Should, Eriri herself wasn't too sure. After all, Hui's observational skills were a bit too amazing. Although they had been concealing this, it was possible that she had already figured it out herself. It's all that fat woman Kasumigyaka's fault. She always likes to mention Kashiwagi-iri, teacher Kashiwagi-iri in the club, and she never thinks about hiding my identity from me. In short, I can't let Hui know about this. Drag it out as long as possible. She finally met a girl of the same age and gender who could chat about anime. And she couldn't let Hui be scared away by her identity as a doujinshi artist. Zhu, please help me, I trust your character, I won't do that kind of thing. Although he couldn't see what kind of expression Eriri was making now, hearing her tone, which was obviously coquettish, Xia Chuanzu really felt his heartstrings being plucked hard. Why does it feel like Eriri is so cute today? She doesn't have that silly tsundere kid feeling like before, she's become more like a budding maiden. Of course, it's not that Eriri wasn't a maiden before, but a maiden who can be coquettish is more lovable than one who is just tsundere, right? It would be even better if the two could be combined. Okay, since you trust me so much, Xia Chuanzu nodded, agreeing. It's just coloring a doujinshi, can he really become lewd because of that? Xia Chuanzu will never do anything beastly, he swears on his personality. That's great, cough cough, I mean then I'll leave it to you. Yeah, no problem, Xia Chuanzu nodded, then stood up. He had been soaking long enough, it was time to end it. Eek. A strange sound came from the other side of the phone, so Xia Chuanzu squatted down and picked up the phone. Did she hang up? The screen of the phone showed that the call had been disconnected, which made Xia Chuanzu feel puzzled. Wasn't it Eriri's call? Then where did that sound just come from? But it wasn't important. Xia Chuanzu didn't dwell on it and chose to clean up. On the other side, Eriri, dressed in full makeup, was covering her face with her hands, her face flushed, and she was constantly making woo-woo cries. Be a big snake. Just now, because Xia Chuanzu stood up, she could see his whole body at a glance, and then Eriri happened to shift her gaze down, and then she saw something strange. Although she is a doujinshi artist, and the doujinshi she draws are all humiliation-themed, in real life, she has never actually seen a boy's body. At most, she has only observed the kind of sculptures used for drawing. But that size is just wrong. There's no such thing. It'll break, it'll definitely break. Completely unaware that Eriri on the other end of the phone had fallen into a strange emotional fantasy, Xia Chuanzu was still in a leisurely and carefree posture. He dried his body, put on brand new underwear, and then drank a cup of warm milk that had been heated up long ago. As a freeballer, he didn't need to do anything extra, and the day's journey came to an end. Good night, me of today. 26 can't cause a death, okay? Getting up early the next day, Xia Chuanzu first went to a specialty store to prepare some gifts, and then set off to Eriri's house. During this time, while using the phone to navigate, he saw a message sent by Kasumigyaka-senpai at 3 a.m. last night. Is Kuhai-kun free this weekend? He was naturally not free. After all, he had promised Eriri to help her meet the deadline. Although he didn't know if it would last one day or two since he wasn't sure, he simply declined. If he was lucky enough to have a day and a half free, he would use it to do what he liked. After all, he is not a time management master. He doesn't need to sacrifice all his personal time to be with girls, at least not now. Senpai should pay more attention to rest. Even on weekends, don't always stay up late, it's not good for your health. After editing this message and sending it, Zia Chuanzu then focused on choosing gifts. Eriri likes to eat sweets, but when visiting someone's home, you can't only consider her preferences, you also have to consider what the elders like, so with a comprehensive selection. Sakura Machi is still the best. Although cherry blossoms are not the national flower of Japan, they also represent the flower of the samurai. Using Sakura Machi as a visiting gift can also express his respect to a certain extent. After choosing the gift, he can go directly to Eriri's house. It's not like it's his first time going to her house, but it's been a long time since his last visit. To avoid leaving a bad impression, he should prepare a greeting gift. Eriri's house is very easy to find. It's located at the top of a large residential area on a high slope. This is a group of villas, each equipped with a large garden. One look and you know that the residents here are rich and powerful. Just turn one more corner. Ah, I see it. Zia Chuanzu stopped in front of a house with a cherry tree planted in the yard. It is now early summer, which is when the cherry blossoms are at their most lush. The one in this yard is the same, with falling petals and a riot of colors. It's 8:50 now, 10 minutes before the agreed time, but Zia Chuanzu is used to arriving early, so as not to give the host the impression of being unpunctual because of arriving at the last second. I hope Auntie isn't home right now, Zia Chuanzu muttered. It's not that he's afraid of meeting Eriri's elders, it's just that facing that Sayuri auntie who can't wait for Eriri to marry a good man, he's really a little overwhelmed. If it was when he was still pursuing Eriri, it would be fine. But if he was brought up by auntie again at this time, he was afraid that he could carve a magic castle on the spot in embarrassment. But I'm afraid it's useless, what should come will still come. Zia Chuanzu rang the doorbell. Coming tilde tilde. A crisp female voice came from far to near, and an ominous feeling surged into Zia Chuanzu's heart. The door was opened, and a woman with a face and figure very similar to Eriri appeared in front of the door, wearing a generous and decent kimono that did not lose its feminine charm, also tied with pigtails, but her hair color was dark brown. Sure enough, I still can't avoid it, Zia Chuanzu thought. However, he still showed a polite smile on the surface. Good morning, Sawamura auntie. Oh, it's Zukun, long time no see, are you here to find Eriri? Yes, Zia Chuanzu nodded. This is Sakura Machi, a little something, please accept it. From the other party's words, it can be seen that Sayuri auntie does not know that he is coming to visit today. Did Eriri not say it, but he couldn't think too much about it and was actively welcomed into the house by Sayuri. No need to be so polite, come into the living room, Zukun. Sawamura Sayuri smiled and accepted the gift. Gifts are naturally not important, the smile is because the boy Eriri has been thinking about has finally appeared at her door again. In the past, Eriri was always crying and complaining, which made her mother feel very distressed, but she couldn't help and could only pray silently every day. Now it's good the boy has taken the initiative to come to the door. Grasp the opportunity, Eriri. Zukun, please wait in the living room for a while, I'll go call Eriri. After welcoming Zia Chuanzu to the living room and inviting him to sit down, Sawamura Sayuri went to Eriri's room. Zia Chuanzu nodded and obediently sat in place to wait. Soon, a slight conversation came from upstairs. Zia Chuanzu couldn't hear it very clearly, but he barely caught a few keywords such as get up, go out, won't, stupid mom, and so on. This is not up yet. Zia Chuanzu was a little puzzled. Didn't they agree to meet at this time? Why hasn't she gotten up yet? Could it be that she forgot to set the alarm? But it's not a big problem anyway. He's sitting in someone else's living room waiting. It's not like he's basking in the sun on some street station. There's no need to care too much. Before long, Sawamura Sayuri came down, but Eriri was not following behind. Zukun, I still have something to deal with, so I won't entertain you anymore. Sawamura Sayuri held a paper fan and smiled. Eriri is already up, but she seems a little shy. Zukun doesn't need to care too much, just go up directly. However, please be gentle and more considerate to Eriri. That child always looks like she's saying something against her will, which makes me very worried. Sawamura Sayuri said meaningfully. She doesn't know exactly what happened between Zia Chuanzu and Eriri, but seeing Eriri's self-blaming appearance, she thinks that her daughter has done something stupid again. But no matter how the process is, she is relieved that the two have made up now. It would be best if the relationship could heat up in one breath after the reunion. It's not impossible to cook rice into cooked rice, but Eriri hasn't graduated from high school yet, so it's not very good, so she left some treasures for the two, which can be regarded as solving another trace of worries. In short, I'll leave Eriri to you, Zukun. With that, Sawamura Sayuri bowed slightly to Zia Chuanzu. Zia Chuanzu was so frightened that he stood up and bowed back. Auntie is serious, I will take care of Eriri. This appearance of entrusting her daughter's life to him really made Zia Chuanzu feel a little palpitation. To be honest, he really wanted to take the initiative to confess that Eriri has rejected his confession. But the words came to his lips and he couldn't say it. What if Sayuri Auntie doesn't have that intention at all? Maybe she just hopes that he can treat Eriri better, let her daughter a little more, and be good friends with her. Then wouldn't his self-indulgent explanation be superfluous? I'm afraid he can carve Avalon on the spot in embarrassment again. After Sawamura Sayuri left, Zia Chuanzu sat in place and waited for a while before slowly coming to the door of Eriri's room. He is determined not to listen to what Auntie Sawamura said about "you can go up directly." After all, the other party is a fun seeker who can't wait for Zia Chuanzu to encounter some lucky pervert-like event, but this would be too rude to Eriri. Being taken advantage of by a boy you don't like, no normal girl would be happy, right? In short, let's knock on the door and ask first. Eriri, are you ready yet? Lugs. A strange noise came from inside the door, followed by a clattering sound, before returning to silence. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Zia Chuanzu had to give up asking. I'm coming in. 27, Genius Illustrator Eriri Spencer Sawamura. Excuse me. Opening the door, Zia Chuanzu immediately saw Eriri Spencer Sawamura with disheveled hair, slumped on the ground. A large number of clothes were scattered on the floor, and she was clutching a red dress tightly in her hand. The bare pajamas she was wearing were quite cute, but the unbuttoned buttons on her chest made Zia Chuanzu unable to look closely. Buttons? Zia Chuanzu turned his head, pointed with his finger and reminded her, your buttons are undone. After seeing this, Zia Chuanzu deeply understood a truth. Eriri Spencer Sawamura was not completely flat, but a valley with a groove. She could even handle 5 Kaguyas, so there was no need to worry about future children going hungry. Eriri Spencer Sawamura looked blank. Just a second ago, she was thinking about how to explain her current state to Zia Chuanzu, but the next second she was attracted by his sudden turn and words. So she looked in the direction Zia Chuanzu was pointing, saw the 2 unbuttoned buttons on her chest, and the eagerness that was trying to break free. In an instant, her fair and delicate face flushed red. Wisps of steam vaguely rose from the top of her head, and her pupils lost their luster as her brain crashed. Eriri Spencer Sawamura unit unable to restart. Seeing that Eriri Spencer Sawamura was showing signs of losing consciousness, Zia Chuanzu quickly stepped forward to support her. Calm down, Eriri Spencer Sawamura. I didn't see anything, really. My attention was all on the clothes, I didn't see anything else. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zia Chuanzu wanted to slap himself twice. What kind of explanation was that? It was a pure self-reveal. However, to his surprise, Eriri Spencer Sawamura regained some consciousness after hearing this. Didn't right anyway, I'm small and ugly. As if accepting the setting, Eriri Spencer Sawamura's eyes gradually regained their light. Zia Chuanzu couldn't bear to look at her at all, thinking that Eriri Spencer Sawamura was completely escaping reality now. But he really couldn't bring himself to agree, so he kept nodding. As long as you can calm down, even if you're deceiving yourself, I'll believe you even if you say you're a magical girl. After helping Eriri Spencer Sawamura stabilize her emotions, Zia Chuanzu didn't lean on her anymore. To avoid stimulating her emotions, he pretended to be very interested in the drawing next to him and began to examine it. This is the content I'm going to color today, right? Zia Chuanzu reached out to the drawing on the table, but when he reached halfway, he suddenly noticed a corner of drawing paper peeking out from under the notebook next to it. A neat and clean desk suddenly had an unruly fellow, and even without obsessive-compulsive disorder, he couldn't let it go, so he pulled it out and glanced at it. This is. Eriri Spencer Sawamura, who had come back to her senses, suddenly became very flustered when she saw Zia Chuanzu's unexpected behavior. Don't! She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. So Eriri Spencer Sawamura watched as Zia Chuanzu read the contents of the paper, and then immediately pulled out the second and third sheets. Alert. After a long silence, Zia Chuanzu finally spoke. It really is a classic subject, right. It was difficult to describe what he had just seen, a complete doujinshi, or a manifestation of inner fantasies. In short, the story tells of a blonde heroine who likes to wear pigtails, who suddenly encounters a tall, handsome male presence who completely overwhelms her childhood sweetheart while living a relaxed daily life with him. That guy is a tough and shameless person who threatens her childhood sweetheart if he can't force the heroine to date him. You don't want your childhood sweetheart to be blocked in the alley after school every day, do you? So, in order to protect her childhood sweetheart, the heroine is forced to agree to this guy's dating request, and eventually keeps falling and can never go back to the past. As everyone knows, Eriri Spencer Sawamura is a doujinshi artist, so there's no need to even think about the following plot, it's all in his mind. Zia Chuanzu's expression was a little awkward. Of course, he knew that the heroine inside was modeled after Eriri Spencer Sawamura, but he couldn't imagine it at all. Do doujinshi artists all use themselves as material? What about those teachers who like to draw big breasts? Could it be that each of them is secretly well endowed? In short, Zia Chuanzu was very shocked, feeling like he had discovered some secrets of the industry. But what was even more shocking was the other aspect. When did Eriri Spencer Sawamura leave the childhood sweetheart party? No, if you think about it carefully, the doujinshi world is different from the real world, and in the doujinshi world, Eriri Spencer Sawamura is a humiliation-based doujinshi artist, while she herself is a firm, pure love childhood sweetheart in reality. Being stolen from her childhood sweetheart humiliation is inevitable, and it's based on her self-humiliation within humiliation. It's simply treating her, a firm, pure love childhood sweetheart, as a rag doll to be bullied. This is simply a master of humiliation-based doujinshi, a genius illustrator in the world of humiliation doujinshi. He had misunderstood Eriri Spencer Sawamura. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Eriri Spencer Sawamura. Zia Chuanzu apologized seriously. This was the respect for a talent who had achieved outstanding achievements in their field. Because he himself had studied many things, Zia Chuanzu understood the difficulty of achieving excellence, and he knew exactly how much effort it took. Eriri Spencer Sawamura was worthy of respect, and he had to affirm her achievements. Misunderstood. Eriri Spencer Sawamura nodded blankly. She almost heard it with a head full of question marks. Sorry, misunderstood, was he talking to her? Shouldn't he be severely criticizing her at this time, criticizing her for drawing him into the doujinshi and still as a villain? Just last night, after accidentally seeing the big snake, Eriri Spencer Sawamura couldn't fall asleep anymore. She lay in bed tossing and turning, thinking about the moment before she closed the video call. A strange thing seemed to be jumping out of the screen and poking her in the face. Inspiration exploded, didn't it? Although she was ashamed, her hands and feet didn't listen to her after the inspiration came. So she put on her pajamas on her own, sat at the table, and drew the story that Zia Chuanzu had just seen overnight. The heroine of the story was naturally her, Eriri Spencer Sawamura, and the blonde guy who would treat the heroine roughly. Who else could it be but Zhu? Because she had almost worked hard all night, she slept very deeply and missed the alarm clock. By the time her mother woke her up, Zhu had already entered her house. The flustered Eriri Spencer Sawamura wanted to quickly hide all the finished manuscripts, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a place to hide them. In the end, she decided that the most dangerous place is the safest place, so she hid them under the notebook, but she didn't hide them well and was discovered. Then there was the scene just now. Fortunately, judging from Zhu's tone, he didn't seem to have discovered anything, so Eriri Spencer Sawamura quickly changed the subject. It's not early, let's start drawing quickly. Right, it's not early. Although the two had their own thoughts, they both tacitly chose to skip this topic. So under Eriri Spencer Sawamura's guidance, Zia Chuanzu found his position, but just as he was about to start, he suddenly discovered a square little box. This is. If there is something worth caring about, it must be explored clearly. This is the perfect truth that can promote human development. Zia Chuanzu did just that, and when he got it in his hand, he saw the clear black letters Akamoto written on the box. Zia Chuanzu was startled and almost threw the little box in his hand out. Eriri Spencer Sawamura next to him saw this and quickly came over to check the situation. What's wrong? Zia Chuanzu naturally couldn't let Eriri Spencer Sawamura see the thing in his hand, so he hid it behind him and frantically concealed it. Nothing. There's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to move my body. Eriri Spencer Sawamura naturally didn't believe it. Zhu's movements were so exaggerated that she could see what he was trying to hide. Could it be that thing she secretly hid? She immediately panicked, but she couldn't directly expose Zhu. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with if he became suspicious. So she pretended to agree and then secretly took the thing in his hand when Zia Chuanzu wasn't paying attention. Taking a closer look, it wasn't what she was worried about at all. What? It's nothing much. The next second, she almost shouted out loud. Zhu, don't misunderstand, this isn't mine. I don't know this, it must be mom. It must be mom who left it here. Iriri Spencer Sawamura was about to cry. First the big snake, then the doujinshi, and finally the umbrella. Was she a doujinshi heroine? She didn't want this kind of lewd misunderstanding. The pupils gradually lost their highlights and she muttered, destroy it. I know I didn't misunderstand. Calm down. Zia Chuanzu immediately responded. He didn't even have time to think about the fact that he had been tricked by Iriri Spencer Sawamura. What a joke, let alone whether this was true or not. He wouldn't dare to say it was true even if it was true. If Iriri Spencer Sawamura lost her mind and went berserk, who knows who would be harmed by then? 28. Such a coincidence. Everything is hard at the beginning. Although the process was very tortuous, he managed to help Iriri Spencer Sawamura finish coloring the original manuscript. Nothing strange happened during the period, but Iriri Spencer Sawamura would occasionally turn her head to look at him, and when Zia Chuanzu looked over she would turn back, not daring to look at each other. Zia Chuanzu expressed his understanding of this. After all, Iriri Spencer Sawamura was the original artist, and even when drawing doujinshi she had to ensure the quality of the manuscript, so it was understandable that she was worried about him as an assistant. Finally finished drawing, Zia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his back and tried to dispel the fatigue in his body. How about you, Before he could finish speaking, his expression went dull. In Zia Chuanzu's view, Iriri Spencer Sawamura was already lying on the table fast asleep. Her profile was facing his direction, her delicate nose twitched with regular breathing, her mouth was slightly open, and faint, small noises came from her mouth slower or faster. Should it be slower or faster? Zia Chuanzu smiled, thinking that Iriri Spencer Sawamura was really dedicated, not forgetting to work on the manuscript even in her dreams. No wonder she could become a well-known doujinshi artist in the industry. The sky outside was already getting dark, and the two had unknowingly spent most of the day. He didn't feel anything during work, but now that he had relaxed, he suddenly felt a little hungry and his head was dizzy, as if he was a little hypoxic. Seeing that Iriri Spencer Sawamura was sleeping so soundly, Zia Chuanzu didn't wake her up, but gently helped her up and carried her to the bed. Sleeping in a chair for a long time would definitely catch a cold, and Iriri Spencer Sawamura was wearing pajamas, saving the trouble of changing clothes. Good night, little blonde. Zia Chuanzu's expression was gentle. Although his confession was rejected, he didn't actually have any hatred but more regret and disappointment. Especially since a girl like Iriri Spencer Sawamura was so cute, she wouldn't hate and stay away from you because of this, nor would she publicize it everywhere, avoiding the possibility of him being pointed at and socially dead. Perhaps he could have persisted for a longer period of time, but it was too late to say this now, so let's look forward. After covering Iriri Spencer Sawamura with a quilt, Zia Chuanzu gently closed the door and left her house. It wasn't too late and he could still buy food now, but the fatigue in his body was too strong, and had already defeated his hunger, and he didn't even want to move a finger. So he hailed a taxi outside, told the driver an address, and then closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window was completely dark, and the car had stopped at the entrance of their apartment building. Thank you, Mr. Driver. After paying the bill, he returned to his home, couldn't bear the fatigue anymore, and lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long had passed, but when the fatigue in his body had completely dissipated in his dream, Zia Chuanzu finally regained control of his body. Opening his eyes, he saw not the familiar ceiling, but a delicate and cute sleeping face of a girl. Just one sleep and I've traveled back to Iriri Spencer Sawamura's house. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that besides both having blonde hair, there were no other similarities. It turns out it's the Angel Sama. For some reason, she appeared in my house again without a word and even offered me an amazing lap pillow and a rare CG image. Natsukawa Kanade felt like he had a sweet dream, then gently got up, leaving the warmth provided by the Angel Sama. Turning his head to look at the dining table in the living room, there was indeed the dinner brought by the Angel Sama. Ever since one day when he was too lazy to cook and happened to be caught by the Angel Sama eating substitutes, she had been persistently bringing him dinner every day, with an attitude so firm that he couldn't even refuse. Natsukawa Kanade really wanted to ask her if she knew that her gentle appearance would cause misunderstandings. However, he also knew clearly that the Angel Sama was just worried about his health and didn't have any extra thoughts, while he often had thoughts that he shouldn't have. The dinner that was sent was still warm. Natsukawa Kanade quickly ate it up. Seeing that Shiina Maharu was still dozing off, he didn't wake her up and went into the bathroom with a change of clothes. He felt a little sticky and wanted to take a good bath to clear his head. However, halfway through the bath, he suddenly heard a click, and then the bathroom door was opened. The angel-sama rubbed her sleepy eyes, muttering his name, Kanade. Natsukawa Kanade turned his head and silently looked at her. The two stared at each other for a long time, and the angel-sama finally woke up. With a bam, the stuffed toy in her arms fell to the ground, but Shiina Maharu didn't have time to pay attention to it, her eyes completely drawn to Natsukawa Kanade. Whether it was his strong and powerful abdominal muscles, or his sharp and handsome face under the rain, or anything else, it was all too shocking for the pure angel-sama. I. Disturbed. With a cry of despair, the angel-sama fled in panic. Natsukawa Kanade sighed and slowly went over to close the door again. Clearly, in other people's isekai stories, the girls are providing fanservice, but here, he's constantly showing off his masculine charms. Is that really reasonable? No one would want to see that, right? Natsukawa Kanade felt a little helpless. He originally wanted to take a bath or something, but now he's completely lost the mood. Hurriedly wiping himself dry, Natsukawa Kanade put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. The living room was empty. The angel-sama must have fled back to her territory, but she seemed to have retained some reason and even took her lunch box with her. Embarrassing as it wasn't too bad. With something like that happening, Shiina Maharu would definitely not appear in front of him for a short time, which could be considered good news. Silently tidying up the mess in the living room, he played with his phone for a while before going to bed. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Natsukawa Kanade set off on his journey with his school bag. He was going to Saitama. As one of the prefectural areas under the jurisdiction of Tokyo, Saitama itself doesn't have much to offer. There are only some parks and shrines suitable for sightseeing and dining, so few people choose this place for weekend outings. After all, most young people now yearn for the more famous Akihabara, or the Tokyo Tower and Ginza Business District, which are more suitable for sightseeing, and even the amusement projects are not as good as going to Disneyland. Compared to those, Saitama is a place suitable for slow-paced relaxation. Besides that, another biggest reason is, if you come to Saitama, you don't have to worry about running into any acquaintances on the road, which can save a lot of social time. That's what Natsukawa Kanade thought at first, until a familiar voice sounded in his ear, Junior Kun. 29. Junior Kun's true colors. Japan is indeed not big, but is it a bit much that two people with the same outing plans coincidentally take a train to the suburbs on the weekend and run into each other? At least that's what Natsukawa Kanade thought, and he even began to suspect that Kasumigyaka had installed some tracking device on his phone. Kasumigyaka-senpai. Good afternoon, Junior Kun. Kasumigyaka had a smiling look. She clearly replied to his message saying that she was not free, but she appeared here, wearing a sun hat and holding a travel guide in her hand. Was she taking her for a fool? But it doesn't matter. Now that she's caught him, there's no way he can run away. Yes, good afternoon, senpai. Goodbye, senpai. Natsukawa Kanade nodded, then turned around and left. It's true that they met, so he greeted her and left quickly. This is a textbook example of how to deal with being run into by someone. Just a mere Kasumigyaka mutinigyo. Kasumigyaka was stunned, then quickly trotted after him. Junior Kun, why are you running? Is there some flood or wild beast behind me? Natsukawa Kanade didn't reply, thinking, does she even need to ask? She is one. I trust Junior Kun very much. When I heard that you were not free, I went out alone, lonely and helpless. I didn't expect Junior Kun to be secretly. Natsukawa Kanade couldn't sit still any longer, feeling that his personality had been slandered. I'm just passing by, I didn't follow you. Senpai, please rest assured I'll leave now. Why is Junior Kun in such a hurry to explain? Of course I didn't suspect you. I just wanted to say, secretly giving me a surprise. But it's more like a fright to me. A fright, which means Junior Kun's heart started pounding because of my appearance. It's not to that extent. I'd say it would be a problem if it didn't beat. It's okay if it doesn't beat. I'll be responsible for giving Junior Kun CPR then. Shouldn't you say heart resuscitation at this time? I thought that as long as a girl offered a kiss, Junior Kun could replenish his energy and come back to life all at once. Where did I come from, a kiss-begging pervert? Besides, if there really was such a girl, my suggestion would be to hand her over to the state. If you hand her over to the state, Junior Kun will never see her again for the rest of his life. In the future, you can only spend your days crying, fantasizing about the terrible image in your brain, and repeating up and down, left and right movements with your hands. Senpai, there are people looking over here. So Junior Kun is the type who likes to be watched to do it. If you think it's okay, then say it out loud. I don't care anyway. Say what? Say that you cry and rub your eyes every day missing girls. Junior Kun has such a strange fetish. Sigh, Natsukawa Kanade sighed, then stopped and turned to look at Kasumigyaka Shiwa beside him. His original intention was to relax, so he wanted to leave when he saw Kasumigiaka, but she still chased after him, falling into her rhythm. Senpai, you're not on my schedule for today. Can't he have a perfect ending to his outing plan, which is only halfway through? But Junior-kun has always been on my schedule. Kasumigiaka stretched, revealing her impressive figure. She didn't care about Natsukawa Kanade's disgust. After all, what she had experienced in the past was much more hopeless than today. At least the current Junior-kun can still talk to her properly. Natsukawa Kanade didn't respond to her, just stared at her silently for a while, then took out his travel guide again. Since he can't drive her away, then let her go. It doesn't matter what she does, he'll just pretend Kasumigiaka doesn't exist. The next stop is the shrine. Shrine, a good place. You can also ask for a good match with Junior-kun. It's decided, let's go to Ikuban Street first. Natsukawa Kanade nodded, quite satisfied with his decision. The two were located in the northern part of Saitama Prefecture, while Ikuban Shopping Street was in the southern part, and the distance between them was perfect for exercising his legs. Kasumigiaka's expression stiffened, revealing a resentful look. I still suggest that Junior-kun start with the nearby shrine. Without further ado, let's set off now. Natsukawa Kanade didn't answer her and started navigating on his own. If he says he's ignoring her, then he'll naturally ignore her. It would be even better if he could make Kasumigiaka give up. Thinking so, he quickened his pace. Seeing this, Kasumigiaka frowned, bit her lip, and sped up to follow. This journey is actually not very far. Even if you admire the scenery along the way, it won't take long to walk, but Tusk, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have worn high heels today. She had already been active outside for long enough today, and suddenly encountered this situation, and couldn't even take a break. If there weren't any shops nearby, she would even want to quickly change into a pair of slippers, which would be easier than trekking in high heels no matter what. Damn, Junior-kun, you're trying to force me to submit with this method. Then I won't let you have your way. Kasumigiaka Shiwa naturally has a lot of ambition, she never fears difficulties, and anything that tries to defeat her is just a stumbling block on her way forward. It's just that today's stumbling block is particularly annoying. Natsukawa Kanade ignored the little tail that was always hanging behind him, sometimes stopping to admire the rural scenery along the road, and sometimes going to the small shops next to him to buy things. Kasumigiaka also had a chance to catch her breath because of this, but every time she was forced to keep up with Natsukawa Kanade's pace before she could rest for a while. It was a state of wanting to be satisfied but not being able to be satisfied, which was very uncomfortable. Stupid Junior-kun, I will definitely repay you for today's revenge one day, Kasumigiaka thought hatefully in her heart. Fortunately, the destination finally arrived, and Kasumigiaka didn't need to walk so fast anymore. It's just that she thought very well, but Natsukawa Kanade didn't do as she thought. He was still walking fast in his own way, sometimes scanning the surrounding buildings as if looking for something. Kasumigiaka bit her lip and wanted to follow, but this time her wish was not granted. A body that had not been exercised for a long time finally made her taste the bitter fruit. She sprained her foot. Hiss. Kasumigiaka wasn't that afraid of pain, but the sudden piercing pain still made her cry out. Junior-kun's. The future of a knight coming to greet the princess in her imagination did not appear. Natsukawa Kanade just paused slightly and turned his head to look at her twice, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Is that so? She was abandoned again. As expected, a greedy and despicable woman like her can't get the happiness she wants, maybe. Should she learn from that blonde loser? At this moment, Kasumigiaka was squatting on the ground alone, hugging her knees with both hands and burying her head deeply between her arms. The surrounding noisy sounds continued, as if pointing and pointing at her, but the impact was not as great as Junior-kun's indifferent glance at her. If she had acted more foolishly at the beginning, if she had agreed at the beginning. No, she is Kasumigiaka, the proud Kasumigiaka Shiwa. She will never accept that vague future. Not Junior-kun, not the real Junior-kun will do. Similarly, a fake her will also make herself commit evil. Since Junior-kun is unwilling to open up his true self to her, then she will keep breaking in. Until she breaks into his heart and can never leave. It's just a sprained foot as long as she has the willpower. I said, what are you trying to do? Are you going to force yourself and then give up on yourself? Are you writing books until you're possessed, Kasumigiaka-senpai? The familiar voice returned to Kasumigiaka's side again, and the ruthless criticism was even more intense than when he was ruthless. However, for Kasumigiaka, this was the happiest thing she had heard since she rejected Junior-kun's confession. Is this your true self, Junior-kun? Not refusing to communicate with her for anyone, but simply rejecting her existence. Is she that unattractive? I think you're hallucinating because your foot hurts too much. What true self and fake self, your foot is like this, do you still have time to think wildly? Natsukawa Kanade shook his head, feeling a little helpless. His rare solo time was interrupted like this, and he couldn't be gentle with the other party, let alone the other party was Kasumigyaka Shiwa. He really didn't expect that this woman Kasumigyaka actually followed him for so far in one breath, and still in high heels is this woman made of iron. Is she completely fearless of pain? Hey, it's okay to mess up his love, after all, that's messing with others. He really didn't expect this guy to be so willing to mess with herself. Could she be a hidden M? She usually looks more like that something. In short, it was extremely difficult to understand. Xia Chuan felt that he had provoked a very bad woman in the past, and that woman had begun to evolve in strange directions. I say, senior, what exactly do you want from me? I'll change, okay? Xia Chuan felt helpless and had to speak frankly. I want you to be closer to me. I would have believed you if you hadn't rejected my confession back then. Why don't you believe me? Junior, you can believe me now. Not unless I lose my memory and forget the memory of that day. So you're saying it's okay as long as I forget that day? Hey, what's with that look? You wouldn't want to do anything to me, would you? Oh my junior, don't be so scared. I can't do something like that, I'm just asking. You better just be asking. Xia Chuan had a headache. He felt he shouldn't have come back, but he couldn't help but worry if he didn't. He really shouldn't have gone out today. It would have been better to stay at home and play games honestly. Junior, are you not pretending anymore? Are you going to face me with your true face from now on? Although her foot hurt, Xia Jikyu's heart was very comfortable. It was as refreshing as putting on new underwear on the first morning of the new year. I've always been like this. I've never pretended, Xia Chuan curled his lips and denied. He really couldn't put on that businesslike smile anymore. You used to be a gentle and amiable junior, but now you're a decadent man who finds me troublesome. Are you still saying you're not pretending? If I'm more gentle with you, can you stay away from me? No, that's what I'm saying. Xia Chuan felt more and more helpless. He really shouldn't have laid his hands on Xia Jikyu in the first place. She was quite cute in the anime, wasn't she? But she's so difficult in reality. 30. Simps don't get houses. Can you still walk? I sprained my foot and can't move. Junior, carry me. You're dreaming, senior. Xia Chuan rolled his eyes, but looking at the slight swelling on Xia Jikyu's foot, he sighed. Just this once. Providing such a service to a girl who once rejected him, he would have been called a simp in the past. But he was the one who caused Xia Jikyu to be like this. He had to take some responsibility. Hey, Junior, who has seen you like this before? Xia Chuan didn't say a word. He understood that Xia Jikyu was very good at stirring up other people's emotions. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into her conversational rhythm. The best way to deal with her was to shut up. Then I'll put it another way, Junior, who has rejected you? Xia Chuan gasped, almost dropping Xia Jikyu. She was really good at rubbing salt into his wounds. Junior, don't get excited, I'm just asking casually. Xia Jikyu was also a little scared. If it was still the gentle and amiable Junior, he definitely wouldn't leave her alone, but this one in front of her. She should restrain herself. After a long silence, Xia Chuan slowly said, Shiina Maharu yu Sawamura Iriri Yukinashita Yukino and Shinamiya Kaguya. It wasn't some intelligence that couldn't be revealed. He hadn't planned to hide it in the first place. Anyone could find out by asking someone in the know. Moreover, Xia Jikyu knew him well enough, so it didn't matter if he told her. Xia Jikyu nodded, thinking that it wasn't too bad. Do you like them a lot? I like those four, not you, Xia Chuan said decisively. At least the other four girls wouldn't cause him trouble or hinder his new love. Only you, Xia Jikyu Shiyu, are always destroying things for him. You're very bad. In short, Xia Chuan was very angry that he had chosen Xia Jikyu in the first place instead of someone else. If he had chosen Kato first, why did he feel that the difficulty would be higher? So, in Junior's heart, my position is the most special. Xia Jikyu was a little excited. She felt that she had found the key to Xia Chuan's heart. I can only say that you are good at self-hypnosis. Xia Chuan curled his lips. She was even better at it than him. Who gave her the courage to say such a thing? Is your foot better? Let's find a place to take care of it. I can't carry you on the train all the time, can I? If Junior doesn't mind. I mind. Tusk, then let's go back to the place where we met before. Just carry you back like this. What kind of devil are you, Senior? I'm just kidding, it's just ahead, there, that hotel over there. Senior, let me remind you, I'm not 18 yet. What are you thinking, Junior? I'm not 18 yet either. My editor, Machida Sonoko, helped me book the room. I'm not like you wandering around outside all day. I'm here for research. Okay, Xia Chuan nodded with difficulty. Fortunately, they were almost there, or he would have been exhausted. God knows how heavy Xia Jikyu was. It was really hard to carry her all the way. I feel like you're thinking about something very bad, Junior. Do you need me to relax your brain? Please don't do that, I'm afraid I'll accidentally drop you. Tusk, Zia Jikyu clicked her tongue, then poked Zia Chuan's face with a dissatisfied expression. You better not be saying bad things about me in your heart otherwise. I'll tell others about your annoying appearance. Of course, she was just lying. She wanted to enjoy this appearance of her junior as a secret for the rest of her life and wouldn't tell other vixens. Zia Jikyu felt that she had a great advantage because her junior had admitted that she was the most special one in his heart. Next, she just needed to gradually uncover all of her junior's masks and train him into the appearance she liked. The boyfriend training manual that she treasured in her bedside table was already thirsty. Whatever, Zia Chuan curled his lips. He would have cared a lot if it was in the past, but now it didn't matter. He was already giving up. What could she do to him? He could just be single for the rest of his life. Moreover, in reality, everyone would definitely believe him more because he was still the student council president. Following Zia Jikyu's guidance, Zia Chuan carried her to room 205. After swiping the card and entering the door, Zia Chuan put Zia Jikyu on the bed, then fetched a basin of cold water from the bathroom and placed it by the bed. Senior, wash your feet first, and then I'll apply medicine for you. Apply medicine? Zia Jikyu was stunned, then realized that Junior had run away to buy medicine. She really felt surprised and very warm-hearted. She was thinking about her junior and her junior was also thinking about her. They were a match made in heaven. Junior, help me. Zia Jikyu was full of energy and didn't look tired from walking so much. She originally wanted to tease Zia Chuan and say something like, I heard that boys care a lot about taking off girls' stockings with their own hands. But now she only had one thought: she wanted to act spoiled with her junior. I refuse, Zia Chuan shook his head and fanned himself, pretending to be unable to bear it. Zia Jikyu glared at him but didn't say anything else. After all, she was also a girl and cared a lot about these things. After taking off her stockings and washing her feet with difficulty, Zia Jikyu lay down on her back, looking like she was ready to be taken. Zia Chuan was not moved at all. Instead, he took out a pair of medical gloves, put them on, and began to treat Zia Jikyu. First, he dealt with the blisters caused by walking for too long, sterilized the needle with a lighter, then punctured the blisters, disinfected them with iodine, and put on elastic tape. After doing this several times, the negative effects of walking for a long time were eliminated. Finally, there was the sprain. First, he sprayed on pain relief spray and then applied a cold compress with a towel soaked in cold water for a while. The specific degree of the sprain had not fully manifested, so Zia Chuan did not completely bandage Zia Jikyu's foot, but asked her to lie flat on the bed and not move around. Is that all? Looking at Zia Chuan's series of skilled operations, Zia Jikyu's eyes sparkled. He even knows this. As expected of her junior, that's all. Remember to take care of yourself for a while and don't use your feet indiscriminately, Zia Chuan nodded. He looked at Zia Jikyu's expression, then said meaningfully, it's just common sense for going out. Senior, you don't know, do you? You wouldn't, would you? It's fine as long as I have junior. I don't need to remember it. Zia Jikyu didn't care about Zia Chuan's sarcasm. Compared to this, she was more concerned about what Junior said earlier. My feet are like this. Would Junior be willing to carry me to school every day? Even if I really wanted to, can I stay by Senior's side every day and do this and that? I have to avoid suspicion even when going to the toilet, right? As Zia Jikyu curled her lips, thinking that it was true, but she wouldn't be able to see her junior for a long time. But then again, she felt that it was quite a gain to see his cold and arrogant side today. Junior, since my feet are like this, why don't we stay here today? Maybe my feet will heal themselves by tomorrow. Zia Chuan glanced at her and did not refute. It depends on the specific situation. If you're lucky, you can move tomorrow. As for where to stay, even if you asked me to carry you to take the train today, I can't do it. I'm already exhausted. Junior, a man can't say he can't do it. Whose fault do you think it is? Zia Chuan rolled his eyes at Zia Jikyu. You sleep here today and I'll sleep in the lobby. No, how can I let Junior sleep alone in the wilderness while I enjoy luxury? I will never accept it. Then I'll take the bus. Zia Chuan spread his hands. Where would he sleep if he didn't sleep in the lobby? He couldn't sleep with her, could he? We can. Zia Jikyu said with a red face, her shy appearance like she was hinting at something. Jay, just sleeping in the same room. Don't overthink it, Junior, who is easily horny. Of course, she liked Zia Chuan, but she didn't want to give him all of her until she saw all of him. Zia Chuan did not speak, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Okay, then I'll go find someone to get another set of blankets. I'll sleep on the floor. A shy and awkward appearance would make people feel guilty. Accepting it openly would not make people think too much. At least Zia Chuan really didn't have any thoughts about Zia Jikyu at the moment. He just thought she was troublesome. When Xia Chuan came back with a bed and a blanket, Xia Zhikyu had already changed into her pajamas and lay down in the quilt, looking shy and wary. She's really careful, Xia Chuan thought. But that's good, proving that Xia Zhikyu really didn't have any thoughts about him. After laying the carpet and covering it with a quilt, Xia Chuan went straight into it. It was impossible to take a shower. He didn't bring a change of clothes, and there was Xia Zhikyu watching him intently. Junior, good night. Good night, go to sleep quickly. 31. Let's have a lofty competition. Why are you so sullen, kid? Well then, zither will go first. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in you. Sullen, empty, heavy. Endless pressure surged to his chest, and he could no longer suppress it. So heavy. Natsuki Kanade stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. Going out for fun, a chance encounter with Kasumigiaka, teasing each other, living in the same room. And now this. He lay honestly on the floor while Kasumigiaka had somehow slipped into his futon, even stealing most of the blanket for fear he'd overheat. How thoughtful, senpai. Kasumigiaka-senpai, do you have anything you'd like to explain? Natsuki Kanade tried to remain calm and avoid disturbing the crime scene. Kohai-kun, let me sleep a little longer. Then senpai, please sleep a little longer. I'll go to school myself first. After all, your foot is fine now, right? She even had the energy to night raid him. Kasumigiaka's foot injury couldn't possibly be that serious. Kasumigiaka reluctantly opened her eyes, then wore a surprised expression. Oh my, it's only been a while, but Kohai-kun has become a carnivorous man, finally can't help but make a move on the senpai he's admired for so long. Natsuki Kanade rubbed his eyes, not wanting to reply. The warmth beside him was certainly comforting, but the consequences were to be expected. Thanks to Kasumigiaka, he was now wide awake. One side of his body was numb and difficult to move. His chest felt like it was weighed down by a stone, making it difficult to breathe, but a certain part of him was very energetic. In summary, it was painful and pleasurable. I won't hold it against senpai for stealing my blanket, but could you please get up first? It's really heavy. Kohai-kun, talking about a girl's weight is taboo. If senpai really had the self-awareness of a girl, she shouldn't have so easily gone to a boy's bed. Natsuki Kanade sighed. So he really didn't understand this Kasumigiaka. She rejected his confession, yet she kept hindering his love life and doing ambiguous things from time to time. Unwilling to be bound by the identity of a boyfriend and girlfriend, simply enjoying the process of ambiguous entanglement with others. Her character is breaking down, senpai, but it didn't matter. He had never seen these heroines act according to a set logic. Each of them had their own ideas and could always surprise him. It was as if they were given souls and appeared before him in a real posture. Natsuki Kanade was stunned, then smiled in relief. How did he only realize this now? He had been interacting with them so closely for so long. That's a terrible smile, Kohai-kun. Could it be that you think you've become that lucky boy you talk about? Kasumigiaka's face was a little flushed. Last night when she got up in the middle of the night, she saw Kohai-kun's sleeping face was too cute, so she couldn't help but go over and observe him wantonly and ended up falling asleep. Thinking back now, she felt inexplicably ashamed. Kohai-kun shouldn't have noticed her embarrassment, right? Senpai, you should get up quickly or you'll miss the first train. He moved his hands and feet slightly and found that the remaining numbness had dissipated a lot, so he got up straight away. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. Senpai, please hurry up too. Unlike Kasumigiaka, who had changed into her pajamas, Natsuki Kanade slept in his clothes last night. He was indeed a freeballer, but he liked to put on clothes when he stayed overnight outside. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. He was not willing to change into the pajamas provided by the hotel, so he simply didn't change his clothes. After the two of them had finished washing up, they finally caught the first train just in time. I'm exhausted. Your stamina is too poor. You're already saying you're exhausted after running such a short distance, Natsuki Kanade complained. Isn't it because I accompanied Kohai-kun for so long yesterday, and you were so forceful this morning, not giving me more rest time? Kasumigiaka looked at him with a resentful expression. Her lazy and charming voice attracted frequent attention from the surrounding office worker uncles. Don't make excuses for wanting to sleep in, senpai, Natsuki Kanade sighed helplessly. The jealous expressions of the office workers next to him were palpable, and their gazes were as scorching as if they wanted to eat him alive. The youthful love between high school students still hurt the hearts of these office worker uncles who got up early to go to work. There's a pervert, a shrill voice suddenly sounded. Natsuki Kanade's eyes narrowed and he immediately protected Kasumigiaka. The voice appeared around him, and it was possible that the pervert was aiming at senpai, so he had to be careful. However, before long he felt his hand being grabbed. Natsuki Kanade frowned. Just as he was about to move, he was interrupted. It's you, don't even think about hiding. Following the sound, a girl dressed as a Gyaru was holding his hand, pointing at him. A misunderstanding, Natsuki Kanade thought. He would naturally not do anything perverted. Not to mention that Kasumigyaka was standing in front of him. Even if she wasn't there, he wouldn't extend his salty pig hand in public. You've misunderstood, I'm not. It's you, don't try to deny it. The Gyaru who grabbed Natsuki Kanade looked indignant, but her eyes were erratic, her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't even have the courage to look Natsuki Kanade in the eye. Something's wrong. If she had misunderstood someone, she wouldn't have made such inconsistent actions. She was clearly acting righteously, but her words were certain, yet she didn't dare to glare at others, clearly acting. Natsuki Kanade immediately understood that he was being targeted. He had heard before that many bad women often framed men as perverts on the train to extort money. Because in Neon's laws, women in such cases are regarded as vulnerable, following the rule of if there is evidence, then there is no crime, so as long as you can't produce evidence to prove that you are not a pervert, you will be identified as a pervert. And in this society, if you are identified as a pervert, you basically say goodbye to social survival. Lightly your family will be broken up, and heavily you will lose your job and the basis of your survival. Therefore, most people will choose to swallow their anger and settle privately, to pay the other party a compensation fee to ask for forgiveness. Just as Natsuki Kanade was thinking about whether he should invite the other party to a samurai showdown, Kasumigayaka Shiwa next to him suddenly spoke. Pervert him. Do you know what you're talking about? Ignoring the delicate and cute female companion next to you, and choosing to attack a horny fox that only runs around and barks on the road, any normal person knows how to choose. Right. I'm curious as to what kind of mentality you're doing this with. Is it because you forgot to bring your brain when you went out in a hurry? Or did you not have that advanced thing from the beginning? Could it be that humans forgot to bring you along when they evolved? In the past, Natsuki Kanade had only seen Kasumigyaka and Ariri's quarrels. Although they were quarrels, they were no different from flirting, and the two of them were evenly matched. However, this time Kasumigyaka had the complete upper hand. Not to mention that she was firing on all cylinders, but her wording and sentences were several times more vicious, so that the Gyaru couldn't lift her head. I'm sorry, maybe I made a mistake. Being devalued by the other party's female companion in front of so many people, this Gyaru didn't have the ability to retort at all. Coincidentally, the train arrived at a stop, and she ran away dejectedly. This person won't be able to sleep for a while. What's wrong? Kohai-kun is feeling sorry for her. Then you can run up and comfort her now. Maybe it really is just a misunderstanding. Kasumigyaka's tone was a little sour. Not praising her, the hero who saved the beauty, but running to care about the victim, that's too much. She's just reaping what she sowed. Since she wanted to extort money, she should bear the consequences of failure. Natsuki Kanade was a little speechless. When did he care about her? He was clearly gloating. And Kasumigyaka didn't say anything more. She also felt that her tone just now was a little wrong. Although she believed in Natsuki Kanade's character and believed that he would definitely not sympathize with that kind of person, she inexplicably felt annoyed when she thought about the other party coveting Kohai-kun. Perhaps it was out of her intuition. She saw at a glance that the Gyaru was greedy for Kohai-kun's body and didn't want to extort any money at all. Otherwise, who would grab the pervert's wrist with so little force? She also looked shy and didn't dare to look at him, not knowing if she was playing some kind of shameful play. She hasn't played such an advanced game. Lude 32. Kaguya Shinomiya wants to do. After sending Senpai home first, he went back to change into his school uniform. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, otherwise he could have taken a shower and washed his hair. Morning, Hachimans. On the winding cobblestone road, he ran into the great teacher and Uehama-san next to him, smiling sweetly. Didn't I bother you? You've already bothered me, so leave quickly, Hikigaya pouted. The sunny Ryuju and the dull Inkayo are naturally incompatible. If you really want to be good for him, don't come over in public. But it's useless to say it, this guy won't listen. Really, Koiga, you can't talk to Natsuki Kanade-sen like that. Uehama-sen helped out. Good morning, Natsuki Kanade-kun. Morning, Uehama-sen, Natsuki Kanade replied. How was your weekend? Did you do anything meaningful? Are you referring to spending your enviable youth somewhere like you or staging a turbulent love comedy? I spent the whole weekend with my sister. If Komachi was here, she would definitely say something like, brother's remarks are really disgusting, but he's considering Komachi, so he gets a high score in Komachi's heart. Like that. Natsuki Kanade smiled, feeling very happy. The first acquaintance he met in the morning was Hachiman. What good luck. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Komachi for a long time. I really want to replenish my sister power. What do you want to do to other people's sister? I curse you. I really will. Haha, I won't lose anything if that really happens. Taking advantage of Hikigaya Hachiman's unpreparedness, Natsuki Kanade snatched the coffee he was holding in his hand and then ran away. Thanks. I didn't eat breakfast anyway. Hey, that's sweet. I know, bye. Hikigaya wanted to take it back, but he didn't want to start a speed and passion race in the campus early in the morning, so he could only complain bitterly in his heart. Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell him. Hikigaya picked up his phone and sent a text message to Natsuki Kanade. Although this action has the suspicion of colluding with the enemy, but who made him have a better relationship with that guy? What is it, Koigaya? It's none of your business, and you wouldn't understand even if I told you. What stupid Koigaya, you're the stupid one. Wow, what's wrong all of a sudden? Hikigaya is of course also enjoying his youth, he just doesn't want to admit it. Changing into indoor shoes, putting down his school bag, he went straight to the student council. As early as yesterday, Natsuki Kanade had sent a message to all the members of the student council, asking them to gather in the student council room. He had something he had to say. Huh? After taking a deep breath, Natsuki Kanade slowly pushed open the door of the student council room. Then, under everyone's gaze, he bowed his head. Everyone, I want to solemnly apologize to you. I'm very sorry. In the past, because of my personal selfish desires, I chose to evade my duties as student council president. I thought this would allow me to exist with peace of mind, but it didn't turn out that way. Instead, I became even more anxious. Panic, unease, all sorts of negative emotions overwhelmed me, so I went back on my word. I wanted to come back to the student council and work with everyone again. I know I'm not a qualified student council president, and it's only natural that everyone would resent me, but even so, I still hope this student council can continue as it always has. Please. Choosing to escape isn't a responsible attitude. Facing things honestly is true relief. Abandoning personal desires for someone and wanting to always be with everyone in the student council is his true desire now. Anxiety, unease, relief after speaking his heart, the fear of being ridiculed, various complex emotions mixed in Zia Chuanzu's heart, brewing in silent silence and finally intensifying, almost swallowing him whole. President. A respectful address suddenly pulled Zia Chuanzu back to reality. He suddenly raised his head, looking at everyone in the student council. Shi Shangyu and Beiyin Yuxing were discussing the progress of their work, and Fujiwara Kaianhua was pretending to organize notes, seemingly not paying attention to his heartfelt words. Only Si Gong Huai stood beside him, offering him a kind hand. Welcome back, President. Yes, I'm back. His eyes were astringent and he felt like he wanted to vent. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the student council burst into cheers. Then, ribbons fluttered and colorful balls shook, and the silent student council room burst out with amazing vitality again. This is Zia Chuanzu was a little surprised. Let me tell you, Fujiwara Kaianhua quickly raised her hand. This idea was mine. Ever since we received the president's message, everyone has been discussing giving the president a surprise. I blew up the balloons, Beiyin Yuxing nodded. I arranged the ribbons, Shi Shangyu scratched his head, and I was responsible for welcoming the president. Si Gong Hui's cheeks were a little red, as if she was infected by the atmosphere. She looked at her right hand connected to Zia Chuanzu's, thinking that she might not wash her hands all day today. As I said, President, everyone is looking forward to you regaining your spirits and continuing to lead us. No one hoped that Zia Chuanzu could resume his position as student council president, more than Si Gong Hui. Even if she was too shy to express her thoughts in front of others, Si Gong Hui had to admit that she wanted to be close to Zia Chuanzu. Due to her identity as a child of the Si Gong group, she simply couldn't independently choose the people she wanted to interact with. Even her longtime friend Fujiwara Kaianhua was only allowed to associate with her after obtaining family permission. Love. That kind of emotion was too extravagant for her. If it was for that kind of purpose, then she would definitely part ways with the president. Only by defeating and absorbing him and making the president her person could the road for the two of them in the future be extended. For this reason, the student council must exist. Only here can she ignore the restrictions of class, have equal dialogue and interaction with the people she cares about, and even look up to him. Ah, President, it's so great to have met you. If possible, I really want to be with you forever. To celebrate the president's return, let's play games together. I happen to have brought a new board game today. President, come over here. The cheerful Fujiwara Kaianhua trotted to Zia Chuanzu's side, then wrapped her arms around his and pulled him towards the sofa. Shishang and Beiyin looked at each other, and then silently began to clean up the table. Only Si Gong Huai stood there blankly, feeling the gradually dissipating warmth in her palm and watching Fujiwara Kaienhua, who was using her lewd fat to seduce the president with a calm expression. Fujiwara Kaienhua, it's better to castrate her after all. 33. Don't bring reality into playing games. Monopoly, a game of managing virtual wealth, the basic gameplay is to rely on dice to move to a specific grid, then buy and sell land, make money or bankrupt opponents, and finally the person with the most money wins. The rules of the game are very simple, but its randomness and openness have made it a globally popular entertainment project, and it has gradually evolved into various and varied expansion types such as board games and online games. For example, what Fujiwara Kaienhua is taking out now, Monopoly, The Sims 3.21 Final Edition. The basic rule is, the game ends after someone passes the finish line 3 times, at which point the person with the most funds wins the game. Each person's starting funds are 1 million yen. Actions are determined by dice. The number rolled on the dice represents the number of steps to take. Each grid on the map corresponds to special events and opportunities. People who step on them draw corresponding cards and obtain the described effects. It is said to be the latest work of the school's board game club, a proud product completed with all their efforts. It hasn't been released to the public yet, so Fujiwara Kaienhua brought it out for the student council members to experience and test it first. Everyone naturally chose to refuse, but couldn't resist Fujiwara Kaienhua's insistence, and Xia Chuanzu was indeed a little interested, so the game finally started smoothly. Then I'll go first. With the idea of testing the game's performance, Shi Shangyu took the lead in trying the poison. 3. Let me see what it is, an event grid. Oh, you triggered an event right away. Then Shi Shang, please draw an event card. Fujiwara Kaienhua handed over a pile of cards. Shi Shangyu randomly selected one and opened it. Hero saves beauty but is misunderstood, shut down for 3 rounds. Shi Shangyu said in surprise, unexpectedly it's still normal. It's just that the wording is a bit concerning. It should mean stop acting right, Beiyin Yuxing nodded. Next is me event grid. It corresponds to meeting your true love. Wow, good luck Senior Beiyin, Shi Shangyu clapped. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. What are you happy about? Take a closer look at the effect on the next line, Fujiwara Kaienhua reminded. In order to support your partner, pay half of your funds each round. These are all permanent effect cards. The effect can only be lifted by drawing a breakup card or the character dying. Beiyin Yuxing /U0026 Shi Shangyu. It doesn't matter. If it's for the other half, a mere half of my assets. Wow, Senior Beiyin is so handsome. Xia Chuanzu. As expected, this game is still poisonous. In the first round, it made the 2 boys in the student council lose their minds. Xia Chuanzu glanced at the 2 boys cheering each other on, thinking that this was not something to be happy about at all, right? They clearly lost half of their assets. It's my turn. 5 event grid, another event grid. Xia Chuanzu raised an eyebrow. 3 people in a row landed on event grids, but the event grids and opportunity grids on the map were clearly half and half. Did Fujiwara do it? Xia Chuanzu suspected that she had tampered with it. But after shaking each dice, he didn't find anything unusual. It was probably a coincidence. President, what's wrong? Si Gong Huai said. It's nothing, I just want to change the dice. Let me see the card effect. Confessed to someone and was rejected, lost soul for 1 round. Xia Chuanzu's eyebrows twitched. So he looked at Fujiwara Kaienhua but found her looking like a curious baby. President, is there anything wrong? Nothing, it's your turn. Xia Chuanzu handed over the dice. I'm not in a hurry, let Huai-chan go first. Fujiwara Kaienhua shook her head and turned to hand the dice to Si Gong Huai. The latter took it and threw it out smoothly. 4 opportunity grid effect, met someone I like, decided to work hard to support the family, gained 10 million yen. Si Gong Huai's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't even expect that she would take on such a role, but making money to support the president is also pretty good. This is not fair. Beiyin Yuxing immediately couldn't sit still. We both met partners, why is she making money and I'm spending money? Opportunities and events are different. Senior Beiyin, don't be anxious. Fujiwara Kaienhua tried to appease the victim's emotions. I have a feeling the person who wrote these event contents wouldn't be Senior Fujiwara, would it? Shi Shangyu raised his hand. Bingo, correct answer, but there's no reward. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. Everyone be careful, because this game might be a piece of garbage. Xia Chuanzu nodded almost imperceptibly. He had already noticed this point just now. Okay, it's my turn, it's my turn. Fujiwara Kaienhua picked up the dice and threw a beautiful parabola. 6. Event grid, the effect is shotgun wedding. Fujiwara Kaienhua looked excited, ignoring all basic conditions and marrying the person closest to you, it's the president. You're having great luck right away. The characters share assets and the effects of the grids they step on after marriage, so our assets will be doubled now, President. But it's only 2 million, right? Zia Chuanzu shrugged. Compared to Si Gong Huyai, who earned 10 million yen right away, their little money was nothing. But the good news was that the two of them would share assets and card effects later, so the probability of earning money would be higher, and this guy Fujiwara always has good luck, so it's not a big problem. But there are also bad things. That is, if the two of them form an alliance, they will easily be targeted as the first to be expelled. Although Si Gong Huyai currently has more assets, the money comes and goes quickly, and they have a real advantage in numbers. Zia Chuanzu glanced at everyone without showing any traces, and found that only Si Gong Huyai was staring at him and Fujiwara with a solemn expression, so he was a little relieved. The only opponent is Si Gong, he confirmed this fact. Shishang skipped his turn earlier, so it was directly Beiyin Yuxing's turn. Event learned the truth about his partner's family background and the pressure increased, and the counting of assets gained or lost afterwards doubled. The effect of a fixed percentage is not affected by this. Senior Beiyin, keep going. For the person you love. Of course I will work hard. Zia Chuanzu. Can you please not show affection in front of me? It's annoying. Zia Chuanzu now just wants to give these two stupid boys a hit each, especially this guy Shishang. What are you cheering for? Play the game properly. Hiss, I always feel like someone is watching me. It's my turn again. It was Si Gong Huyai's turn. Opportunity, the number of family members has increased and you have to work harder to make money, gain 10 million yen. Si Gong Huyai. So the president is married to someone else. How can she expand her family members? Rely on Zio AI? She doesn't want Zio AI to have children and she becomes a godmother but is still lonely. It's my turn event. Let me see, gave birth to quintuplets, so a lot of nutrition expenses were spent, lost half of the assets. Yay, it's quintuplets. Fujiwara Kaienhua touched her stomach as if she was really pregnant. It's not a good thing at all, half of our money has been cut off. Zia Chuanzu complained. Fortunately, he thought that Fujiwara Kaienhua could bring good luck, but it was clear that she was here to hold him back. There was no way, he still had to rely on himself to win the game. Then in the third round, Beiyin Yuxing's turn. Event eloped with his partner and the cost of each payment doubled again. The effect of a fixed percentage is not affected by this. Eloping is indeed an option, but it will be quite hard. Senior Beiyin, don't give up. Eloping is a man's romance. You're right, Shishang, the difficulties of life can't beat me. Zia Chuanzu. So I told you to play the game properly. Isn't this a full debuff? It's already reserved for the bottom. But it's okay, after all, Si Gong Huyai's assets have reached 25 million. No, Beiyin and Si Gong didn't form an alliance at all, really. How did he bring himself into reality? Rubbing his temples, Zia Chuanzu felt a headache. This game was indeed poisonous, and he almost got caught up in it while playing. It's my turn, the relationship failed again, lost soul for one round. Wow, President is a playboy. He cheated during the marriage and cannot be forgiven. So I said it's just a game, Zia Chuanzu sighed. He understood that this board game was a complete piece of garbage and an incurable one. How could he have been so blind to think it was interesting? But the game continued. Among the 5 players, only Si Gong Huyai was constantly making money, so she naturally became the ultimate winner. However, she herself looked very haggard and did not have a sense of joy as a winner at all. Although Beiyin Yuxing was constantly deducting assets, he himself remained highly motivated and fought to the last moment. After saving the beauty, Yu Ishigami was greeted with a delightful romantic comedy. Meanwhile, Kanade Natsukawa could only watch as she rolled 5 consecutive unrequited love events, finally staring with numb eyes at Chika Fujiwara, who had almost produced a football team's worth of children but earned no money. As expected of you, Pink Octopus Heads 34, Yukino Yukinashita. Playing games is just a way to enhance everyone's feelings. Ultimately, the student council must return to its original path and focus on serious matters. The student council's re-election is coming up soon. I heard there's a hotshot first year who's been making waves lately. Should we gather some intel, President? No need, we'll face them head-on. We'll meet soldiers with generals and water with earth. If I can be defeated by her, it just proves my abilities are lacking. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had wanted to resign before, partly for this reason, holding the idea of stepping down to make way for the capable, refusing to run in the next student council election, but he didn't expect to regret it. It was during the time of new student enrollment and things were busy. Although Kaguya and Shirogane helped, it only relieved some of the pressure. There were still many things to deal with at the moment. Instead of worrying about someone stealing the student council president's position and scheming, it's better to do things steadily and practically. After all, in the democratic Shuchian Academy, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Do-do-do, a rhythmic knock sounded. Please come in. Excuse me, I'm Yukino Yukinashita from Class 3 of the second year. Announcing oneself before visiting the student council is indeed a good habit, but this alone is not enough for Kanade Natsukawa to pay attention. It's just that the person who came was that Yukinashita. Yukinashita, this is the student council, please state your purpose. Kanade Natsukawa put down the report in his hand and replied with a serious face. In the morning, he had received a message from Hachiman, saying that Yukinashita might come to find trouble with him in the next few days, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It can be said that her action is quite amazing. Regarding this, I would like to ask why our club's application for activity funds was not approved. Cold calm, even when facing Kanade Natsukawa, a former rejected club member and now the esteemed student council president, Yukino Yukinashita had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Her words were all about official business. I clearly stated the destination and purpose of the funds on the application form. In any case, my department's application should not have been rejected without a single reply. Kanade Natsukawa didn't reply but looked at Kaguya Shinomiya. He had no memory of this matter, so it must have happened during his time out of office. Shinomiya. I have some impression, it seems. Is your club called Service Club? Oh yes. Is the file still there? Show it to me. Yes, President. Kaguya Shinomiya handed over a stack of paper. Kanade Natsukawa quickly found the application form from the Service Club. In order to promote the spirit of assistance, our department decided. The redundant words in the middle are not important. The key is that the final comment says the two big red characters of rejected, with the student council president seal next to it. Confirmed, it wasn't a document that went through his hands, but since it was stamped with the student council president's seal, he had to come forward to explain. Fortunately, he understood Kaguya Shinomiya well enough to know some of her thoughts. Before explaining the reason, I would like to ask Minister Yukinashita if you are aware of the mandatory regulations for the establishment of clubs at our school. Yukino Yukinashita frowned but still replied truthfully. Although the number of people in the club is indeed less than 5, the achievements made by our department are real. Regarding the insufficient number of people, this is already enough to reject your club's funding application. Kanade Natsukawa immediately interrupted. But previous funding has been approved. That's because your club has made certain contributions to the students of our school, so a certain amount of funding subsidies will be given, but that is not the so-called club activity funding. I hope you can understand this. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head. The previous activity funds were actually approved by Kanade Natsukawa. After all, he was once a member of this club, knew enough about it, and was willing to open the back door for it. As for now, he can't be said to be wrong in handling affairs according to the rules, right? Kaguya Shinomiya nodded, very agreeing with Kanade Natsukawa's judgment. Although she felt that the president's kindness was a bit superfluous, and that clubs that came to cheat funding should be sent away directly, she also liked the characteristic of willing to be close to people. Of course, if you can gather the minimum number of people to establish a club before the next distribution of club funds, I will recognize the existence of the service club, and am willing to approve some extra activity funds outside of your application plan. President, wouldn't this be a bit? Kaguya Shinomiya reminded. Shinomiya, I used to be in that club for a while. Kanade Natsukawa shook his head and explained, so I know very well that the club's activities have not deviated from its original purpose when it was established. Kaguya Shinomiya widened her eyes as if she had discovered a new world. She suddenly turned her head to look at Yukinashita with a strong sense of vigilance in her eyes. This woman is very dangerous. No wonder she felt that the other party was unkind when they first met. It turned out that she was here to show her presence in front of the president. Kanade Natsukawa didn't think so much and continued to say to himself, solving confusion, providing support. Its help to the students of our school is real. I personally think that such a club is much more valuable than clubs like Table Game Club and Nap Club. If so, why can't you be more tolerant of such clubs? Kanade Natsukawa still had a trace of resentment towards the Table Game Club. If Chika Fujiwara hadn't been obstructing him, he would have found various reasons to deduct their slightly redundant funds. If you have money to develop that kind of strange game, you might as well learn from the afternoon tea club next door and play music and hold concerts when you have nothing to do. I understand. Yukinashita nodded slightly, then took a deep look at Kanade Natsukawa, closed the door and left this place. The initial goal was not achieved, but it was not without gains, at least. She saw through some of Kanade Natsukawa's thoughts and his attitude. This made Yuki Nishida a little strange, thinking to herself whether she had misunderstood him at the time. Otherwise, why would she be so calm and composed when she saw her, the woman who had rejected his confession? There was no behavior that conformed to his scumbag image. Was he pretending in front of her? No, it felt more like the consistent style that conformed to his nature. But she was not particularly sure. After all, the other party had never appeared in front of her since the day the confession failed, and she had no way to judge based on the previous fabricated impression. It seemed that she needed to check with that woman again. Maybe she did misunderstand the other party at the beginning. For some reason, when she thought of this, Yuki Nishida felt inexplicably irritable, feeling as if she had missed something very important, and a void seemed to appear in her heart, and a sense of loss arose spontaneously. 35's Then Trouble You Kaguya finally finished processing everything. Kanade Natsukawa breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his waist. All day long, he spent almost all of his spare time in the student council and finally finished all the affairs before the end of club activities. There are so many things to do on Monday. It was really hard for you before. It's okay, all the things we can handle have been filtered out, and the rest are all affairs that need to be decided by the president. Kaguya Shinomiya took away the teacup and refilled a cup for Kanade Natsukawa. Things for a whole week. Oh yes. Kanade Natsukawa had nothing to say now. No wonder he felt that there were so many things to do. It turned out that they were basically left over from last week. To be honest, with your abilities, Shinomiya, you can make your own judgments, right? Why haven't you been in charge all the time? In the few days after his resignation, when handing over work to Shirogane, he asked Shirogane to make his own judgments. But the other party still often sent messages asking him what to do, looking like he was just a worker. This made his mood very subtle, feeling like he was just finding an excuse to give himself a vacation, and then throwing all the work to his subordinates like a black-hearted boss. At that time, he was just thinking about it casually, but now that he has returned to work, he found that the fact is just like this. Because we have always believed that, President, you will come back to lead us, so we have never overstepped our authority to handle it. Kanade Natsukawa. Oops, there is a feeling of conscience stabbing. If there was only Chika Fujiwara, he might still suspect that it was a saying to be lazy, but from Kaguya Shinomiya's mouth, it was indeed everyone's idea. The funny thing is that the affairs left behind are ultimately piled up and still need to be handled by him, which can be said to be asking for trouble. However, if he can return to the student council to continue to get along with everyone, this little thing is really nothing. Shinomiya, do you have anything else to do later? Kanade Natsukawa took the teacup that Kaguya Shinomiya handed over and took a sip gently. Kaguya Shinomiya's delicate body trembled, and an incredible feeling surged in her heart. President is this, inviting her to go out to play. What a lucky thing, this is the first time the president has issued such an invitation to her. Take a walk together or go home together or have dinner together. Hey Asaka. Little AI, come and save me. At least hold back the people from the main family. Her emotions fluctuated so much that she couldn't even complete the plan she had originally prepared to pretend to hand tea, but actually to create a chance to touch her hand. Shinomiya. Oh yes. Of course I'm free. Okay, then I'll trouble you to stay in the student council for a while. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave the key with you for safekeeping. Kanade Natsukawa nodded, then picked up his things and turned to leave. Until he closed the door of the student council room, he didn't look back at Kaguya Shinomiya. Kaguya Shinomiya. This is completely different from what she thought, woo-woo. However, Kanade Natsukawa, who had already moved far away, naturally couldn't hear the miserable wailing from the student council room. He was heading to the school's breeding garden alone. It should be said that it was because he met Yukino Yukinishida today that reminded him of an existence that he had almost forgotten. Good goods, little Yuki. Squatting down, then extending his fingers, rubbing the little guy's chin back and forth, causing it to make cute meow-meow sounds. Little Yuki the kitten that Yukino Yukinishida once jointly raised and cared for. It's not right to say that it was raised jointly, but Kanade Natsukawa thought so at the time, which made him feel a sense of connection with Yukinishida. When he first saw little Yuki, it was lying in the grass shivering, with blood still flowing from its legs and scars all over its body. As a heavy cat lover, Yukinishida would naturally not let it go, so the two rescued it, took care of it carefully, and sent it to the school's breeding garden at Kanade Natsukawa's suggestion. Not only was there a dedicated person to take care of it, but it was also convenient for the two to visit often. It happened that the old woman who managed the breeding garden was a very kind person and gladly accepted it. So since then, Kanade Natsukawa often used the excuse of seeing little Yuki to invite Yuki Nishida together, until later his confession was rejected. Sorry, I've been a little busy lately and haven't come to see you much. Meow. You've gotten fat after not seeing you for a while. It seems that the food here is good. Meow. Not bad, very energetic. Kanade Natsukawa smiled knowingly, then lifted the cat with both hands, just wanting to be intimate, but was interrupted by someone next to him. Kanade, a cold voice came into his ears. Turning his head to look, he found that it was the second miss. It's really unlucky. Kanade Natsukawa sighed, then put down the cat in his hand and gently stroked its head instead. I come here at this time every day. Okay, I'll avoid it in the future. Yuki Nishida shook her head but didn't say anything else. She did not want to meet Kanade Natsukawa, she was just explaining that sentence unlucky. Slowly walking to Kanade Natsukawa's side, the second miss covered her skirt and squatted down. Are you eating well? Don't cause trouble for grandma. Yukino's smile is indeed beautiful, but it has never bloomed for him. Meow. The kitten tilted its head, looked at Kawasu, then at Yuki Nishida, who was keeping some distance from him with a puzzled expression. Don't worry, we're not fighting, Yuki Nishida said softly. She really wanted to pick up the kitten, she usually would, but Kawa was next to her, so she was hesitant. Meow. Yes, good girl, good girl. What are you going to do about the club? Kawa asked, watching the cute interaction between the girl and the cat. Recruit members. That doesn't sound like you. But isn't it the most direct method? And Kawa was silent. For a long time, neither of them spoke. I'll take my leave then, Kawa stood up, ready to leave. He would get bored if he stayed in the same place all the time. Yuki Nishida paused, as if responding to him, her lips slightly parted, wanting to say something. However, Kawa had already walked some distance away, so she had to call out, Kawa, what are you thinking about? Thinking about? Kawa was taken aback, not expecting Yuki Nishida to ask that suddenly. Is little Snow cute? If you're not asking that, then probably just how to live each day well. Whether you believe it or not, after all. Goodbye, Yuki Nishida, Kawa waved behind him, not lingering any longer. And Yuki Nishida Yukino hugged the kitten in her arms, gently stroking it. Little Snow, do you believe him? Meow. I seem as expected he's a liar. 36. Serendipity. Interpersonal relationships are just the seasoning of life. Daily necessities are the essence of it. He could go an entire day without talking to anyone, but he couldn't go an entire day without eating, so the necessary needs had to be met. Fried pork cutlet, potato cakes, tempura, and a bowl of hot miso soup. All the necessary ingredients were prepared, so even the angel couldn't criticize him now, right? At most, she'd nitpick, complaining that he didn't eat vegetables, but there was no helping that because he was a carnivore. Should I stock up on some more snacks? But if Shiana finds out, then should I buy some cake to take back? Just as a bribe for her. I guess I still have to buy them, whether it's chips or soda. Now that he'd decided to enjoy life, the things he'd discarded in the past had to be picked up again, and the same went for games. Buying them and not playing them was just being a sucker, wasn't it? What a fragrant smell. Kawa wrinkled his nose and muttered. Then he turned his head and saw a cherry blossom-like girl appear beside him, her pretty face very close, as if it would touch his nose in the next second. Kawa took a small step back before greeting her. Good afternoon, Kadu. Good afternoon, Kawa-kuns. Kadu, when did you get here? I think it was when Kawa-kun was thinking about whether or not to buy snacks. A delicate finger lightly touched her cheek, and the girl tilted her head, looking thoughtful. Kawa, so she was there from the beginning, because Kawa-kun looked like he was thinking, I didn't want to disturb you. She put her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly, looking curious. Did I scare you? Not really, Kawa shook his head. Although he hadn't seen her yet, the girl's youthful aura had completely wafted over, and he stepped back simply because he felt she was too close. Did Kadu come to buy things too, running errands for your mother? It was certainly embarrassing to have his mutterings overheard. But as long as he didn't care, the understanding Miss Kadu wouldn't bring it up on her own. I just happened to be passing by here while taking a walk. Kadu pointed to the window on the side. Through the display window, you could see inside from the outside. Kawa followed the direction of her finger and nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while, paid the bill, and walked out of the supermarket side by side. How was your weekend? He always had to find something to talk about. As a boy, he couldn't always let the girl take the initiative. I went back to my hometown with my family, Kawa-kun. How about you? I participated in artistic creation and went to Saitama for fun. Speaking of this, Kawa finally remembered what he had forgotten. So he put down the bag and took out a bag of chocolate-filled biscuits from his bag. This is a souvenir. It wasn't a Saitama specialty, but it was still his good intention. He had more than one of these, but he was so busy today that he accidentally forgot about it until now when he was chatting with Kadu. He'd give the rest away when he ran into other people. Thank you, Kawa-kun. Kadu received it, holding it in her hand, her slender fingers gently twirling her hair, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. But I don't have anything to give you in return right now. I didn't prepare it for that kind of thing, Kawa shook his head and chuckled. Every time he chatted with Kadu, he felt very relaxed. The image of the girl next door was etched in his heart and couldn't be erased. I feel like Kawa-kun is in a good mood today. Did something happy happen? Why do you say that? Am I showing it that much? Kadu nodded. If you want me to say something happy, it's that I can continue to get along with everyone in the student council, right? Kawa thought for a moment and said frankly. Kadu should know that I'm the student council president, right? Oh yes. Probably around last Monday, I resigned for a while due to some personal reasons. Kawa tried to keep his tone as calm as possible, as if he were describing something that had nothing to do with him. I won't go into the details of the process. The main thing is that today I successfully returned to my position, and as for the reason, naturally, it's because I can't bear to leave everyone in the student council. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Indeed, Kadu was a very understanding girl, but precisely because of this, some things couldn't be told to her. If it were someone like Hachiman, he would be able to vent everything. Kadu nodded, not responding any further. Although Kawa said it very lightly, she could completely see the complex emotions he was hiding behind it. And more importantly, she remembered the scene of meeting Kawa-kun again that day. Just as she said, he was like a pitiful little dog that had been abandoned, licking his wounds alone in the rain. If she left him alone, she didn't know what would happen, and most importantly, she would feel sorry for him. Kawa-kun, do you remember what I said that day? Are you referring to wanting me to be more selfish? Are you unwilling? Kadu really likes to spoil others, Kawa shook his head, then changed the subject with a slightly teasing tone. But maybe I'm being selfish right now. Kadu was stunned, then her cheeks puffed up slightly. What she wanted wasn't this kind of selfishness from you. Speaking of which, there are some things I've always wanted to know. Is Kadu willing to listen? I don't want to talk to Kawa-kun right now. Okay? Are you really unwilling to listen? I'll decide whether or not to listen after Kawa-kun finishes speaking. Wouldn't that be the same as already having listened? Kawa complained, then slowly opened his mouth. Did Kadu ever do anything as a child that made her parents angry? And Kadu glanced at Kawa with a somewhat puzzled look, but still answered seriously. Yes, once when I went out with my parents, I got lost because I was engrossed in the TV show next door. A blush appeared on Kadu's cheeks. No matter who it was, they would subconsciously feel ashamed when talking about embarrassing things from their childhood. Even the usually calm Megumi was no exception. If Kawa didn't want to listen, she would never have brought it up. My dad got really angry at the time. Did Kadu apologize to them properly? Yes, not only that, but I also helped with the housework for several days in a row. Help with the housework? Is that all that was enough? I was just an elementary school student at the time, Kawa-kun, and I couldn't do anything else. I see, Kawa nodded, looking thoughtful. What you do isn't the key, the important thing is whether you do it or not. Is that all that's enough, an apology and compensation? If anyone's life experience is the most useful, it's undoubtedly Kadu Megumi, who grew up in a normal environment and best fits the common people's views. The fact was also true. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Kadu had helped him solve too many doubts, and he had 100% trust in Kadu's experience in interpersonal communication. It shouldn't be called compensation, Kawa-kun, it should be called a measure to make yourself feel at ease. It's not entirely about taking care of other people's feelings, it's more about making yourself feel more at ease. If you don't understand this point, it may bring great misunderstandings to others. The former is more like compassionate charity, the latter can be said to be comforting yourself. Although it has the same effect, misunderstanding its essence gives people a more arrogant feeling. I understand, thank you, Kadu. Kadu looked at him and shook her head slightly. Although Kawa didn't want to share everything with her, being able to seek help from her in this way also showed some attitude. Sure enough, she had to work harder. The cool evening breeze gently brushed her hair, but couldn't take away the determination in her heart. The graceful girl stared at the male companion beside her, her eyes unmoving. No matter how beautiful the evening glow was, it couldn't compare to the small him in the girl's eyes. 37. Argument, I'm sorry. Back home, put away the ingredients and just tied on his apron to start cooking when the doorbell rang. No way. Opening the door, a girl with simple casual clothes, golden hair reaching her waist, and a gentle temperament immediately came into view. No way is the meal already prepared. Looking at the apron on Natsukawa Kanade, Shiina Maharu covered her mouth with one hand, her voice slightly disappointed. As a member of the Going Home Club, she had already done her best to prepare the meal as quickly as possible, even visiting as soon as she finished, but she still didn't make it in time. On the contrary, I haven't started yet. Natsukawa Kanade spread out his hands, the cooking utensils in his hand gleaming in the reflection of the sunset. Have you eaten? Glancing at the bento box in the angel Sama's hand, Natsukawa Kanade understood that his DIY plan was going to fail again. And not yet. Shiina Maharu shook her head, her eyes darting around, not daring to look directly at Natsukawa Kanade. It wasn't that she was lying about not having eaten after already eating, but simply that she felt her actions might make Kanade look at her with strange eyes. Disgust, or would he complain about her? At least you should have eaten before bringing it over, right? Even if she was told something like that, please don't reject her. Ah, I feel like the cooking skills I finally regained are going to waste again. He squatted down and took out the bare slippers for Angel Sama, placing them in front of her. The food has just been prepared, right? Can we eat together? Of course, Shiina Maharu nodded quickly, or rather she had been wanting to hear Kanade say that for a long time. Then I'll go get a plate. Wait. About that, I'll do it myself. Shiina Maharu quickly blocked Natsukawa Kanade's path. She handed the bento box in her hand to Natsukawa Kanade, then closed the door and went out. And no peekings. Natsukawa Kanade shrugged, thinking that, as expected of Angel Sama, she took her territory very seriously. He didn't really have any thoughts about a girl's boudoir, he just wanted to help, otherwise he would look like someone who just ate without working. He returned to the dining table and sat down, quietly waiting for Angel Sama to feed him. Before long, Shiina Maharu came over with various dishes, including a pot of soup, walking unsteadily, which made Natsukawa Kanade's heart jump, and he quickly went up to help. Isn't this too much? Even with me, we can't finish it. Natsukawa Kanade was a little troubled. Fried tempura, hamburger steak, cucumber and lettuce, cherry tomatoes, and a big pot of soup. Are you sure this is just for the two of them? It feels like there's enough for another pair of chopsticks, right? Because they're all ingredients from last week, if we don't use them up quickly in the summer, they'll spoil. Her voice gradually became smaller, and a blush appeared on the Angel Sama's pretty face. She really wasn't good at lying, it was too difficult for her to explain it like this. Natsukawa Kanade looked at the rich and fresh dishes on the table, unable to say anything. If they were really ingredients from last week, these dishes couldn't possibly look so fresh, right? And it's not like he didn't know. Angel Sama sent him dinner every day, he knew exactly what she ate every day. So after a long silence, he looked at Shiina Maharu. Shiina, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Shiina was a little nervous at Natsukawa's serious face. If possible, can you make my meals every day? The answer was naturally yes. After all, she was doing it every day, so he simply made it clear, and he could take the initiative. Of course, it's just dinner, and I won't let you do it for nothing. I'm willing to bear all the cost of the ingredients. Whether in the past or now, he had received too much favor from Angel Sama, taking everything for granted, and he even wanted to seek more. Fortunately, he woke up in time. He's going to be a conscientious person from now on. No, at least let me pay for half of it. Then I will never accept the food you send again. Natsukawa Kanade's attitude was unusually firm. Shiina's money didn't come from thin air, right? I feel bad always making you pay for the ingredients. Not to mention that you do all the cooking. I've completely become a good-for-nothing who takes advantage of you. No. Going further, it would be better if you could reject me. Instead of spending all your time taking care of a social outcast like me, you should spend your time on yourself. That's not true. The voice that was transmitted was a little small. What? I said Kanade is not a social outcast. Angel Sama suddenly stood up, staring at him quite seriously. Outcast, good for nothing, why do you say such things? Do you think it's something to be proud of? Always like this, talking to yourself, never considering other people's feelings. You're clearly more conceited than anyone else, but you still say those self-deprecating, self-denying words. You've already worked hard to become the student council president. Why do you still deny your abilities like that? The Kanade I know was indeed clumsy at first, but he would seriously and diligently make himself better. Definitely not like you are now. I hate you like this. I'm going back. Angel Sama was expressionless and turned to leave. Didn't you think I was a social outcast back then? Natsukawa Kanade sighed, not knowing why the other party suddenly became so angry. He was clearly just evaluating himself, right? No, that's not the same, Shiina Maharu retorted. Back then I just wanted to use words to warn you not to get any funny ideas about approaching her. She did say such things, that was when they had just met not long ago, so she used those words to protect herself. Anyway, he didn't say anything back then, right? He still approached her in his own way. He couldn't possibly remember until now, right? Could it be really because of her? Alone. Shiina Maharu's face suddenly turned pale, her delicate body trembled slightly. Her mouth was wide open, but she couldn't say a word. Natsukawa Kanade frowned slightly. He felt that Shiina Maharu's condition was very wrong. What's wrong, Shiina? The concerned words did not receive a response. Shiina Maharu's condition became more and more abnormal. Natsukawa Kanade quickly leaned over and held her shoulders. Are you okay? What's wrong? Limes. No, wait for me, I'll call 119. Natsukawa Kanade turned to leave, but was grabbed tightly by a slender hand. No. What? I'm sorry. Why? Natsukawa Kanade was stunned. He stared blankly at the angel-sama whose eyes were moist, watching her lower her proud head, constantly apologizing to him. I'm sorry, Kanade, I'm sorry. He didn't know why Shiina suddenly wanted to apologize to him, and he couldn't ask what was going on. Looking at Shiina's weak appearance, the only thing he could do was to give the other party warmth through close skin contact. He also wanted to reach out his hand, wanting to hug the crying angel into his arms and gently comfort her, but he never had the courage to make such a move. In the end, he could only stand there blankly, listening to her increasingly unrestrained sobs. 38, get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. This night, besides Natsukawa Kanade, there was another person who had trouble falling asleep because of worries, Shinomiya Kaguya. It's too much, right, President is too much. At a residence under the Shinomiya banner, the Kyanjin young lady belonging to the main family, Shinomiya Kaguya, was hugging a pillow, completely disregarding her image, rolling back and forth on the bed. The maid beside her looked calmly at her young lady's antics, responding throughout the entire process. Yes, right, you are right. President, how could he play with my feelings like that? Hey Asaka, do you think President is being too much? Yes, I completely agree with your statement. I was so looking forward to President's invitation, but he left me alone in the student council. It's too much. Yes, Natsukawa-sama is too much. He's just bullying the young lady. No, hey Asaka, don't talk nonsense. President is just embarrassed. He's definitely not bullying me on purpose. Hey Asaka's eyebrows twitched and resentment arose in her heart. Didn't you say yourself that Natsukawa-sama was being too much? Why are you changing your mind the next second? And this conversation has been going back and forth 3 times already. Let her go take a bath. Young lady, as far as I know, this should be Natsukawa-sama's strategy, using the Yukingyuzong trick on you. Hayasaka AI took out a piece of cardboard and started writing. Including Natsukawa-sama's sudden resignation behavior last time, it should have been to make the young lady feel a sense of crisis like, I won't be able to see President anymore. Trying to make you lose your composure and expose flaws. President, would he think like that? I always feel like President really wanted to resign. Young lady, don't be deceived by the surface image. According to my investigation and understanding of Natsukawa-sama, all of his actions are very purposeful. Not only that, Natsukawa-sama is also very good at finding out the preferences of various girls, even someone as thoughtful as the young lady. He can get a glimpse of it, and then prescribe the right medicine, Hayasaka AI said solemnly. As early as when Natsukawa Kanade and Shinomiya Kaguya began to come into contact, she had already used the resources at hand to investigate Natsukawa Kanade's situation, including how many ex-girlfriends he had and who they were. Basically everything had been found out. Although from the bottom of her heart she felt that such a Natsukawa Kanade was not someone worth entrusting her young lady's life to. Seeing Kaguya becoming more and more cheerful day by day, she couldn't bear to break her beautiful dream. So she decided to help Kaguya-sama win over Natsukawa Kanade and transform his nature of being loyal only during the period of love into an attitude of being loyal to the young lady forever, making him the young lady's perfect lover. But that being said, what she can do now is also very limited. At most, she can constantly solve problems for the young lady, first take down that philandering radish in the student council for her. As for what happens after that, anyway, as long as the two of them really start dating, there are many things she can do. For example, threatening with the background of the Shinomiya family, of course, she won't let Kaguya-sama notice when she does this, lest she think her love is not pure enough. I can be sure that Natsukawa-sama is a love expert who understands women's hearts very well, and he will never do meaningless things to waste time. I even think that the young lady's idea of wanting to persuade President to return to the student council is also within Natsukawa-sama's expectations. Honestly, young ladies, my personal suggestion is, you should take the initiative to attack directly, not giving Natsukawa President a chance to detour. Take the initiative, attack directly, what do you mean? Haven't I done enough? No, I mean directly explain your feelings to Natsukawa president and say to him, I like you, please go out with me. Hayasaka AI is indeed the person who knows Shinomiya Kaguya best, and even imitating her voice is so lifelike that Shinomiya Kaguya was immediately immersed in the imagination. I like president, please go out with me. Hello? So Shinomiya, you have always had a crush on me, how cute. What? Isn't this just going to be laughed at mercilessly by president? How could I do such a thing? Shinomiya Kaguya slammed the pillow in her hand with a look of shame and anger. No, that kind of scene is unlikely to happen, right? Hayasaka AI pressed her slightly bulging temples, feeling a severe headache. If her information is correct, as long as the young lady confesses first, Natsukawa-sama will definitely agree. After all, the person he is pursuing now is her young lady. Excessive ridicule will not help him in any way. And the most important thing is, after the confession, this innocent maid of hers will no longer need to be called over every day to be some kind of love advisor. Miss, I can assure you that young Master Zia Chuan definitely likes you now. You don't need to consider any other situations. Even so, if I take the initiative to confess, won't I never be able to hold my head up for the rest of my life? But if you don't confess, you won't even have a second to hold your head up. Hayasaka sighed, feeling that her young lady's strong-willed personality was really troublesome. What holding your head up or who's on top and who's on bottom is all nonsense. Grasp it firmly in your hand first. Can't you just leave the adjustments for later, really? If it were her, the child could already be buying soy sauce. Who cares who's first or last? But the good news is, although Kaguya-sama always looks like a small fry, at least she has admitted that she likes young Master Zia Chuan. Otherwise, if there was no progress after so long, she would really collapse. In other words, as long as you hear young Master Zia Chuan say the words, I like Kaguya-sama with his own mouth, you will be able to face your own heart and accept young Master Zia Chuan. Hayasaka AI rested her chin on one hand and began to think about how to formulate a plan. If the president says that with his own mouth, it's not like I can't consider it. On Kaguya Shinomiya's head, a small flower of love seemed to grow, and she fell into her own fantasy. Shinomiya, I like you. President. Shinomiya. President. Miss, please listen to me seriously. Hayasaka AI shook Kaguya Shinomiya's shoulders frantically, pulling her back to reality. They were discussing a strategy to capture him. How did she suddenly start acting crazy? I was so close. Miss, do you still want to hear my plan? Why, yes, tell me. In short, we'll do this first, then that. Oh, Kaguya Shinomiya nodded frequently, her eyes shining brightly. She felt that her future with the president was bright. 39, a mere black-haired female passerby. The next day, Shuchian Academy, the time of dismissal. In the last row by the window of class 2 to 3, a sexy girl wearing black pantyhose was lying on the desk, panting slightly. Kasumigayaka Utaha, the best-selling light novelist under the pen name Kasumi Utako, is considered by some in the industry to be a talented author capable of handling contemporary traditional literature, but somehow went astray. Regarding such an evaluation, Kasumigayaka herself held this attitude, what's it to me? Tedious, boring. This world is full of superficial, boring things and people. It is impossible for her to accept the transformation of reality. She has ideals, ambitions, and will only be herself no matter what. Kasumigayaka, someone is looking for you. And Kasumigayaka Utaha rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. After having a great time with her junior the day before yesterday, her inspiration couldn't be suppressed. She stayed up until midnight yesterday to turn all her thoughts into words, and she was very sleepy at the moment. Anyone who dares to disturb her rest, no matter who it is, she will treat them well. Yukino, Kasumigayaka was slightly stunned. She thought it was some reckless male beast who wanted to explain obscene words, but it turned out to be a black-haired female passerby. It's me, senpai. What's the matter? Kasumigayaka said indifferently. It was impossible for her to return a smile. Not to mention disturbing her rest, she couldn't be kind to the other party just because she was one of the people who had taken away her treasure. Regarding Zia Chuan, I want to talk to you, senpai. My junior... come with me. The two found a relatively hidden place before starting a formal conversation. Make it quick, I'm busy. I won't take up much of your time, senpai. Yuka Nishida shook her head. Regarding Zia Chuan, I want to know what kind of person he is. What kind of person? Kasumigayaka was a little surprised, but soon chuckled, hinting at something. Shouldn't you know my junior's character very well, junior? Oh, Yuka Nishida was silent. If she really knew, she wouldn't have come to ask Kasumigayaka. Senpai, do you remember deceiving me back then? How about using that as an exchange? Deceiving you? Kasumigayaka was slightly stunned, but soon remembered what Yuka Nishida was referring to. I didn't lie to you. I just said my junior made an excessive request to me and stopped bothering me after being rejected. Perhaps you misunderstood at the time, but you should be able to understand my words now, right? She is the proud Kasumigiaka, so she disdains using deceptive means to hinder other people's love. At most, it's just verbal seduction, if it really has any influence. It's just because of a lack of trust in her junior, just like Eriri the Yukinishida in front of her and the former her. Is Senpai trying to shirk responsibility? Kasumigiaka frowned, wanting to just leave and ignore her. Forget it, I'll just take it as an act of kindness. Ask me quickly if there's anything you want to know, Junior. Okay, Yukinishida nodded, thought for a while, and decided to change to a way of speaking that Kasumigiaka could accept. She might not be willing to simply reveal information, but if it's related to herself, she will probably can't help but show off, right? When Zia Chuan was pursuing Senpai, did he do anything for you? You don't need to say much, just the most impressive thing. Does that have anything to do with what you want to know? Is it difficult? You're really troublesome, Kasumigiaka sighed. It was okay to tell her. After all, it was a very proud thing for her. As the memories of the past flooded into her heart, her eyes gradually became filled with affection. If I had to say, it would be arguing with countless people for me. It doesn't matter if it was purposeful from the beginning. In fact, Kasumigiaka was very clear that her junior didn't like her book, Love Metronome, as much as she imagined. It was just because he liked her and loved her so much that he was willing to speak up for her. That was enough. After all, how many people can participate in rebuttals online for the person they like at all times without sleeping or resting for a day and a night? Even if it was ulterior motives, it made her very happy. Yukinishida nodded. Kasumigiaka's expression couldn't be faked, so things were very clear. Kasumigiaka misled her at the time because she liked Zia Chuan. Out of jealousy or unwillingness, when she came to her, Kasumigiaka misled her, making her feel that Zia Chuan was an incurable scumbag, the kind of womanizer. But in reality, she really didn't care about this. If he was just a womanizer, she wouldn't care at all because she believed that she could change him. What she cared about was whether he had love for her. Yukinishida Yukino had never experienced love. Although she can get a glimpse of it from literary works, it is not her own feeling after all. To determine the true intention, she still has to rely on her own heart. She could naturally feel Zia Chuan's special treatment of her, but she didn't know whether that meant liking her. Recognition or camaraderie, it seems more accurate to say comrades trust a united front. If that's the case, why is he more willing to believe in Hachiman Hikigaya? Zia Chuan gave her a very strange feeling, like he was pleasing a superior or trying to gain recognition, more like craving to be needed and expected. But no matter which one, he put himself in the lowest position, just like she once longed for her mother's approval. Therefore, she couldn't be sure whether Zia Chuan's feelings for her were love or closeness because of the similarity between the two. At the same time, she herself was very confused and unable to determine whether her feelings were sympathy or something else. Therefore, she rejected the other party's confession. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to date. Because she wasn't ready, she couldn't make a judgment. But after that, Zia Chuan withdrew from the club. She wanted to blame him for leaving without saying goodbye and his cowardly behavior, but when she thought about it carefully, wasn't she the same? Because she was never able to get her mother's approval, she chose to escape and moved out alone. The depression in her heart was difficult to let go of, so she focused all her energy on club activities as if that would allow her worries to be relieved, but the result was that it affected innocent club members. She didn't want to do that, but she realized she had done something wrong after she came back to her senses. Thoughts returned to the present. Second question, have you ever dated Zia Chuan senpai? That depends on what the definition of dating is. So no, Yukinishida nodded and bowed slightly. Thank you, senpai, that's all I wanted to know. Sorry for bothering you. Watching Yukinishida Yukino's back disappear into the stairwell, Kasumigiaka Utaha didn't speak for a long time. Only the constantly shaking legs showed the owner's inner unease. You womanizing idiot junior, how many girls have you provoked? Perhaps she could still comfort herself before, thinking that Iriri was nothing to worry about. But now there's another black-haired female passerby who clashes with her attributes, and I don't know how many other sly foxes are hiding in the dark and like her junior. There are too many enemies, right? The only thing to be thankful for is that, including that black-haired female passerby, she hasn't seen anyone who can compete with her in this regard. Kasumigiaka Utaha pressed her hand on her heart, looking slightly relieved. 40. Where did this passerby character come from? In a bookstore at a seat in the coffee area, holding the latest popular light novel and flipping through it page by page, but she couldn't bring herself to read it carefully. Not to mention reading it carefully, she didn't even remember a single sentence. Originally, she wanted to come to the bookstore after school to change her mood, but she didn't expect her mood to get worse. Now Zia Chuan's mind is full of the image of the angel crying last night. The reason for the tears. He could vaguely feel it. As for the deeper reason, perhaps it was because the angel really cared about him as a friend and didn't want him to evaluate himself like that. Or was she feeling guilty for her past slip of the tongue? Perhaps it was both, but for Zia Chuan now, he didn't really care how Shiana viewed him. He just hoped to get along with her naturally as an equal friend. So he said, "You also thought I was a good-for-nothing back then, right?" He originally just thought that maybe it could diffuse the situation and ease the conflict, but it led things to another extreme. He definitely regretted it, but he was more thinking about how to salvage the friendship. Don't look at Shiana apologizing to him yesterday as if he was the one in charge, but in fact, he knew very well that the more this was the case, the more he had to take the initiative to contact Shiana. To embrace her, to let her let go, to let her know that he was not hurt by her past words. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to notice that she might have fallen into emotions like autism. So why wasn't his brain so clear last night? Hindsight, but he doesn't want such abilities at all. Zia Chuan, who was caught in self-blame, couldn't find the two sneaky black shadows observing him not far behind him. It was Kaguya Shinomiya and AI Hayasaka who had been following Zia Chuan all the way. "Hayasaka, are you sure this method will work?" Kaguya Shinomiya looked a little worried. Although I was intimidated by Hayasaka-I's serious expression last night, now that I think about it, the method she suggested is actually full of loopholes. Asking if the other person has a girlfriend through casual conversation, and then further probing to find out who they like. If the president says her name, Kaguya Shinomiya, she would take the opportunity to step forward and act like it was a chance encounter, and then claim that she accidentally heard the fact that the president likes her, and then use this to force the president to admit it. It would be great if things could go so smoothly. But the key is that Hayasaka isn't familiar with the president either. Why would the president confide in her? If it were Fujiwara Chika, who is also a friend of both of them, she might be able to complete such a task, but as for her, it's better to trust Hayasaka to do it. It's not that Kaguya Shinomiya doesn't trust her friend, but she instinctively feels that if that idiot takes action, things might turn out differently. Maybe it would be completely reversed, and she would end up admitting to the president that she likes the president, and she definitely doesn't want that outcome. "Hayasaka, are you sure you can get the president to say those words? I really feel like it's unreliable," Kaguya Shinomiya asked again. "Some things really can't be thought about too much, otherwise you'll become more and more worried and uneasy." "Don't worry, miss, I guarantee it with my professional ethics." "But isn't your profession a maid? What does that have to do with love?" Kaguya Shinomiya was very puzzled. Anyway miss, just watch my performance, I guarantee I'll complete the task." Hayasaka AI was too lazy to explain any further. From her young lady's perspective, this matter is indeed difficult to handle, but for her, Hayasaka AI, it's completely easy. It's just a little bit of verbal manipulation. That kind of thing is completely easy for a professional maid. The real difficulty is how to approach young Master Zia Chuan. Being too intimate is definitely not okay. Young Master Zia Chuan will definitely reject her. But being too indifferent is also not okay. Then she won't even have the qualification to start a topic, so she must grasp the right degree of interaction. "I'm going." "Yeah, good luck Hayasaka," Kaguya Shinomiya nodded, clenching her fist to cheer on her maid. "Should I go back?" Casually flipping through the paperback book in his hand, Yue Chunzu became more and more bored, so he prepared to get up and leave. "President." An unfamiliar voice came from his ear, and Zia Chunzu subconsciously turned his head to look. A girl with golden shawl-length hair, wearing a Ziajiuan school uniform, stood cutely to the side. She tilted her head slightly, staring at him with a smile on her face. School uniform, golden hair Angel Sama, however, it wasn't just a complete stranger. If it weren't for that almost directly named president, he wouldn't even offer a subconscious glance to such a passerby. "You are." "It's really the president, I'm so lucky." The smile on the girl's face grew even brighter, staring at him with joy in her eyes. "I'm Hasaka from class 4 in the second year." "Hasaka, is there something you need?" Zia Chunzu asked. He had no impression of ever seeing her before. Although the name sounded familiar, he couldn't remember who it was. Probably some background character who admired him, like those who persistently stuffed love letters into his shoe cabinet every day. Although a bit annoying, it's actually easy to deal with. "I don't have anything, just saw the president alone, so I came over to say hello." The girl looked shy and bashful, giving people a feeling of being full of thoughts. Her eyes were charming and shy, and her red lips opened with a smile. She could indeed be called a beautiful and youthful girl, but it had nothing to do with him. Yeah, Zia Chuanzu nodded, considering it a response to the other party. It's getting late, I'll go back first, don't wander around outside alone for too long. Responding was politeness, and exhorting was the duty of the student council president, but it was impossible for him to say anything more. Golden-haired girls. Although she still had a smile on her face, she was actually frantically complaining about Zia Chuanzu in her heart. She was such a charming and beautiful girl, and you actually gave her such an indifferent look when she took the initiative to greet you. Too bullying, forget this conversation. However, it was impossible because Kaguya-sama was secretly watching them somewhere, and she must not retreat like this and be laughed at by the young lady. This golden-haired girl was naturally Hayasaka AI, who had confidently said that she would definitely complete the task. Pretending to be a chance encounter, inadvertently expressing the thought of being lucky, followed by a cute smile that was universally appealing to both men and women, it was clearly a flawless combo, but it was blocked by President Zia Chuan one by one. Just how difficult is he to deal with? Hayasaka AI complained frantically in her heart. She naturally knew that Zia Chuanzu, who was in love, was indifferent to other girls, but she really didn't expect that even such ordinary casual conversations, he looked unwilling to continue. There was no way she had to go straight. Hayasaka AI understood that it was impossible for the other party to have empathy and actively ask her if she needed help. At this moment, she could only actively seek help in order to continue the topic. I know this is presumptuous, but I still have to say, President, please help me. Alert. 41, not the young lady but her, 5.5K. Watching the close interaction between Hayasaka AI and Zia Chuanzu, Kaguya Shinomiya felt very conflicted in her heart. On the one hand, she hoped that her maid could successfully elicit the president's words, to find out from his mouth who he liked and whether he really harbored feelings of love for her. On the other hand, she hoped that the president could be immune to Hayasaka Ai's beauty trap and not reveal his inner thoughts so easily in front of unfamiliar people. The former was out of her private desires and as part of her plan, while the latter was out of concern for one thing. If the president really revealed the fact that he liked someone so easily, wouldn't that prove that all the efforts she had made before were in vain? Clearly, it was an answer that could be obtained as long as someone else took the initiative to ask. But she had been beating around the bush for so long and still hadn't managed to get it done. She would definitely not be able to withstand such a blow. And more importantly, although she had a lot of confidence in the president, what if the president fell in love with such an AI? How is that possible? Haha, how is that possible? That idiotic Hayasaka, the president would never transfer his affections, right? Absolutely. Really, she should have more trust in the president. Secretly cheering herself up, Kaguya Shinomiya continued to secretly observe Zia Chuanzu and the others, afraid of missing any details. Kaguya Shinomiya, who had never been in love, had completely lost her judgment under Hayasaka Ai's verbal offensive these days. She now firmly believed in what Hayasaka said, that the president actually likes the young lady but is just too embarrassed to confess, and didn't think about other possibilities at all. At most, she was just a little worried that Zia Chuanzu would transfer his affections and fall in love with the pretentious Hayasaka, just a little. As for the two people being secretly spied on by her, I'm sorry, President, for making you accompany me for a while. It's nothing, I just happen to have some free time. Zia Chuanzu shook his head, responding very reluctantly. In reality, if the other party hadn't used the forbidden trick of President, please help me, he would have left directly. Alas, the so-called student council president is sometimes such a helpless existence. That's great, as expected, the president is a gentle person. Zia Chuanzu's eyebrows twitched as he listened, feeling that the other party was mocking him, but he couldn't come up with any evidence. Actually, I've always wanted my own computer, but because I don't understand this kind of thing, I've been hesitant. Hayasaka AI revealed a very troubled expression and then broke into a smile. But luckily, I met the president. I heard that boys know more about this kind of thing, so I was thinking of asking the president to recommend one. You've come to the wrong person, I don't know anything about this. Zia Chuanzu shook his head, answering truthfully. He had been living in this world for almost 18 years, not to mention computer equipment. He rarely even used his phone to go online. And in his previous life, he had studied to death without ever owning his own phone. His family's discipline was very strict. His daily life was filled with a large number of study courses, and he was so busy that he didn't have much time to rest. Not only that, but even what friends he made were restricted by his parents, and he had no freedom. Once, by chance, he heard his classmates talking about some anime and chatting very excitedly, so he thought of going back and learning about it so that he could have common topics with them at school. After that, every weekend and holiday, he would spend his only 1 hour of entertainment time watching anime and following new episodes. At first, of course, it was just to be able to get along with his classmates. Later, gradually, watching the male and female protagonists in the anime living a relaxed and happy daily life, he became a little yearning and began to imagine that he could also have such a life. In short, he really didn't know anything about electronic equipment, so he didn't have the idea of pretending to be something he wasn't. What he didn't understand, he didn't understand. Instead of forcibly agreeing for the sake of face, it was better to honestly admit his shortcomings. Hayasaka AI was stunned, thinking, why don't you follow the routine at all? At this time, a normal boy wouldn't respond like this, right? If you want to refuse her advances, she's just asking for help and hasn't done anything out of line. Besides, even if you really don't know anything, it's impossible not to hide it at all in front of a cute girl. Then it doesn't matter. It's just choosing a computer. I believe in the president's intuition. Sorry, I can't do it, Zia Chuanzu shook his head, based on my intuition. In short, I can't help you, sorry, I'll go back first. Wait a minute. President Hayasaka AI was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. She had expected that the process of capturing him might be difficult, but she really didn't expect it to be so frustrating. Actually, there's another thing I want to ask you to help me with. Alert. There was no way Zia Chuanzu had to turn around and look at her again. What is it? He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Zia Chuanzu always felt that the girl in front of him was a little too persistent, and she didn't give up even after he had refused so many times. I want to ask the president to teach me my homework. Hayasaka AI had a pitiful expression, not to hide it from the president, but my grades are actually very bad and no matter how much I study I can't improve. After the expected topic was ruled out, Hayasaka AI couldn't think of anything else to talk about. Games, she doesn't play them herself, sports. It's not suitable to talk about them in this situation at all. Love topics. Although it does fit her ultimate mission, the relationship between the two is still very stiff, and rashly bringing it up won't achieve the goal. Therefore, she can only start from the learning that the other party is good at. As someone who can defeat Miss Kaguya in this area, young Master Zia Chuan must be very proud of his learning ability, right? Then use this to satisfy young Master Zia Chuan's desire to be a good teacher. Do it here, Zia Chuanzu hesitated. Is it not okay? Hayasaka AI looked at him expectantly. Okay, after hesitating for a long time, Zia Chuanzu still nodded. The shop assistants next to them had been paying attention to the commotion caused by the two of them for a long time, and it really wasn't a matter if he kept refusing like this. After all, judging from the persistence of the girl in front of him, she definitely wouldn't give up if he didn't agree. Is this the so-called love brain? The desire to attack is indeed very strong. Zia Chuanzu sighed a little, thinking that if any of the girls he had pursued in the past had been like this, he wouldn't still be single. Maybe he could really consider finding a random girl like this to fall in love with. Other things aside for the time being at least, she should have a little bit of goodwill towards him, right? Or is it really possible that she likes him? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so actively approaching him. Since he can't be with the girl he likes, then find someone who likes him. Maybe the feelings aren't sincere, but he's willing to always shoulder the responsibility until he truly falls in love with the other party. But having said that, he can't be sure what the other party is thinking, so he has to observe it again. Thinking like this, Zia Chuanzu's attitude subconsciously became gentler. Then let's go to the cafe over there. Okay, Hayasaka AI nodded obediently, thinking that the trick of please teach me to study was indeed useful, and young Master Zia Chuan's attitude towards her had visibly improved. After the two were seated, Hayasaka AI took out the math problems she had prepared earlier from her bag and pushed them in front of Zia Chuanzu. Zia Chuanzu nodded and began to scan the markings on it. As he had expected, girls like this were indeed not good at subjects like math. After all, this thing you either know it or you don't, there's no way around it. Regarding this question, your steps are correct, but you used the wrong formula in this part. Natsukawa Kanate transformed into a teacher, pointing out the mistakes. Actually, there's a simpler way to solve this question. Just directly substitute it into this formula. See, like this, the answer comes out directly. Although there are rumors that he is an even stronger genius who can defeat Shinomiya Kaguya in various fields, only he himself knows that this is achieved through tireless effort and a negligible amount of talent. Moreover, it mainly relies on his experience in his previous life of studying, which led him to remember a lot of things, making him very handy in learning. Amazing! Hayasaka AI blinked, feeling somewhat impressed. It's not that she couldn't solve this math problem, she deliberately made a mistake in the first place. However, Natsukawa Kanade's method of deriving the answer by simply substituting one formula still shocked her. Is that even possible? Mathematics is truly wondrous. What about this question? Before she knew it, Hayasaka AI began to seriously engage. This one is similar, but we need to first find one of its conditions like this. Natsukawa Kanade naturally obliged and continued to explain. Oh, I see. Thus the two of them began to study earnestly, each contributing their thoughts. This dumbfounded Shinomiya Kaguya, who was carefully hiding in the corner. Excuse me, AI Hayasaka, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and get information out of the president. Don't actually start studying, you idiot. However, she couldn't just rush up and interrupt them, so she could only grit her teeth and watch their bodies get closer because of explaining the problem, vowing in her heart. I must deduct Hayasaka's salary when we get back. Deduct it severely. Before long, just as Shinomiya Kaguya was about to lose control of her jealousy and rush out, the constant stream of compatible aura finally dissipated. I'm so tired. Is studying always this tiring? Hayasaka AI yawned, looking like she couldn't resist her sleepiness. This proves that you actually used your brain, which is a good thing, Natsukawa Kanade nodded. Seeing her sleepy appearance, he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, he acknowledged her attitude. He would be very disappointed if she didn't listen seriously after he put in so much effort. She's a good girl, Natsukawa Kanade thought. Want to continue or take a break? Scanning the questions on the exercise sheet, he realized there was still a lot to explain, so he asked for her opinion. However, when he turned his head, he found the girl lying on the table, looking completely burned out, breathing evenly and quietly saying, "Can't study anymore, ZZZ." Hayasaka. He gently pushed her but found that the girl didn't move at all, showing no signs of waking up. She actually fell asleep. Natsukawa Kanade was stunned. It seems that she usually works very hard, otherwise she wouldn't be so tired that she fell asleep on the spot. But in this kind of place. Natsukawa Kanade frowned, looked around, then stood up and slowly walked towards the staff. Shinomiya Kaguya, hiding in the corner, quickly hid, afraid of being discovered. Before long, Natsukawa Kanade came back with a small blanket. He slowly approached and gently draped the blanket over the girl's body, then sat down quietly beside her. He couldn't leave the sleeping girl alone, so he came back. But he wasn't idle. At least there were still many problems on the exercise sheet, so he picked up a pen and started making notes on them one by one. One was a girl who was sound asleep. One was a boy who was seriously writing notes. Both were focused on their own things, and there was no communication throughout. However, even this warm scene was too much for someone to watch. Shinomiya Kaguya, who was so anxious that she wanted to step in and do it for her. That mere Hayasaka, how can she? How can she be treated so gently by the president? She also wants to be taken care of by the president like that. To have the president gently drape the small blanket over her, and then she would fall asleep peacefully with the scent from the president, and the president would secretly play a prank on her face, kissing it. In short, she is very envious. Idiot AI, you said you wanted to get information out of the president, but I think you're just lusting after the president's beauty. I trusted you wrongly. What followed was another long and agonizing wait. Shinomiya Kaguya watched her maid secretly glance at Natsukawa Kanade from time to time with a blank expression, thinking about whether to deduct all of her salary for this month. Did I fall asleep? Opening her sleepy eyes and looking at the watch on her wrist, Hayasaka AI exclaimed. No way has it been 3 hours. Feeling better, do you need to rest a little longer? Natsukawa Kanade put down the pen in his hand and asked with concern. No, I'm already much better. Hayasaka AI shook her head, her pretty face flushed from the long sleep, making her very cute. Thank you for your concern, President. Hayasaka AI seemed hesitant. Has the president been sitting here the whole time? Not really. Natsukawa Kanade hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I was just standing there reading and got a little tired, so I thought I'd come over and sit for a while. Excessive kindness can bring about vigilance. Natsukawa Kanade had already learned this through past experiences, so he would not repeat the same mistake. I see. Hayasaka AI nodded lightly, not calling him out, but feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. Liar, you were obviously sitting next to me writing notes the whole time. It's getting late now that you're awake. Hey, President. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a very complicated expression. Does the president have someone he likes? Natsukawa Kanade was stunned, opening his mouth in bewilderment but unable to say anything. Hayasaka, could she really like him? It's not like he's inexplicably developed some kind of delusion, but based on what just happened. She's cold to him, but not discouraged. Even if she's constantly being rejected, she still wants to get closer to him. Combined with this ambiguous atmosphere and admiring gaze, it's really impossible for him not to overthink things, but she's not one of the girls he's familiar with. The familiar heroines are out of the question, but a passerby is okay. Is that what it means? Natsukawa Kanade didn't know what to do anymore. He had obviously prepared himself to live alone, but suddenly encountered a girl who liked him so much. Why are you suddenly asking this? Oh, of course it's because I care a lot. Natsukawa Kanade fell silent. Confirmed, 100% confirmed, this girl in front of him really does like him, so now the choice is in his hands. Bayasiju Ling-san Chibajo. Should he agree or cruelly reject her? He doesn't really like her enough, and today is even the first time they've met, but he's slightly developed some good feelings now. Thinking about himself after each failed relationship, he finally made up his mind. He must not let such a good girl get hurt. Ha Hayasaka. Yes, Hayasaka AI was stunned, not knowing why Natsukawa Kanade suddenly called her name. Actually, Natsukawa Kanade took a deep breath, calming himself down with constant self-hypnosis. A so-called man must have responsibility when necessary. Things like confessions must not be initiated by reserved girls. It's true that making this request suddenly is a bit presumptuous, but I still want to say, can you go out with me? Hayasaka's eyes widened, her pupils constricted, and a huge wave surged in her heart. A confession, her, she was confessed to by Natsukawa young master, not Shinomiya miss but her. Is this for real? That Natsukawa young master who is loyal to his lover. To her a mere maid, a mere attendant maid of the miss. Confessed, at this moment, Hayasaka's level of shock was no different from hearing on the television that the world was about to end. She would naturally think that it was a joke, but if every country was releasing such news, then she really wouldn't be able to laugh it off and would believe it to be true. So that playboy Natsukawa young master really confessed to her, this disguised maid. No, that's impossible, right? Unless Natsukawa young master's attitude towards the miss all along was fake. No, not necessarily. After all, Natsukawa young master has always been opposing the miss, and she has never heard the miss say that Natsukawa young master has been particularly gentle to her. So the target of capture and pursuit has always been her. The so-called getting close to the miss was just to act as a stepping stone. The more Hayasaka AI thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible, and she couldn't help but feel that Natsukawa Kanade was too terrifying, having concealed his true feelings until now, and even doing such a thing. But setting aside her original prejudice against Natsukawa Kanade, she also felt a little admiration for such a Natsukawa young master, being able to go to such lengths for her, a mere maid. Hayasaka. Are you okay? Hayasaka, seeing that Hayasaka AI hadn't reacted for a while, Natsukawa Kanade reached out to pat her shoulder. Hayasaka AI was startled, subconsciously standing up and taking 2 steps back. And no, it's not like that. Seeing that Natsukawa Kanade's face looked very bad, Hayasaka AI quickly wanted to explain. Hayasaka-sen doesn't need to explain, I understand, I misunderstood, I'm sorry for scaring you, I'll go back first. Then he silently packed his things and turned to leave. Please, I didn't. Hayasaka AI reached out her hand, as if wanting to stop him but found that she didn't have the right. After Natsukawa Kanade completely disappeared from view, Shinomiya Kaguya, who had been hiding in the corner, finally ran out. What happened, Hayasaka? Why did the president suddenly leave? Hayasaka, what's wrong with you? Oh, miss. 42, I was careless. Regarding the student council re-election, we've made pretty much all the arrangements on our side. We shouldn't have to worry about our own grade level. The rest depends on what happens with the first years. Therefore, I believe it's necessary to take active measures. If we continue to let things go unchecked, it's possible that. That concludes my statement. President, what do you think? President. Natsukawa Kanade finally came to his senses, realizing that he was currently in a morning meeting with everyone in the student council. Sorry, Shinomiya, I was a little distracted. Natsukawa Kanade rubbed his temples, looking slightly tired. Regarding the matter of taking measures, I still don't think it's necessary. As second-year seniors, we should show a composed attitude to the juniors. Moreover, I personally believe that my abilities are no less than theirs. Everyone's energy is limited. There's no need to keep worrying about such small things. I have my own plans. This matter is settled, no need to bring it up in future meetings. Other matters will proceed according to the original procedures. If anything changes, just send me a message. That's all, let's end the meeting for today. After arranging everything, Su Natsukawa gave a slight apology to the student council members. Sorry, everyone, I might be feeling a bit unwell. I want to go rest for a bit, please excuse me. And the others didn't speak, just looked at each other, then watched Su Natsukawa leave. President, Kaguya Shinomiya murmured, her eyes filled with worry. Leaving the student council room, Su Natsukawa yawned as he walked towards the infirmary. Because of what happened at the bookstore, he had been suffering from insomnia for days. The heavy stone weighing on his heart was making it hard to breathe. His conflict with the angel was already giving him a headache, and then he went and did something like that. When he was focused, it was all right, but once he started to get sleepy or had free time, the scene from that day would constantly replay in his mind, even in his dreams. One of life's three great illusions, she likes me. He made that mistake, mistakenly thinking that a girl who approached him so actively liked him and was rejected again harshly. That's 6 losses in a row now, quite the achievement, Su Natsukawa chuckled to himself. Heroine or extra, no matter what kind of girl, none of them would like someone like him. Perhaps they had some goodwill towards him, but it wasn't love, just an okay as friends. Well, maybe a hint of respect for the capable. Because he was the student council president, he was naturally trusted and loved by everyone. He finally understood. But the price was a huge embarrassment plus several days of crazy insomnia. That's why he wanted to come to the infirmary to catch some sleep. Excuse me, is anyone here? He knocked lightly on the door and, receiving no response, opened it and walked in. Students came late, so the teachers in charge naturally wouldn't come early. The infirmary was currently empty. He checked the time and saw that there were about 40 minutes left before the first self-study period. Counting the self-study period he could skip, he could theoretically sleep for almost 2 hours. Lucky, the overall time might not be much, but it would still help him replenish some energy, especially to give his eyes a chance to rest, so he had to sleep. Warm, smooth, countless soft things surrounded Su Natsukawa. Large, plentiful, and plump white spheres pressed against him, accompanied by an indescribable soft sensation. Marshmallow, a little like it. Clouds in the sky. He had no experience with that, so he couldn't comment, but he could confirm that the close-fitting touch was top-notch, with a warm and glutinous feeling like being in colorful clouds. His eyes opened slightly, and he was met with a void of darkness. His breathing was a little labored, his nostrils seemed to be blocked by something, so he could only gulp for air with his mouth, but the next moment he was caught by a rough texture. With a cute cry, Su Natsukawa finally woke up a little. Pulling his head out of a strange crevice, Su Natsukawa fell into thought as he looked at the pink-haired girl in front of him, her face flushed and her posture twisted. Did I wake up the wrong way? So he lay down, preparing to wake up again. Oh, President, wake up now that you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep. The pink-haired girl covered her chest with one hand, and with the other she pulled out a foxtail grass from somewhere, tickling Su Natsukawa's nose. Finally, he couldn't help but sneeze and fully opened his eyes. Fujiwara secretary, what are you doing here? If there was anyone he didn't want to encounter right now, it was the playful Fujiwara-san. Annoying, bothersome. Naturally not. If he really had to, he would at most dislike her silly, cute appearance. But right now, he really wasn't in the mood to play with her, and his physical condition wouldn't allow it. I'm here to capture the president, you know. Chika Fujiwara reached out and poked Su Natsukawa's cheek, a triumphant smile on her face. Ah, I've been caught, Su Natsukawa said loudly. You won the tag game, so please go back. I'm not going back like that, there's still a punishment to be done, President. Chika Fujiwara shook her head, then giggled and moved Su Natsukawa's head onto her lap. A beautiful girl's lap pillow suddenly gets square root. Are you sure it's a punishment and not a reward? Su Natsukawa really wanted to ask, but facing the cancer of the earth whom he couldn't understand at all, if she said it was a punishment, then it might really be true. But it didn't matter, no matter what she was going to do next, he wouldn't lose out too much. First is the Q/U0026A session, first question. Do boys like lap pillows? As she spoke, Chika Fujiwara stretched her sinful hands towards Su Natsukawa's head. At least I'm not against it. Su Natsukawa's brows gradually relaxed. If you are being played by life, don't resist, face it positively. This was exactly like his current situation, but the object was Chika Fujiwara. But come to think of it, he originally thought she was going to play some kind of prank on him, and he was prepared for it, but she was actually going to massage him. Could this really be called a punishment? So how does the guinea pig, renowned to be at the mercy of others, president, feel? This is the first time I've done this for someone. Please don't add that strange prefix to my title. Su Natsukawa was now certain that this was indeed a punishment game. Giving people titles was really embarrassing, especially when his head was completely in someone else's control, and he couldn't even shake his head. Oh, you dummy president, don't move around, I'll press the wrong place. Feeling the strange sensation from her thighs, Chika Fujiwara's pretty face flushed. She quickly patted the other person's forehead as a warning. Fortunately, there was something blocking the line of sight between the two. Otherwise, if Su Natsukawa saw her shy appearance, she would become even stranger. Su Natsukawa immediately became honest, afraid that Chika Fujiwara would accidentally poke his eyes out. Guinea pig president, don't play dead, quickly answer my question. The punishment time isn't over yet. You're the one who changed the topic. Natsukawa subconsciously retorted, but then honestly replied, "It feels alright, but your skills need to be improved." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead again. Stop it. If this continues and bumps grow on my head, the student council president's dignity will be swept away. It's all the president's fault, who told you not to praise me honestly. Chika Fujiwara looked sulky, but her hands were still diligently working. Next is the second question. Isn't this clearly the third question? With a paw sound, a strange feeling of refreshment suddenly arose in Chika Fujiwara's heart. It was like scrubbing someone's back in the bathroom and then slapping them. A strong sense of satisfaction was about to gush out. Why did you hit me again? Why you're too long-winded, President? Jay, just answer my question. Then ask away. Zapod. You mere guinea pig, President, don't talk back, Chika Fujiwara said excitedly. She was really getting addicted to patting. She didn't even remember what she wanted to ask and blurted out directly, "Hey, President, let me try it." Her eyes gleaming, Chika Fujiwara's thirst for knowledge had exploded. Not only the president's smooth forehead, but also here, she wanted to try the feel of everything. What do you want to try? Natsukawa looked horrified, thinking that the real punishment had finally come. He was still careless. He should have been prepared from the beginning. But the soft and smooth lap pillow was really comfortable, and there was a great view to see. He had completely fallen for the honey trap. Lying underneath, he couldn't muster any strength at all. Although he hadn't rested for long and was still very tired, if he didn't get up, it would really be too late. However, just as Natsukawa was about to make a move, Chika Fujiwara grabbed his hands and pressed them firmly on the bed. Gyuhahaha, the president's feel. Sinful hands kept reaching for the hem of his clothes, determined to open the forbidden door. Don't come over here. Just as Natsukawa was thinking about whether he was going to be played with severely today, the infirmary door suddenly opened. I actually forgot to lock the door. The young female teacher had just entered and saw the two people, female on top of male, on the bed not far away. Their position like they were cosplaying fusion magic, and fell silent. Sorry for intruding, I'll leave now. As she retreated and closed the door, she said in a sighing tone, "Young people these days are so energetic in the morning, they play even more than we did back then." Natsukawa. Shouldn't you be stopping them at a time like this? By the way, what do you mean by coming back every 10 minutes? Are you looking down on him? Get out and come back after at least half an hour. In short, he was very angry and he didn't feel sleepy at all but was very energetic. Natsukawa, are you all right? Miyuki Shirogane came over and greeted him. It's nothing, I feel much better after resting for a while. Natsukawa looked up and responded. Since he returned to his position, Shirogane's complexion seemed to have improved a lot. The dark circles under his eyes had disappeared, and his whole temperament had changed greatly. The magic of love, Natsukawa Kanade thought he had experienced it himself, but that was something he had deliberately changed, so it might be different. Speaking of which, the reason he chose to return to his post, besides wanting to continue being friends with everyone in the student council, was also because he held the idea of wanting to atone. Perhaps it's a bit of an exaggeration to say it that way, but the core idea remains the same. If he were to be the president, Shirogane Miyuki would have a lot more free time, which would be perfect for spending time with the girl he likes. He just didn't know why Shinomiya Kaguya hadn't actively launched an offensive against Shirogane and instead often helped him with his affairs. Could it be that he misunderstood? Shinomiya Kaguya doesn't actually like Shirogane Miyuki. But this contradicts his previous reasoning. Forget it, he shouldn't think about it too much. It's other people's business and there's no need to worry about them too much. Thinking too deeply about everything will only damage his hair. Anyway, he had already created opportunities for them. How things develop after that is none of his business. Let go of the need to help and respect others' choices. It's good enough for him to be an audience member. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Shirogane Miyuki, just as he was about to get up to go to the restroom, a commotion in the front row caught his attention. "Shiina-san, next class is swimming, would you like to join us?" As a student in the same class, Natsukawa Kanade was very popular. But in reality, not many people would come up to greet him, basically only some male friends. But the Angel-sama was different. She was a person with truly angelic affability. Regardless of gender or age, no one could resist her gentle smile, and everyone hoped to be close to her, truly highlighting her appeal to all. That would be a little. Shiina Maharu seemed a little at a loss. "Are you worried about being peeked at by the boys? It's okay, we'll protect you." The leading girl in the front row held Shiina Maharu's hand and said expectantly, "Come on, let's go to class together. Shiina-san refused last time, so please accept our invitation this time." Seeing the other party's expectant look, Shiina Maharu's heart wavered. She actually didn't want to go to swimming class and wanted to find a reason to ask for leave as usual, but this time she was surrounded in her seat and couldn't leave at all. I'm actually not very good at swimming. It's okay, we'll teach you, or Shiina-san can just stand aside and smile. Shiina Maharu. Was she some kind of healing robot? But now that things have been said to this extent, it would be a little tactless if she didn't agree. As a student, you must be able to read the atmosphere. Okay, thank you. That's great. Let's go to the locker room now before it's too late. So the group escorted the Angel-sama away. Natsukawa Kanade, who had been silently watching all of this, pondered for a moment, then also left the classroom. In the blink of an eye, it was time for class, and the students in the class had already changed into their swimsuits and gathered in place. The teacher first led the students through a few sets of warm-up exercises before allowing them to move freely and get into the water. Shiina-san, let's go over there. Shiina Maharu couldn't refuse at all, so she had no choice but to be dragged along. Zioshi, keep an eye on that side, Zio Ling, keep an eye on this side, and absolutely don't let any boys come over. Leave it to us, X2. Shuchen Academy's swimming lessons are taught in groups. Although they are in the same swimming pool, the boys are all on one side and the girls are all on the other side, with a wall in between. The reason they are so vigilant is because at the beginning of the school year, there were a few boys who sneaked into the girls' hall to peep during swimming class. Although the purpose was just to see the girls' swimsuits and swimming postures, this peeping behavior still affected the girls, and they began to take strict precautions afterward. Shiina Maharu was naturally one of the protagonists of that incident. As a famous beautiful girl in the academy, many boys wanted to catch a glimpse of her swimsuit appearance. Shiina-san, don't worry, we will protect you. Thank you, Shiina Maharu nodded lightly, but wondered if they were going a bit too far. Honestly, Shiina Maharu really couldn't understand why the boys were so interested in her swimsuit appearance, when it was just a very ordinary school swimsuit. But regardless of whether she understood or not, this overly abnormal behavior naturally caused her discomfort. So after that incident, she would choose to ask for leave and skip swimming class every time. But this time she was forced to come along. Could it be that someone will come to peep again this time? What's so good about it? For some reason, Shiina Maharu thought of the person she cared about very much. Would Kanade be interested too if it was him, even in private? No, that shouldn't be possible. He probably wouldn't want to see her again now. Shiina Maharu's eyes were a little dim, and she couldn't muster any interest in swimming, just mechanically responding to the words of the people around her. The girl next to her saw that she was not in a good mood and wanted to ask, but the next moment she spotted a suspicious figure flashing past in a corner. Over there. Those guys really came after all. Then she called two companions over, preparing to investigate. Shiina-san, continue swimming here, we'll go over there and teach those boys a lesson. Then be careful. In a dark corner, two heads were stacked on top of each other. Hey, I said, did you get a shot? Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Don't make noise, I'm looking for it. Why are you in such a hurry? Two boys wearing only swim trunks sneaked past the teacher's eyes and crossed over to the girl's side. They came for the so-called trust of the organization, and for this purpose they had prepared a full set of tools, a high-definition camera. The purpose was naturally to record the elegant posture of that Angel-sama for them to admire. As for the other girls, what's there to see? They have nothing they can't compare to their faith Angel-sama. To the left, look again. Okay, I'll take a look. Hey, what are you doing over there? An angry voice suddenly sounded, and the two boys were startled, almost dropping the camera in their hands. The one who came was naturally the trio of girls. The leading girl walked over slowly, with a look of contempt on her face. What dirty and vile thoughts, this time you even prepared a camera. Tusk, hand over the camera quickly. I'm sore. One of the slightly flustered boys was a little scared and subconsciously wanted to apologize and hand over the camera, but was interrupted by the other boy. Are you stupid? Isn't this an admission of guilt? Then he looked at the group of girls with a look of disdain on his face. What? You want someone else's camera as soon as you come up? Is this robbery? Robbery? The leading girl laughed in anger. You peeping toms still have the nerve to make false accusations. What peeping? Which I saw me peeping. We just got lost and accidentally came here. The boy next to him also reacted and quickly nodded in agreement. Lost with a camera? Are you trying to fool an idiot? Hand over the things quickly or I'll be rude. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you're going to be rude, then be rude. I'd like to see what you can do to me. She can't do anything to you. What about me? A low voice suddenly sounded, and the few people who were still arguing immediately looked over. Student Council President. Natsukawa Kanade walked over expressionlessly and came to the boy's front. Give me the camera, I'll check it. Yes, the guy who had been arrogant immediately pretended to be a wimp as soon as he saw Natsukawa Kanade. He might dare to confront the girls who caught them, but he didn't dare to disobey the student council president at all. The two were not on the same level at all. Natsukawa Kanade took the camera, opened the photo library and flipped through it, but didn't find any strange pictures, so he put it away again. 3 sets of 200-meter round trips for each person. In addition, submit a 1,000-word reflection to the student council room before this weekend. Any questions? No. Okay, you guys go. But President, this camera. I'll return it to you when you submit your reflections. Anything else? No, nothings. Then hurry up and practice. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't finish before the end of class. Yes, so the two boys ran away as if fleeing. Only then did Natsukawa Kanade turn to the trio of girls and apologize to them slightly. Sorry, they caused you trouble. As the student council president, he naturally had to make a statement when such people appeared among the students he led. No, President, you've worked hard. Natsukawa Kanade nodded and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped again. President, can you show us the contents of the camera? Natsukawa Kanade shook his head. Sorry, I can't do that. I can't expose other people's privacy at will. He had indeed checked it and there was nothing prohibited, but that didn't mean that other private pictures could be viewed by these girls in front of him. Why? I have reason to believe that Natsukawa president and them. The leading girl looked at Natsukawa Kanade with a suspicious look. Although she didn't finish her words, she believed that the other party could understand. It wasn't that she was making wild accusations, but the timing of Natsukawa Kanade's appearance was too coincidental, and normally no one would come to this kind of place. Natsukawa Kanade frowned. Being suspected was fine, anyway, his conscience was clear. But the important thing was how to get rid of the other party's entanglement without damaging his prestige. It was the time of the student council's change of term, and even the slightest disturbance would be infinitely amplified, and it might affect his election. Just as a new storm was about to brew, a gentle voice rang out. It's okay, I believe in Natsukawa, president's character and judgment. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found an angel-sama. It was still the angel-sama wearing a school swimsuit and dripping wet, her slender but not lacking sexy figure exposed without a doubt. So Natsukawa Kanade took a few more glances without leaving a trace before retracting his gaze, looking serious. Thank you for your recognition, Shiina-san. Ah no, I should be the one thanking Natsukawa-san. The trio of girls next to them looked at the two people's strange interaction pattern, looked at each other. But the next moment they came back to their senses and showed subtle gazes. Oh, I remembered that I haven't finished my warm-up exercises yet, let's go back. Yeah, going back, X2. Natsukawa Kanade /U0026 Shiina Maharu. 44. Is it okay? On a bench for resting, the young man and woman who had re-established contact sat together in silence, keeping a slight distance between them. How have you been lately? As soon as Natsukawa Kanade said this, he regretted it. An aura of a man obsessed with his ex-girlfriend instantly filled the air. The awkward opening dialogue even made him want to die. I'm fine, how about you? The angel-like girl seemed a little reserved, but at least she replied to him. Me too. Natsukawa Kanade was taken aback, not expecting the angel to actually respond, so he nodded silently, but soon fell into silence again. Alert. You X2. You go first, X2. Then I'll go first. Natsukawa Kanade clenched his fist, cheering himself on in his heart. Maybe at first he really didn't have any other thoughts, just wanted to follow those sneaky boys to check out the situation, but this alone time is a golden opportunity, he must seize it. Shiina, I want to apologize to you, I'm sorry. No, I should be the one apologizing. Please let me finish. Natsukawa Kanade reached out, wanting to hold her hand, but after trying for a long time, he finally retracted it. That day, I shouldn't have said those things to you. I didn't know you cared so much about that matter. He said it. Natsukawa Kanade breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that a stubborn rock in his heart had finally been chiseled through, turning into a pile of rubble, and the heavy feeling of constraint had dissipated by more than half. At first, I just hoped you could calm down and ease the atmosphere at the time, so I said those things I didn't expect. Anyway, I'm very sorry, I won't say that again in the future. People can't truly empathize with each other. The past him would indeed care about that kind of thing, but now he can calmly accept various evaluations from others, and won't be deeply disturbed by mere words. It's just that Shiina, for some reason, seems to be unable to let it go. Natsukawa Kanade shook his head, dispelling the strange fantasies in his mind. The top priority is to find a way to continue repairing the relationship. Any extra thoughts are useless. I know I may no longer have the right to ask, but I want to say it no matter what. If possible, I hope you can forgive my slip of the tongue at the time. And please continue to be friends with me in the future. He no longer expects so-called love, but if even the request to be friends is rejected. Natsukawa Kanade lowered his head, clenching his hands into fists, pressing them tightly against his thighs, his nervous and uneasy appearance like a child who has made a mistake waiting for the judgment of his elders. The next moment he felt his hand being wrapped in a warm force. No, I should be the one saying that to Kanade. Natsukawa Kanade looked up and found Shiina Maharu looking at him with a very gentle expression. Affectionate, doting, and tolerant, like a true pure white angel, conveying infinite warmth and strength to him. That matter wasn't Kanade's fault in the first place, I was the one who said the wrong thing. Shiina Maharu shook her head, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. That was her initial defense against Natsukawa Kanade to prevent him from deliberately getting close to her, thinking that malicious comments would make him back down, but she didn't expect. She even fell in love with him later. Thus, the former defensive measures became a quick knife that hurt people. Therefore, whether it's apologizing or being friends, I should be the one to say it. From Natsukawa Kanade's perspective, the angel slowly raised his hand and pressed it against her own cheek, gently stroking it. I'm sorry, Kanade, and please continue to be friends with me. Kanade might not believe it, but for me, meeting Kanade is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me in my life. People always truly realize the value of something important when they lose it. This is the so-called nature. However, for some people, that is completely a value judgment made after subconsciously comparing it with other things, not so-called sincere repentance. But for Shiina Maharu, this is her most genuine thought right now. Kanade is very important to her. This is all the emotion she has accumulated for a year. She likes Kanade, and it's okay even if she can only be by his side as a friend. As long as he often looks at her, she will be satisfied. She likes Kanade, and she will like him no matter what he becomes because she likes him as a person. The former Kanade is naturally very good after all, that was the trigger for her to fall in love with him. Even if he is still useless and unable to take care of himself, she is willing to always dote on him, just like he always agrees to her strange requests. The current Kanade is also fine, excellent, and eye-catching, and watching him look high-spirited in front of everyone, of course, makes her heart beat faster. But more importantly, that kind of Kanade makes her want to get close to him at any time. Private subtle contact is naturally not enough. She is very greedy, and if possible, she hopes to be close to him at school at all times, even if others misunderstand. Because she will explain with a smile, that is not a misunderstanding. However, such actions will definitely bring a lot of trouble to Kanade. She doesn't want that, she can only fantasize about it a little in her heart. I am a greedy person, not only now but also in the future. I want to always be by Kanade's side. Is that okay? She made the wrong choice in the past, but she won't be wrong in the future. She will always be by Kanade's side until Kanade no longer needs her. Shiina. A sudden commotion interrupted the two's conversation. Looking in the direction of the sound, at the corner of the wall, 3 girls were stacked on top of each other, lying crookedly on the ground. Cough cough, well then, you guys continue. The trio naturally knew they had been discovered, but they were still unwilling to give up on seeing the subsequent plot. You guys misunderstood. Shiina Maharu subconsciously let go of his hand, stood up completely, and explained in a flustered manner, no, it's not what you think. The scene of near confession was witnessed by others, and even the always composed angel couldn't help but panic, and the shyness on her face couldn't be stopped at all. Oh my, what misunderstanding, we didn't say anything, don't be anxious, Shiina-san. I didn't say anything, quick, let's go back. Cough cough, class is almost over, you guys chat, I'll go back first. Looking at the way the girls were teasing each other, Natsukawa Kanade stood up. It's okay to be alone, but staying here now would be too awkward, and more importantly, he absolutely can't stay here and be forced to argue with them at times like this. Otherwise, it will only make things worse, and it's better to pretend that nothing happened from the beginning. Fortunately, these girls are also very concerned about Shiina, so they shouldn't make things too difficult for her. Even if he leaves, Shiina should be able to handle it easily. 45. About the time the guest who came early in the morning kicked me out of the house. Natsukawa Kanade had a dream. In the dream, he and the angel-like girl wearing a school swimsuit were playing in the pool, and while playing, they accidentally touched each other, and then he boldly leaned over. Is it okay? He asked with a meaningful question. The angel-like girl naturally didn't answer him. Maybe she didn't know what he meant, she just kept being too shy to look up, so he leaned over and hugged the angel-like girl in his arms without explanation. And then he woke up. Without the support of the code, the subsequent CG screen could not be loaded at all. But the strange thing is that the output result was successfully exported. So Natsukawa Kanade silently got up, went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into new clothes. People have desires, especially the most primitive three desires. In reality, they can still control their actions through reason, but in dreams they can't do it at all and they directly become prisoners. Fortunately, he is a person living alone, and there is no chance to make a fool of himself, and today is the weekend, so there is plenty of time to deal with the aftermath. However, a little shame still remains in his heart. He had clearly decided to become the other person's best friend for life, but the next day his heart changed in the dream. Or maybe it's not entirely his fault. It can only be said that the angel-like girl's charm is too moving, not only the tempting posture she leaned over in the pool hall yesterday, but also the delicate and charming face she had while hugging the stuffed animal and dozing off on the sofa last night. Her sense of defensiveness against him is too little, right? It's completely the two extremes from when they first met in the past. In the past, he would take the initiative to lean over and then the angel-like girl would dislike him and avoid him, but now she is completely looking like I am very easy to get. But when you really get in touch, you can find a touch of unshakable stubbornness hidden under her docile surface. So he really doesn't understand girls. Shiina is like this, Senior is also very good at changing faces, and there are Shinomiya, Yukinishida, and the others. Each one is mysterious, even Kato, with whom he always gets along very comfortably, always feels that she is also full of complex little thoughts and he can't guess at all. Fujiwara is even more out of the question. She has a natural chaotic attribute. It would be a miracle to be able to guess her thoughts. The only time he can take the initiative in the process of getting along is when he is with Eriri. The reason is nothing else. It's just that the tsundere Eriri is really very easy to understand. As long as the iconic tone and words appear, you can understand her true thoughts. But recently it seems that there is also a trend of change. Becoming sentimental. Looking at it this way, it is still more relaxing to get along with boys. There are not so many things to worry about, you can talk about anything. For example, when getting along with Hachiman, he is really at his mercy. There is no gap in the communication with Shirogane and Ishigami. Even topics about lewd aspects are okay. In short, it is very easy. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp knock on the door rang, interrupting Natsukawa Kanade's days. Who could it be so early? With such thoughts in mind, Natsukawa Kanade rinsed his mouth and hurriedly went to open the door. Shiina. Opening the door, the delicate and lovely angel-like girl appeared in front of him all of a sudden. The protagonist of his fantasy has arrived. Natsukawa Kanade panicked all of a sudden, thinking that he might even be able to connect with others in a dream. But if that were really the case, Shiina would not have come to visit. Please come in. Excuse me, Shiina nodded, then put on her exclusive slippers and entered the house. The weather has already warmed up a bit recently. Natsukawa Kanade changed into short sleeves and shirts early on. But the angel-like girl is still dressed for spring, very conservative. It's a bit of a pity, Natsukawa Kanade thought. What a fortunate thing it would be to see the angel-like girl's summer clothes, especially when she is wearing a skirt. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that his state was a bit wrong. His mind was full of strange fantasies like that. You sit first, I'll go wash my face. Actually, he had already washed up, but his current state was obviously not suitable for seeing people, so he prepared to calm down. Shiina Maharu nodded without saying anything. The host's lack of hospitality does not make her feel uncomfortable, but rather makes her feel more at ease. She is too familiar with this place, so familiar that it is like being in her own home, and there is no feeling of being a guest at all. Recalling Kanade's appearance just now, Shiina Maharu realized that he probably hadn't eaten breakfast yet and had just gotten up, so such thoughts welled up in her heart. She wanted to make breakfast for Kanade. Helping to make dinner or something can be explained as not being able to stand the other person's unhealthy lifestyle, but coming to a boy's house early in the morning to make him breakfast. It really feels like a newlywed wife. But it's okay if she is really misunderstood like that, she wouldn't mind. Shiina Maharu's pretty face was flushed. Thinking like this, she also started to move. First, she opened the refrigerator to check but found nothing usable, so she went to the kitchen to check but found not even a crumb of bread. This kind of life is too simple, right? Could it be that Kanade actually never thought about eating breakfast? Really, this kind of lifestyle is too unhealthy. Sure enough, she must stare at him every day and make sure he eats well. Shiina, Natsukawa Kanade suddenly appeared in the living room looking a little hesitant. He looked at Shiina Maharu, who had just arrived at someone else's house and consciously put on an apron, and his mood was a little subtle. Looking at the angel-like girl's appearance, she should want to make some dishes. although the behavior is easy to understand, but the reason behind it is difficult not to care about. Early in the morning, she appeared at the house of a same-aged opposite sex without saying hello. Although it's good that she rang the doorbell properly instead of directly opening the door with a key, but this is also quite strange. It wouldn't quite fit to say she's a specially hired housekeeper, since Shiana doesn't seek any reward at all. It seems she simply enjoys the feeling of taking care of a good-for-nothing, which is completely consistent with how she was before, unchanged at all. But now it seems there are signs of this intensifying. It's already evolved into her coming over early in the morning to make breakfast for him. Could it be that all 3 meals from now on will be handled by Shiana? It feels like being taken care of by a beautiful girl. Really, Kanade, how can you not pay attention to eating breakfast? Continuing like this will give you a stomachache. The angel-like girl scolded Natsukawa Kanade while cleaning up the mess in the kitchen. And the state of cleanliness too, it's only been a few days since I last came over and it's become like this. I didn't even notice yesterday the kitchen has become so dirty. And the living room too, don't always throw your clothes on the sofa, okay? Clothes that have been worn should be properly taken to be washed and also. Listening to the angel-like girl's complaints, Natsukawa Kanade didn't dare to utter a word in rebuttal. Originally, he was capable of maintaining cleanliness, but these past few days he's been distracted by various matters, unable to sleep peacefully, let alone eat properly and tidy up the room. The only time he got a good night's sleep was last night, and he even had that kind of dream. Are you listening? Why do you seem so absent-minded? The angel-like girl frowned. No. I'm listening properly, Natsukawa Kanade quickly shook his head in denial. Okay, then you start cleaning now and I'll go buy some ingredients. How can that be? Let me go instead. Natsukawa Kanade quickly stopped her. No way, a guest comes to visit early in the morning, and for her to make breakfast for the host is already outrageous enough, let alone go out to buy ingredients. His conscience simply couldn't handle it. Then you go and I'll stay here and clean. The angel-like girl thought for a moment and didn't refuse, then started urging Natsukawa Kanade. Don't dawdle anymore, hurry up and go, be careful on the way. Well, okay. So many times a day will kill me. JPG. 46. Oni-chan, compared to the homeland he once lived in, breakfast in Japan can be said to be very monotonous. For established families, if there is a diligent wife managing the household, there might be a chance to taste hot white rice and miso soup in the morning, accompanied by thick omelets, plums, and various pickled vegetables as side dishes, creating a heartwarming meal. But in most cases, whether it's office workers or students, the most suitable items are bread and milk. What's that saying? A youthful daily life without running into a girl at the corner while holding bread in your mouth is incomplete. Although it's an overused famous scene, everyone still seems to enjoy it. Ultimately, it's because Japanese people don't have the habit of eating a proper breakfast, but they fantasize about running into a beautiful girl while holding bread in their mouths as usual. When Natsukawa Kanade first came to this world, he wasn't used to it either, but he gradually got used to it. However, after getting used to it, he regretted it because he found a food store that specializes in breakfast. To explore its importance, only one sentence is needed to summarize it: its owner is a genuine Chinese person. It's not that it's rare to see people from his homeland in Japan. In fact, many Chinese people have immigrated here, but most of them gather in the Chinatown area of Yokohama, rarely living alone outside of it. But this owner went against the grain and opened a non-Japanese traditional breakfast shop in the Minato ward, which is almost entirely populated by locals. Because of the exquisiteness of his craftsmanship, he formed a dimensional reduction blow to the surrounding food stores that provided breakfast, and took away the local morning market in one fell swoop. The line in front of the door is almost non-stop, basically lasting until noon. Fortunately, today is the weekend, and there are fewer people in line, so Natsukawa Kanade can finally taste the old delicacies again. Boss: 5 meat buns, 5 servings of shumai, 2 servings of soy milk. The meat buns in this store are actually very big and not expensive. In fact, Natsukawa Kanade himself can only eat 3 at most, but considering that there is also an angel-like girl present, he bought some more. Even if he can't finish them, he can use them as snacks. Oh, it's little Kanade, welcome, you haven't been here for a long time. Because I've been busy with school lately, Natsukawa Kanade responded with a smile. Of course, he communicated with the boss in Chinese. It was something engraved in his bones, impossible to forget even if he hadn't used it for a long time, and he would never let go of any opportunity to use it. Hey, can being busy with studying prevent you from eating? The boss waved his hand, obviously not believing it. You're too honest, kid. You don't want to waste time lining up. If you ask me, just come over every morning, take your breakfast and leave, and you can pay whenever you want. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land naturally makes the boss feel very kind. But what makes him even happier is to see a high school student who loves Chinese culture so much in a foreign land, especially since the other party also knows Chinese. His Mandarin is better than his, and he quotes classics as soon as he opens his mouth, clearly a pure Chinese culture enthusiast. He must take great care of this kind of good kid. That won't do, you're also doing business. If I do this, it will mess up the order and affect your reputation. Natsukawa Kanade shook his head and refused. He didn't know that the boss had misunderstood him, only thinking that the other party was a forthright person, and became enthusiastic and generous when he met someone who suited his taste, such as him who liked to talk to him in Chinese. What are you afraid of? If anyone dares to say anything to you, I won't sell him anything. The boss's tone was resentful. The so-called exclusive supplier is like this, daring to do whatever they want because they have confidence. Haha, thank you, Uncle Lee, I appreciate your kindness. After receiving the breakfast and paying the bill, Natsukawa Kanade said goodbye after a brief greeting. Enthusiasm is enthusiasm, but don't take other people's kindness for granted. Natsukawa Kanade never thinks that he is anything special that needs others to constantly treat him favorably. If he really has such an idea, then he must first treat the other party favorably to seek an equivalent exchange. Especially in Japan, this idea has almost become his code of conduct. If he keeps agreeing to other people's requests from the beginning without receiving anything in return, he will only be regarded as an easy target. At that time, don't even talk about being treated normally, it would be considered good luck if he wasn't collectively bullied at school. To survive normally in this place, so-called good looks and super strong abilities are not the most important. Only by understanding the atmosphere and making appropriate judgments can he go all the way without worry. Otherwise, even if he is as noble as the emperor's daughter, he will still be severely tortured if he deserves to be. After buying breakfast and replenishing some ingredients, Natsukawa Kanade went straight home. However, as he walked, he was suddenly attracted by a golden silhouette. It's not entirely golden, the other party is actually wearing a thick green coat and dark blue jeans, with a brown baseball cap on their head, looking like a sneaky thief. The reason for exposing her identity is that iconic little fang and the golden hair fluttering in the wind under the brim of the hat Iriri Spencer Sawamura. Natsukawa Kanade had seen this strange dress before, so he could quickly recognize her. At this moment, Miss Iriri was looking like I'm very suspicious, wandering back and forth in front of a bookstore, looking around but never stepping inside. Natsukawa Kanade paused for a while in place and finally couldn't help but say hello. Iriri, what are you doing here? Eek, as if she had been stepped on her tail, Iriri instantly bristled like a frightened cat, taking several steps back. After seeing that the person who came was Natsukawa Kanade, she breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death, you idiot Kanade. Unconsciously, she even used her usual coquettish tone. Natsukawa Kanade didn't mind and continued, I was just saying hello normally. It's your sneaky appearance that's too strange, not paying attention to your surroundings. What are you doing here? I remember you would never get up at this time normally. It's all Mom's fault, she insisted on waking me up and telling me to come buy something. Iriri pouted, her face full of reluctance. If she didn't know that her mom was really busy, she would never have agreed to run errands for her. Buy something? Natsukawa Kanade raised his head, glanced at the bookstore and looked at the interior decoration, remained silent for a while and then asked, could it be that you're buying doujinshi? Why yes, that's right, otherwise I wouldn't dare to go in. Iriri nodded, a little embarrassed. It's not that she feels shy about admitting that she's going to buy doujinshi in front of a boy. After all, the other party is Kanade, who knows her well. The main reason she feels embarrassed is another reason. As a minor, it's illegal to buy 18+ doujinshi in Japan. Even so, it's actually okay to draw it yourself, and Iriri has always thought so. But as a doujinshi artist, even if her drawing skills are good, she can't imagine any plot or content out of thin air. She can only enrich herself by constantly absorbing other people's doujinshi knowledge. In the past, she asked her mom to buy doujinshi back for her to study, but unexpectedly, today it's the other way around. Damn it, if she wasn't threatened by her mom, then I won't buy doujinshi for you anymore. She wouldn't have given in so easily. But soon Iriri's eyes lit up and she found a good way, so she said to Natsukawa Kanade, that's right, since I can't do it, let Kanade help me. Go in and buy doujinshi for me. Natsukawa Kanade was silent for a while, then pointed to his face. Do you think I look like I'm 18 years old? At least more than me, right? Iriri also felt that her request was a bit excessive and touched her head embarrassedly. Please be considerate of me too, I'll get caught if I'm exposed, right? Natsukawa Kanade sighed. Although he himself doesn't know what kind of punishment he would get if he was really caught, at least his reputation would definitely not be good. Shocking. The student council president of a well-known high school actually committed such an illegal crime. If similar remarks were spread, his life would explode. Just thinking about it makes him feel unacceptable. Then what should I do? I can't just gamble on luck, right? Iriri tugged at Natsukawa Kanade's clothes, asking pitifully, or should I just forget it? Although she doesn't think that idiot mom will really ignore her in the future. What if? She doesn't want to use teacher Kashiwagi Iri's career prospects as a bet. Natsukawa Kanade frowned, a little difficult to decide. Honestly, he should advise her to give up in this situation. It's not like some I can't live without doujinshi. Male high school student, there's no need to fight at risk, but looking at Iriri's appearance, it seems that there is another hidden reason. How about this? I'll dress up as your older brother and accompany you in. You just choose as much as you want. It's best to show a confident look. And finally hand the doujinshi to me in front of the clerk at the counter, and I'll pay. If he goes in alone, he's also a little scared. But if he accompanies Iriri, it'll be much better. As long as he performs well, he can create an image for the clerk of a brother accompanying his sister to buy 18 plus doujinshi. Although it sounds very demonic, it can at least fool them. It's also thanks to the fact that Japan doesn't have things like ID cards, otherwise he'll be exposed with a simple question. "B brother?" Iriri's eyes widened. "You don't want to?" "And no, it's not, and no wait. Brother, it is then, if I can buy doujinshi." Iriri quickly waved her hand, replying stutteringly. At this moment, her heart was as if it had been hit hard, and her thoughts had long since drifted away. "Brother Kanade is my brother. He, rounding it up, that means we're childhood friends who grew up together. I win, 47, small is cute too, you know. Kanade, that clerk, is he peeking at me? Could it be that I've been discovered?" Iriri tugged at Natsukawa Kanade's sleeve, her tone a little nervous. Her other small hand was clenched into a fist held in front of her chest as if this would make her feel more at ease. "Don't be paranoid, it's just your imagination." Natsukawa Kanade comforted her, then looked back and happened to meet the eyes of the young clerk, then saw the other party quickly turn his head away, no longer looking in this direction. "At most, he just thinks your dress is suspicious, right?" His tone was a little hesitant. The clerk's movements were indeed a little strange, but it didn't feel like he was looking at Iriri but rather sizing him up. Could it be that he looks even younger than Iriri? "Is my dress weird? I think it's pretty normal." Iriri lowered her head, looked at herself, and felt that there was no problem at all. "If you often watch romance dramas, you'll find that you're actually dressed like a private detective," Natsukawa Kanade explained in a low voice. "In fact, this kind of dress can only appear in romance dramas, and ordinary professional detectives go out in ordinary clothes. Why would they swagger around dressed in a strange way, thinking they're not exposed fast enough?" "Okay, stop wasting time, hurry up and find the doujinshi you want. I feel like everyone is looking over here. This bookstore seems to be quite famous. Early in the morning, there are many otaku dressed in Ida clothes coming out, one by one picking out their favorite spoils of war. But they all come alone. There's no one like Natsukawa Kanade who comes in pairs, let alone one of them is a cute girl. It can only be said that if looks could kill, he would probably be riddled with holes by now." Okay. Iri also looked around and noticed that, just as Kanade Natsukawa had said, some passers-by were frequently glancing their way. Did others think she and Kanade looked like a couple? They had good taste, those people. Her pretty face flushed red, and she hid on Kanade Natsukawa's other side, using his body to slightly block the view. Not this one, found it." After browsing for a while, Iri quickly found her target, the doujinshi her mother wanted. As a doujinshi artist, Iri was just an ordinary humiliation genre enthusiast, reading and drawing works about men and women, but her mother was different. She was a complete fujoshi who loved reading forbidden love series. "Found it, let me see." Kanade Natsukawa subconsciously turned his head to look. "No way." Iri hurriedly hid the doujinshi, refusing to let him see it under any circumstances. Anything else was fine, but she absolutely couldn't let Kanade see this kind of series. What if he accidentally went astray? Absolutely not. Kanade Natsukawa didn't mind. If she didn't want him to see it, then he wouldn't. So he started browsing himself. Now that I'm here, it wouldn't be too much to pick one, right? If he were in front of other girls, he would pay attention to his image, but he and Iri were comrades in arms, so it was completely fine to pick doujinshi together. Even reading them together wouldn't be a problem, right? After browsing for a while, his attention was quickly drawn to a cover. A blonde girl with ample assets was praying with her hands together, and her smooth hair was stained with some crystal liquid. Kanade Natsukawa immediately reacted. He remembered the dream he had this morning. The angel-like girl in his dream seemed to have made the same gesture. Iri, who was next to him, leaned over and noticed that Kanade Natsukawa was staring intently at the doujinshi in front of him, so she also took a look. Blonde, slender figure, hair as long as hers. This was basically her. Irie's pretty face was flushed. She felt as if she had traveled into the book and become the protagonist on the cover, and standing in front of her was Canaid with a wicked smile, saying to her roughly, "Swallow it." "Zaolia, I'm going to die." A sense of shame washed over her, completely uncontrollable. So she blurted out, "Wow, what is this garbage?" Though the hair color isn't vibrant enough, the character's face isn't drawn well, and even though her body is so slender, her chest is so huge, this is completely unscientific. "Hurry, stop looking at it." The more she said, the angrier she felt. Although Sue hadn't said a word, seeing him so engrossed, she was sure he was captivated by the frontal armor before his eyes, right? That kind of thing, she had that kind of thing too. Al, although it wasn't that big yet, it would definitely grow in the future. Absolutely, she drinks milk every day. In short, her potential is limitless and the future is promising. Ah. Natsukawa Sue finally snapped out of it and quickly responded. Well, you should be done buying things, right? Let's hurry up and go. Originally, he wanted to take a copy of his spoils back with him, but he suddenly received an impact and really didn't dare to think too much now. If he impulsively bought this book, he really wouldn't have the face to see Shiina. Iriri's eyes looked very resentful, but she still obediently followed Natsukawa Sue. The two came to the counter, and Iriri hid the book in the middle of other normal books and handed them to Natsukawa Sue, who took them and handed them to the clerk with a calm expression. The more it is at this time, the more he must show a "I'm very mature" look. It is best to be so mature that people think at a glance, he is indeed an adult. A total of 3,000 yen. Do you have a membership? The clerk was a mature-looking young lady who looked like the same type of person as Kasumigyaka Shiwa. Now she was looking at the two with a subtle expression, as if exploring their relationship. No, just pay directly. Natsukawa Sue shook his head and handed over the money directly. After paying the bill, the two were about to walk out of the bookstore when they were suddenly called down again. Please wait a moment. What is the relationship between the two of you? The clerk lady chased up from behind and asked softly. Siblings. Great. After receiving the reply, the clerk lady was overjoyed, and then quickly stuffed a note into Natsukawa Sao's hand and winked at him before leaving. Remember to contact me. Oh, damn it. I thought you found out that he was not 18, but it turned out that you wanted 18 yourself, 48. I'm back from fooling around. No wonder that clerk had been staring at him just now. It turned out that she coveted his body. After opening the note again to confirm, it really wrote the other party's contact information. Natsukawa Sue was just about to do something when Iriri Quickly Chinese letter OVER snatched the note from his hand and muttered, "Older ants are the worst. They always think about old cows eating young grass, just like that black silk fat woman." Natsukawa Sue opened his mouth, wanting to explain that senior only 1 year older than him at most. But after looking at Iriri, who was SLIGHTLY Chinese letter, and looked, "I'm very fierce," he decided not to mess with her. Mentioning Kasumigyaka in front of an angry Iriri, he didn't want to suffer some twintel whirlwind slash on the street. It may not hurt, but the sense of shame will explode. Sue also thinks so, right? Iriri turned to look at Natsukawa Sue, who nodded quickly. Yes, Iriri is right. Ants are definitely not good. Iriri nodded in relief, then took the book she had just bought from Natsukawa Sao's hand and thanked him. Thank you today, Sue. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. The happy little tiger teeth shimmered under the morning light, and Iriri looked happy, seeming to be in a good mood. However, just the second before, she looked like she was about to die of anger. But Natsukawa Sue didn't dare to delve into it. Sometimes that's how you should get along with girls. Don't ask things you shouldn't ask. It's nothing, I didn't help much. And even if I didn't show up, Iriri should be able to fool them. After all, that clerk looked like she was very easy to talk to. Sue, don't tell me you took a fancy to her. How is that possible? What are you talking about? Natsukawa Sue quickly denied and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Iriri, have you had breakfast? If you haven't, I have this here. As he spoke, he handed over the breakfast in his hand. The opportunity was rare, so let Iriri taste their Chinese cuisine. It would be even better if he could take the opportunity to make her like it. What is this? Iriri took it, looked up and down, and was a little puzzled. What a strange thing, it feels soft, warm, and the key appearance is very strange. It's called baozi, it's Chinese cuisine, try it and see how it tastes. Natsukawa Sue looked at Iriri expectantly. Although he didn't participate in the production, if Iriri liked it, he would also be proud. So Iriri nodded, slowly brought it to her mouth and gently bit off a small piece. How does it feel? Not as delicious as I imagined. Although the soup is delicious, it feels no different from hot bread dipped in sauce. That's because you didn't eat the meat inside, try another bite. So Iriri nodded and took another small bite. This time she learned to be smart and squeezed the meat from the filling according to Natsukawa-sao's guidance and bit it together. How is it? Oh, delicious. This time she completely tasted the difference between baozi and bread. They were not in the same league at all. The hot, juicy liquid moved back and forth in her mouth. The pleasure was about to overflow. The appetite was completely satisfied. It's delicious, right? Natsukawa-su smiled very happily with a sense of pleasure of successfully selling something. Iriri nodded but still felt a little regretful. It's delicious, but this white dough feels too thick and can be made smaller. You don't understand, baozi must be big. Natsukawa-su shook his head and educated, small ones are heretics. Only big ones can enjoy the deliciousness. Iriri puffed her face, completely disagreeing with his statement. Is big necessarily good? You can't even hold it in one hand and you can't fit it in your mouth at all. What's so good about big? Small ones are also very cute. So she glared at Natsukawa-su fiercely, making the other party look confused. The two chatted for a few more words and Iriri suddenly opened her mouth. By the way, Sue, go back first, I have something to do. Then I'll go first, be careful on the road. Natsukawa-su nodded and didn't ask her why, that's how friends are. They experience trivial things together, separate after being happy, and it's normal to keep some secrets from each other. What they fear most is encountering those guys who interfere with your private space madly under the banner of, for your own good. You can hide as far as you can when you encounter this kind of person. I know, I'm not a child. Iriri pouted and nodded, then watched Natsukawa-su disappear at the corner before sneaking back. She was going to go to the bookstore just now and buy the book that Sue was staring at, just as new learning materials. Not curious about the content or anything. I'm back. After changing his shoes and walking into the living room, he saw the angel in the balcony at a glance. The living room has been cleaned, and the originally scattered clothes have been put into the basket. Even the clothes that were just washed last night are NEATLY Chinese letter on the balcony. Perhaps it was a little hot. Shiana took off her original coat and draped it on the chair. She had just FINISHED Chinese letter the last piece of clothing. And her forehead WAS Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. She gently wiped it with the back of her hand, and the image of a virtuous newlywed wife immediately appeared in Natsukawa-sao's mind. Thinking of his experience of fooling around outside just now, he inexplicably felt like a heartless CHEATING Chinese letter, abandoning his virtuous wife at home and looking for a low Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. He was going to be Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Welcome back. The angel turned her head, looked at Natsukawa-su who came back from outside and showed a warm smile on her face. Natsukawa-su nodded, his movements a little stiff. He handed over the breakfast in his hand and said softly, I bought something to eat, do you want to eat it together? Okay, Shiana Maharu nodded happily. She didn't know what Natsukawa-su handed over, but she felt that if it was him, she could naturally accept it. This look, is it called a baozi? You know, Natsukawa-su was a little surprised. Not only was he shocked that the angel knew its origin, but the key was the sentence baozi, which was still clear despite being unfamiliar. It was clearly said in Chinese. It instantly refreshed his perception. I don't know much. Shiana Maharu shook her head, looking very curious about the baozi in her hand. I saw it when I learned cooking before, but I haven't seen the real thing. Then try it. So Shiana gently bit off a piece. Looking at her expression, she seemed to think it was not bad. So Natsukawa-su handed over THE Chinese letter a ND Chinese letter. There are these, this is CALLED Chinese letter. The inside IS Chinese letter and ME a T Chinese letter. Very similar TO Chinese letter. Is it more delicious THAN Chinese letter? Shiana Maharu took it, looked left and right and was very curious. Probably, Natsukawa-su didn't know how to explain it. Perhaps he used to think it was very ordinary, but now he feels very delicious with a special bonus. So Sue likes to eat it very much. I like it very much. Then I should like it too. The angel suddenly smiled, and her small pecking eating appearance was particularly cute. Natsukawa-su slightly turned his face away, his eyes a little erratic, only feeling that there was a dear FRANTICALLY Chinese letter in his heart. It would be great if Shiana could like it. 49 Want to let the girls watch. Want to play games. Natsukawa-su shook the handle in his hand and asked Shiana Maharu. After eating, he naturally thought about how to pass the happy weekend. He had not touched games for a long time because he had to study various things. After he was idle a few days ago, he re-entered THE Chinese letter. This time, he not only bought the latest game console, but also bought some double games, such as Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It is said to be a game that tests the tacit understanding between friends very much. The second generation came out before. He originally wanted to pull Hachiman and Shirogane to play, but he didn't expect the angel to be the first to come. What is it? Shiina Maharu leaned over and knelt on THE Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Double minigames, it seems to be cooking together and then selling it to make money. Natsukawa Su moved to the side and gave her a seat. As long as you meet the scheduled requirements, you can pass the level. Do you want to try it? The angel took the handle and nodded gently. Cooking together and making money has the feeling of opening a private restaurant after the two get married. She doesn't hate such a future. In her opinion, as long as she is with Su, she is happy to do anything. That's what she thought originally. What? Why is the dish burnt? It's only been so long. The angel puffed her face, staring at the screen with her eyes looking a little angry, and these guests are too picky. It's clearly a delicious dish, but they give so little money. Don't come to my house to eat in the future. It's just a game, Natsukawa Su persuaded softly from the side. Although he had told the angel some rules, she still played horribly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, he himself was not a proficient player. At most, he was only a little better than the angel. If you don't like it, let's change the game. Natsukawa Su took out another box of Chinese letter, and showed it to Shiina. This is Double Trip, also a double game. It is said to be a Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Shiina Maharu nodded, looking like I'll listen to you. However, not long after changing THE Chinese letter, the angel couldn't help but protest after just watching the PROLOGUE Chinese letter. This game is not fun, Su, hurry up and change one. But we haven't even started. Intuition, I think it must be meaningless. Shiina Maharu turned her head with a small emotion. What a garbage game. It said at the beginning that they had a bad relationship and wanted to divorce. She wouldn't divorce Su, she would love him for the rest of her life. Okay, Zia Chunzu sighed. Now he was completely out of ideas. He only had these two of the more popular two-player games, the rest were single-player types, and he really couldn't think of what to do. He couldn't possibly run out and buy some now, could he? Maybe he could consider a digital version, but downloading would also take time. Don't worry about me, Zu can play alone, I'll just watch from the side. The angel suggested proactively, seeming to see Zia Chuanzu's concerns. Originally, she had come to visit without notice. Her purpose was simply to spend a relaxing weekend with Zhu. What they did didn't matter at all, the key was being together. Okay, Zia Chuanzu nodded, thinking that girls probably didn't like playing games. Although being able to happily play games with a cute female friend was one of every boy's dreams, it couldn't be forced if it wasn't possible. Just being watched from the side was also very satisfying. So he took out another favorite cartridge and switched to a game called Mario Maker 2. As a Nintendo fanboy, its exclusive games were the reason for the existence of its associated product, the game console. The Zelda series, although replayable, was only suitable for slowly savoring alone. Only the multiplayer battle mode like Mario's was the most watchable. It was perfect for showing off his superb skills in front of a girl. Games like Super Smash Bros. Required too much skill, Zia Chuanzu might lose to others. But with Mario relying on his understanding of various cunning creators, plus a little bit of luck, it was very likely that he could win, and then show a nonchalant look in front of the admiring angel. One of the ultimate dreams of boys would be directly realized. Mario 2 start. In the first game, Zia Chuanzu was careful and cautious, and after killing 2 enemies, he was robbed of the championship by a reckless man. In the second game, Zia Chuanzu went forward bravely but was bypassed by others. The third game was even more uncomfortable, purely a route selection map where he lost to a lucky player. He just couldn't play it. Not to mention those laggy games with bad internet, he didn't win a single victory even in very smooth games, he lost all of them. He was so angry that he retired and logged off on the spot. Aren't you playing anymore? Shiina Maharu asked curiously. She thought the game was quite interesting. I'm not playing. Zia Chuanzu shook his head. The more he played, the more ashamed he felt. He was almost unable to lift his head in front of the angel. He could kill everyone when he was alone, but he would screw up when a girl was watching. The world was hostile to him. He just couldn't play anymore for fear that his blood pressure would be raised again. Does Shiina want to try? It's okay if you don't know how, I'll teach you. I'll pass. Shiina Maharu shook her head. She was a little tempted, but not because she could play the game, but because she could have Zhu teach her how to play. If he could teach her hand in hand, it would be best if she could sit in his arms. No, I'll pass. In short, she was very shy. Afraid that Zhu would see her inner thoughts, the angel shook her head frantically, resolutely refusing. Okay, Zia Chunzu nodded. If they didn't play games, there was nothing else to do. They couldn't possibly drag the angel to watch anime or follow animation, could they? He really wanted to do that, but Shiina definitely wouldn't like it. Or, shall we go out for a walk? Zia Chunzu suggested. Girls should all like to go shopping, even Senior and Eriri were no exception. Shiina should also be happy to, right? Go out for a walk, Shiina Meharu thought for a moment and nodded. Originally, her plan for today was to stay at home with Zhu all day, but going out for a walk was also very nice. It felt like going on a date with her boyfriend. I'll go back and change my clothes first. Zhu, don't peek. The angel's face was red, looking a little embarrassed. Not only did she have to change her clothes, but she also had to touch up her makeup a little. She couldn't embarrass Zhu outside. I won't peek, Zia Chunzu complained, thinking that the angel was really strange. Sometimes she trusted him very much, able to doze off on his sofa. And sometimes she was very vigilant, always worried that he would invade her territory. Were 32 transformations their specialty, it was weird enough. 50, a date with the angel. When he saw Shiina Maharu again, she had changed into a pure white dress and was wearing a small sun hat on her head. Under the warm sun, she looked like a real pure white angel, pure and beautiful. Is it weird? The small hands clenched into fists and pressed against her chest showed the unrest in their owner's heart. Of course not. Rather, it's very beautiful. Zia Chunzu shook his head frantically. He naturally wouldn't say the wrong thing. It suits you, Shiina. He didn't know how long he had rehearsed this set of words in private, but it had never come in handy, and today it finally came true. Thank you, Zhu is also very handsome. A blush appeared on the angel's pretty face, her heart filled with joy after being praised by her beloved. Imprinting Zhu's handsome image in her mind, coupled with his warm praise, her heart was filled with a constant flurry of dear. Direct balls are too foul, thank you. Zia Chunzu seemed a little embarrassed. While waiting for the angel to change her clothes, he also went to change into casual clothes and tidy himself up a little. Being casual, a ND Chinese letter was indeed individual. But if you didn't know how to tidy yourself up when going out with a girl, it wasn't casual anymore, but simply didn't care about the other person's feelings or even a little rude. Does Shiina have any place she wants to go? Although it was Zia Chunzu who took the initiative to make the suggestion, he didn't have any good ideas. After all, he usually just stayed at home alone studying or playing games, and didn't have any experience in living a fulfilling life. I'll listen to Zhu, anywhere is fine. The angel shook her head. Where they went didn't matter, the key was being with Zhu. Then let's go to KITTE. Zia Chunzu thought for a moment and suggested. KITTE Shopping Center is right next to Tokyo Station, and it's very convenient to take the train there. The first floor is the Tokyo Station Post Office, which also sells many interesting limited edition postcards and merchandise. Although it's an old shopping mall, it's very popular, it's very big and beautiful inside. And there's also a museum exhibition hall, which is very suitable for friends to play together. If you're tired of playing, you can find a dessert shop or restaurant to sit down and rest for a while before you can set off again. In short, it's very suitable for killing time, and it's easy to find yourself getting dark while shopping. The angel naturally had no objections and nodded happily. They were silent all the way. When they arrived at the mall and casually strolled around for a while, Shiina Maharu was attracted by a cat cafe called Meow Meow Meow. Do you want to go in and take a look? Zia Chunzu suggested. The angel hesitated for a while but finally shook her head. Let's forget it, it's not good to go in with my current outfit. Not only was her hair not tied up, but she was also wearing a white dress which could easily get dirty. The cats were very cute, but if she got her dress dirty, Zhu might dislike her. Then let's come again if we have the chance next time. Zia Chunzu didn't force it. Although he liked cats very much, if he went in specifically to suck cats, he would feel like he was betraying Zia Zhu. It had been a long time since he had seen her. The two of them strolled around for a while, first visiting the museum and then buying some desserts to take with them. Those exhibits were very interesting, but it's a pity that we can't take pictures to commemorate them. The angel looked regretful. There's nothing we can do, it's the exhibition area's regulations. Zia Chunzu comforted, if you don't think it's enough. You can come and see it again next time. Will Zhu accompany me next time too? Of course. But I feel like you don't like it very much. Shiina Maharu hesitated. She was very interested in those introductions of cultural relics, but Zhu looked uninterested. He was just simply willing to accompany her. I'm mainly not very interested in those, Zia Chunzu replied softly. The angel didn't reply. Although she could foresee Zhu's unhappy appearance, she had no idea how to comfort him. The two of them walked in silence like this, without the same excitement as when they came, until a corner an accident occurred. The two of them collided with a running little boy. Wow. I'm sorry. Understanding that he had caused trouble, the little rascal immediately stood up and apologized to the two of them. And his mother, who was behind him, also ran up quickly and apologized to the two of them. I'm sorry, it's all my child's fault, please forgive me. I will compensate you for all the losses, I'm very sorry. Zia Chuanzu was just about to take over the conversation when Shiana Maharu spoke first. It's okay, it's also my own fault, you don't have to worry about it. Then the angel squatted down and touched the little boy's head with tears in his eyes. You can't run around anymore in the future, it will cause trouble for others. I know, thank you, big sister. After refusing the other party's compensation, the two found a nearby bench to sit down and rest. Zia Chuanzu then took out a handkerchief and wanted to wipe the stains on the angel's skirt. However, the things that were stained were not easy to clean, but the remains of ice cream. It was summer and the ice cream melted quickly, and in a short while it had opened a dyeing workshop on the pure white skirt, colorful and completely unable to be cleaned. Do you want to go back? Zia Chuanzu suggested. Although the angel didn't say it, this dress must be her cherished clothes. He had never seen her wear it before, it would be fake to say that she didn't care. He should quickly wear it back and wash it, there might still be hope. It's okay, it's just a little stain, Zhu, don't make such a fuss. Shiana Maharu shook her head. Looking at Zhu gently wiping the stains on her skirt, she knew that Zhu didn't dislike her at all, the skirt didn't matter at all, the key was not to disturb their date. But we can't just walk around wearing it like this, Zia Chuanzu frowned. If it was just a spot, it would be fine, but the current situation was completely patches of stains, and they were irregularly spreading to the hem of the skirt, completely impossible to see people. For girls, neat and beautiful clothes are their second face. Shiana might be forcing herself to worry about his feelings, but he couldn't really completely ignore her thoughts. I have a way. Come with me, Zia Chuanzu pondered for a moment, and soon had an idea. He took Shiana Maharu's hand and moved without saying a word. Wow, the angel was startled, but the warmth of her palm instantly captured her thoughts, so she obediently followed behind Zia Chuanzu. The brim of her hat was gradually lowered, and the shyness in her heart was exposed on her face, not daring to show it to the person in front of her at all. Zhu, he's so forceful. 51. You're very cunning, Zia Chuanjun. Okay, go in quickly, Zia Chuanzu urged. He took Shiana Maharu to the front of a women's clothing store. It didn't matter if she didn't want to go back like this as long as she changed her clothes. The dirty skirt that she took off could also be kept and handled by a laundry, and the cost wouldn't be too high. You go in by yourself, if you need anything, just find the clerk, I'll wait for you outside. After all, it was completely aimed at female customers, and there were also swimsuits and underwear for sale inside. It wasn't appropriate for him, a man, to go in. It was a pity that he didn't see any men's gathering places nearby. Otherwise, he could also exchange dating tips and tricks with them, or hobbies between boys. Shiana Maharu nodded and responded softly. Zia Chuanzu took out his phone and waited patiently outside, and after a while he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. So fast, Zia Chuanzu was stunned, thinking that it would take a long time for girls to pick clothes right. However, when he looked up, he found that it was not the angel who was approaching, but two defeated, mature, strange women. Little brother, are you alone? If you have time, how about having a cup of tea together? Does he look like someone who would do that? Zia Chuanzu was a little puzzled. Normally, a boy standing still outside a women's clothing store must be waiting for his female companion, right? It couldn't be that he looks like the kind of person who hunts women traveling alone. But even though he thought so, he still politely refused. No, I'm waiting for someone. The next second, his arm was suddenly encircled. Turning his head, he saw that the angel Sama, who should have been picking clothes in the store, had suddenly appeared beside him for some reason, still wearing the dress she had come in. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go. Before she finished speaking, she pulled his arm and walked away without explanation. Couldn't find a style she liked, or did she just want to help him out of the situation? It couldn't be that she was jealous, worried that he would be deceived, but no matter what the reason, it did help, and he really couldn't handle that kind of scene. Is it okay? What is Zhu referring to? Shiana Maharu turned her head, looking a little puzzled, then thought for a while and became angry again. Did I accidentally disturb Zhu's good time? I'm so sorry. Why would you think of such a thing? Zia Chuanzu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He would definitely not agree to that kind of approach. At least that's what he thinks now. I'm worried about you. Is it okay not to change your clothes? It's okay, Shiana Maharu shook her head. Although she was a little concerned when she considered the possibility that someone might suddenly snatch him away while she was seriously choosing clothes that Zhu would like, she immediately felt that the skirt being dirty was not a problem at all. As the saying goes, after having a sweetheart, a girl's battlefield becomes how to continuously attract his attention. Compared to making everyone think she is beautiful, It is definitely more important to make the person she likes think she is beautiful. If she overthinks strategies and causes the main character to run away, she will have no place to cry. Zhu, let's go back. Shiana Maharu suggested, feeling that she was a little unlucky today. She didn't know what to do at home, but it was unfavorable to go out to play. She always felt that nothing good would happen if she continued to stay, so she might as well go back and play games with Zhu. Zia Chuanzhu was about to respond, but his attention was diverted by a sudden sweet voice. Zia Chuankun, Miss Kato, who was always calm and composed, suddenly appeared in front of the two. She tilted her head slightly, her curious eyes seeming to explore the relationship between the two. Are you two on a date? Dating generally refers to the act of two people making an appointment to meet, which originally did not contain any special affection, but now it is often used to refer to a man and a woman traveling together. For Zia Chuanzhu, this should also be considered a date, but when he looked back at the angel Sama, he found that she had a look of embarrassment. Zia Chuanzhu understood what she meant, so he explained, "No, we just happened to run into each other." Shiana Maharu had always reminded him not to reveal their unique relationship in front of classmates, and he remembered it, so he did so. The movements of the two seemed a little intimate, so Zia Chuanzhu told Kato what had just happened, stating that the angel Sama just wanted to help him out of the situation and had no other thoughts. After saying all this, when he looked at Shiana again, he found that she still looked a little uneasy. So Zia Chuanzhu understood that she was still a little worried, so he softly comforted, "Don't worry, classmate Kato is not a gossipy person and won't spread it around." The angel Sama looked up at him, didn't speak, but the hand pulling his sleeve used a little more force. It seems that Shiana still needs more reassurance. Kato, are you free now? Yes, I am. Zia Chuanzhu nodded, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he invited her to join them, thinking of finding a place to explain some things clearly. Inside a dessert shop, Zia Chuanzhu put his hands together, his attitude very sincere. In short, that's how it is. I hope Kato can hide it for us and not spread it around. With the angel Sama's permission, they brought Kato to this dessert shop, told her the fact that the two were neighbors, and explained their friend relationship of helping each other. Other more complicated things like being rejected after confessing and eating together were not mentioned. A believable lie must have a part that is true. Kato is an understanding and good child, so she probably won't do anything to destroy their relationship. Zia Chuankun is so cunning, he actually tricked me into eating your dessert. Kato scooped a spoonful of dessert into her mouth, carefully tasting its sourness, looking a little absent-minded. If you take someone's things, you'll be soft-handed, and if you eat someone's food, you'll be short-mouthed. Now she can't do anything. But it doesn't matter, she didn't intend to do something that would benefit others in the first place. Because Kato is a good child and not good at refusing others. Zia Chuanzhu teased, but he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He still knew Kato Megumi quite well, knowing that if he asked her for help with all his might, she would definitely agree to his request and even coaxed her into accepting his bribe. "I'm sorry, Miss Kato, I'll make it up to you later." Shiana Maharu, who was on the side, looked enviously at the interaction between the two, unable to get a word in. She naturally understood that Zhu was solving problems for the two of them, but that was just her previous thought. Now it's okay not to explain so actively. 52. Ugly possessiveness. Did Kato come out to play alone? Sort of. Originally, I was going to come with Eriri, but she had something to do temporarily and said she couldn't come. That guy, looking at Kato's calm and composed appearance, Zia Chuanzhu couldn't help feeling unfair for her. Get a little angry, will you? You've been stood up. But it is precisely because this is Kato that she can tolerate Eriri's awkward true personality and become one of her few friends. If the person being stood up was Kasumigiaka-senpai, she would probably rush to her house and start spraying 5 times a second. Kato, do you have any other plans for later? We're probably going back, Zia Chuanzhu asked tentatively. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, so naturally everyone will do their own thing. Although he felt that there was nothing wrong with being with Kato, he didn't come out alone today, so he definitely had to take care of Shiana's thoughts beside him. A friend's friend is not my friend. If you don't understand this, it's easy to cause conflicts between the two sides, especially for him as the middleman, he will become an outsider. Regarding the next arrangement. Can you listen to my request? Kato put down the spoon in her hand and looked at Shiana Maharu, who had been silent as if asking for her opinion. The angel Sama was stunned, then nodded lightly. She didn't expect to be spoken to. What could it be? Zia Chuanzhu, who witnessed the whole process, is now very confused. At this moment, he was standing on the periphery of the women's clothing store he had visited before, in the same position as before. Even his posture had not changed at all. Just now, after eating the dessert, Kato pulled Shiana and said something, and the two went all the way towards this side. and he was forced to follow, which reminded him of the club activities back then. But at that time, it was Iriri pulling Kato to choose clothes. Now it was Kato pulling Shiina. Does the Angel Sama also need to show her charm? What made Xia Chuanzu even more curious was what Kato said in Shiina's ear. Xia Chuan-kun, aren't you going in? They? I'll pass, Xia Chuanzu was stunned, then refused repeatedly. He's a man, he definitely can't go into this kind of store. As if seeing through his concerns, Kato said softly, "It's okay, I've already asked the shop assistant, she said it's okay." When choosing clothes, a boy's eyes are definitely more important, right? The Angel Sama on the side also nodded frequently, completely not wanting to leave Zhu outside to be approached by bad aunties. Xia Chuanzu was helpless and glanced at the shop assistant not far away, finding her with a bright smile, so he silently agreed. Don't look at him with no emotion on the surface, but in reality, he is constantly comforting himself in his heart. It's just a specialty store, although there are underwear and swimsuits. As long as you don't look at that side, there is no problem at all. Probably. The other female customers are also quite kind and didn't make a big fuss when they saw him, a boy, coming in. At most they just pointed and whispered something. Xia Chuanzu simply lowered his head and kept playing with his phone, pretending he couldn't hear anything. However, it was still like living a year. Xia Chuan-kun, it's done. Not knowing how long it had been, a clear voice rang out, like the last bell before school on Friday evening, instantly relieving Xia Chuanzu. Looking up, the refreshed Angel Sama suddenly appeared in front of him, wearing a black Lolita-style dress. The white pantyhose on her feet had been replaced with semi-hollow black silk at some point. A few black roses were embroidered on her full chest, a small black bonnet on her head. Her whole body was wrapped in dark colors, leaving only the symbolic golden hair and a touch of white at the hem of the skirt. Unable to resist the temptation and erosion of darkness, she finally gradually degenerated from a pure white angel into a fallen angel. How could he have such a fantasy? But I have to say, the current Dark Queen Angel Sama is far more shocking than her in pure white. She is the kind of existence that makes people want to crawl under her skirt at first glance. Xia Chuan-kun, your eyes are staring straight. They're still round, and my nose hasn't gotten bigger. His little thoughts were exposed, and Xia Chuanzu quickly retorted. Thank goodness he was almost seen through his dangerous thoughts. Zuzu, do you think it looks good? Shiina Maharu looked nervous, her whole body a little unnatural. This was the first time she had worn such bold and fancy clothes, and she didn't expect that she would really wear them out on a whim. So shy, Xia Chuanzu naturally praised her to the skies. It looks very good. If full marks are 100, I can give it 200. There is no need to be stingy with free praise. Especially the Angel Sama in this outfit is really, really good looking. And he wouldn't be afraid of her being proud if he praised her as 200% cute. Of course, while praising Shiina, he didn't forget to look at Kato, but what he saw was Miss Kato, who hadn't changed at all. Xia Chuanzu was stunned, looked at Kato, who was blocked by the shy fallen angel, and asked curiously, "Isn't Kato going to change her clothes?" Does Xia Chuan-kun want to have two beauties in his arms? Kato tilted her head, her eyes suddenly becoming a little sharp. What is all this about? Xia Chuanzu shook his head, a little dumbfounded. He felt that since Miss Kato joined the club, she could often say some strange lines. Was she also becoming an otaku under the influence of everyone? Just curious. I'll pass. Today this child is the main character. Kato pulled Shiina Maharu, who was hiding behind her, and said meaningfully, "You have to keep an eye on her." I don't know who she was talking to, but it was very useful, and the fallen angel finally raised her head. Although she still couldn't say a word and her delicate body trembled violently, her hard work was still recognized by the other two. Speaking of which, Shiina, you're not going to wear this out, are you? Xia Chuanzu suddenly realized. The reason they came to buy clothes was because Shiina's original clothes were dirty, thinking of directly changing into a set on the spot, but this outfit looks good, but precisely because it is too eye-catching, he doesn't want her to wear it out like this. If they happened to meet someone who couldn't help but chat with Shiina, and the Angel Sama happened to fancy the other person. No, based on his understanding of Shiina, that kind of thing would never happen. The fallen angel would definitely reject them harshly, just like he did back then. However, even though he knew that this was the case, Xia Chuanzu's heart still couldn't help but surge with a burst of stinging pain, and the discomfort and dullness in his chest did not decrease at all due to rational thinking, but became more and more real. Ugly possessiveness. Xia Chuan-kun, if you have something to say, you should say it properly, whether it's praise or something else. At some point, Miss Kato had already appeared beside him, and the Angel Sama on the side was also looking at him with concern. After a long silence, Xia Chuanzu slowly uttered a word, "Sorry." Then Xia Chuanzu took a deep breath and slowly said to Shiina Maharu, "Shiina, can you change into something else? It's not that I don't think it looks good, it's just that I don't want you to wear it out like this." I know my request is a bit sudden, but still. I still want to say it, along with the guilt in my heart. Yes, of course. Shiina Maharu nodded hastily. She didn't like wearing such clothes in the first place, so she readily agreed when Zhu suggested it. Is everything okay? Kato cast a concerned look. Yes, thank you, Kato. Zia Chuanzu forced a smile. Kato Megumi pursed her lips, looked at Zia Chuanzu who seemed to be fine, and sighed in her heart. Naturally, Zia Chuanzu's sudden emotional downturn didn't escape her eyes. It seems that her previous efforts were not entirely in vain, but Zhu Jun's knot in his heart doesn't seem to be completely untied. Helping others is a joy.jpg. 53 Facing the inner self. The sage has said I examine myself 3 times a day. Am I not sincere in my interactions with friends? Zia Chuanzu never thought that one day he would need to reflect on this point, nor did he ever think that he was insincere towards his friends, until today when he faced his own heart for the first time, making such a willful request to Shiina. That was indeed not a sincere act, but not because the request made was insincere, but because he had such a rude idea. Perhaps Shiina wouldn't think anything of it, but his suggestion was undoubtedly satisfying his own selfish desires. He was completely trying to deprive the other party of their freedom to dress, and even control their behavior. In fact, it was just a novel and flashy outfit that would naturally attract the attention of passers-by, but it wasn't a big deal. However, Zia Chuanzu had such thoughts. He didn't want others to see Angel Sama's cute appearance. Ultimately, he was afraid of her contact with others, afraid that she would have a lover and thus become distant from him. Or rather, afraid that she would make friends and divide her attention to him. But as a friend, shouldn't he smile and bless these things? However, he couldn't do it. The thought of Shiina being snatched away by some unknown guy dividing her concern for him caused a burst of pain in his heart. Being lovers would be best, of course, but being just friends would also be fine. He wanted to maintain such a close relationship with Shiina. Zia Chuanzu thought a lot, but the thing he thought about the most was this: did he really like Angel-san? She should be his first love, his white moonlight, the person for whom he was willing to constantly change and do things he originally didn't want to do. But was that considered liking? Zia Chuanzu didn't understand, but all indications showed that it should be called liking. He wanted to stay by her side, wanted to gain her attention, wanted to gain her approval, wanted to be with her forever. But why could he be so quickly relieved after being rejected? Wasn't it said that it was difficult to let go of a failed first love for a lifetime? If he really liked her, shouldn't his love be consistent from beginning to end? Then why could he fall in love so quickly when he knew that there were also Senior, Yinglili, and the others in this world? Could it be that his efforts for love were all false? Or perhaps even he himself hadn't realized the scumbag nature hidden deep in his heart. Anyone would do, as long as they were willing to accept him. Originally, it could only be those familiar girls, but later he found that he couldn't get their approval, so he settled for second best, thinking that other strangers didn't matter. But that wasn't love at all, right? If he liked someone every time he saw them, he would have to truly like them first. But did he really like them? Angel Sama's gentleness, Senior's ardent love, Yinglili's tsundere nature, Yukino's resilience, Kaguya's seriousness. He seemed to like only certain traits in them. Perhaps other people also had them, but because he was more familiar with them and understood them better, he had the confidence to approach and get close. Yes, that wasn't love, just pure goodwill and appreciation. He yearned for their interactions with the original male lad and looked forward to the way he would feel taking his place. He had flaunted his love for so long, but finally found that everything was empty. The so-called love never existed from the beginning. He was just trying to be a despicable imitator, trying to steal other people's achievements. He couldn't even face his true self, so he was willing to be close even after being rejected and was willing to be just friends. The only thing he was afraid of was that they would all leave him, leaving him alone again. So that wasn't love, it was dependence. Shiina, Zia Chuanzu suddenly said, looking at Shiina Maharu sitting beside him. What's wrong? There are some things I want you to listen to carefully. Angel-san didn't reply, but the serious expression on her face was undoubtedly answering him. The first time I saw Shiina, I liked you. I liked Shiina's seriousness, gentleness, and effort. I liked Shiina's strength. I liked everything about Shiina, but not Shiina Maharu as a person. As if talking about unimportant trivial matters, Zia Chuanzu turned his gaze to the game on the TV and picked up the controller, operating it non-stop. I'm sorry. The Zia Chuanzu who confessed to you back then was not the Zia Chuanzu who truly liked you. He was just dependent on Shiina Maharu, greedy for her gentleness, wanting to tie her to his side in the name of lover, making her his lifetime approver. He was just a despicable thief, trying to steal Angel Sama's pure failings. He was not someone worthy of entrusting one's true heart. Your rejection back then was right. The words "game over" appeared on the TV and the game ended here. I'm sorry. Xia Chuanzu lowered his head. This was already the unknown number of times he had apologized to Angel-san. Perhaps this would be the last time. What kind of reaction would Shiina have after hearing these words? Would she scold him harshly and slam the door to leave? Or would she remain silent, exposing the truth that he was a scumbag to the public? But no matter which result it was, it didn't matter. That was the punishment he deserved. Xia Chuanzu's heart was now extremely calm, and he even remembered the times he had talked with Kadu several times. Kadu was indeed an understanding girl, but perhaps even she couldn't have imagined that he had already done extremely willful things. Approaching others with impure motives, creating various personas to gain recognition at all costs. Was this not a willful act? Not only to Shiina and Kadu, but also to others, he should have disappointed them, right? If they knew the true purpose behind all his actions. No, maybe he overestimated himself too much. Maybe they had already noticed it. After all, he was not an imitation master, and the so-called persona must be full of flaws. Sorry, Shiina, I have been deceiving you all along. You should be angry. I am very angry. Without knowing when, Angel-san picked up a pillow and kept hitting Xia Chuanzu with it. Stupid Zhu, stupid. You only told me these things now. You don't trust me at all, do you? Xia Chuanzu really wanted to explain that it wasn't like that he had only recently truly realized this. After being rejected by everyone, after still being able to gain everyone's trust and recognition, even after being rejected by everyone. But saying this would inevitably have a meaning of concealment, so he silently endured Angel-sama's punishment. Stupid Zhu is stupid. After hitting him for a while, Angel-san simply threw the pillow aside and used a rocket headbutt on Xia Chuanzu, with her fists also constantly greeting him. But rather than saying she was beating and scolding him, it would be more appropriate to say she was flirting. The fists that came over were weak and powerless, and could be easily grasped with a light grip. The pleasant scent of her hair was constantly coming from below, and the chest was not as cold as imagined. Shiina. Zhu, have you ever liked me? The voice that came was a bit muffled and unclear. Xia Chuanzu remained silent and shook his head after a long while. I'm not too sure either. After digging deep into his heart, his previous firmness had vanished, and he could no longer say such things without hesitation. Bad guys, I'm glad I rejected you back then. What? Xia Chuanzu asked. He really didn't hear clearly this time. Stupid, I'm going back. Angel-sama glared at him fiercely and turned to leave. And Xia Chuanzu could only watch her leave without stopping her. He was still hated, he thought. But the next moment he received a short message from Angel-sama. Prepare yourself. Stupid Zhu. 54. Now is Kaguya's my time. Time passed and the dark night turned to dawn. The next day, Shuchian Academy Student Council Room. Xia Chuanzu sat in the main seat as usual, handling official business. Next week is the re-election, so there will be more things to do this week. In addition, he has to consider writing down the handover notes, etc. Although he is handy when working on the spot, it is quite troublesome for him to recall the things that need attention and write them down. Therefore, the best way is to give up thinking about those things and only consider how to defeat those competitors. Shinomiya, can you please give me the information of this year's candidates? Xia Chuanzu asked, looking up. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. He didn't really care before, but that doesn't mean he really didn't care at all. It is necessary to temporarily hug the Buddha's feet. Yes, Shinomiya Kaguya responded with a slight upturn of her mouth. She had finally waited for the opportunity. For some reason, the president had been listless last week, and she didn't have the opportunity to contact the president alone. When she asked Hayasaka, she wouldn't say what happened. She really cared about what the two of them said at the bookstore on Monday. She said she would fully support her love, but AI is a liar. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as the plan goes smoothly today, she can take down the president in one fell swoop. Then, not to mention what happened last Monday, she can even ask why the president resigned the Monday before last. This battle is sure to win. President, here you are. Taking the list of candidates that she had prepared long ago, Shinomiya Kaguya slowly walked over and handed it to Xia Chuanzu. Then she pretended to make an inadvertent mistake and dropped an eraser with someone's name printed on it on the main table. Perfect. The movements were as smooth as if she had rehearsed them 100 times at home. She is worthy of being Shinomiya Kaguya. Next, she will wait for the president to find the eraser and then pick it up to look at it, and then she will show a shy look. So Shinomiya Kaguya picked up a financial report and pretended to review it. But in fact, all her attention was focused on Xia Chuanzu's side. Watching him write and draw on the paper non-stop, and then alternately take out the next sheet. Another sheet. She waited until the flowers were about to wither, but she didn't see the president pick up her eraser and take a look. So Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't help but get anxious, thinking that if this continued, she would have to take the initiative to bring it up. The next second she saw Zia Chuanzu stop his movements, looked at the table as if he was looking for something. Shinomiya Kaguya immediately held her breath and began to get nervous. Closer, closer. The president's hand is getting closer and closer to the eraser. He got it. Okay, next is to give the president a shy expression. She had a special training session with Hayasaka last night for this, and she believes she can pull off a perfect shy expression anytime, anywhere. But why doesn't the president even glance at the small writing on the eraser before using it and throwing it aside? Shouldn't you at least suspect how this eraser appeared here, President? Kaguya Shinomiya finally couldn't sit still. If she waited for the president to take the initiative, even AI would have been in a relationship long ago. President, that eraser. A blatant hint, surely the president won't be indifferent now, right? As long as he sees the name on the eraser. So, under Kaguya Shinomiya's expectant gaze, Su Natsukawa replied without looking up. Oh, is it yours? Thanks, let me borrow it for a bit. Oh, that's not the point. Borrowing it is fine, just take a look, take a look. But the president already said that, so she couldn't just tell him to throw the eraser back. No choice, she'll have to resort to Plan B. Speaking of which, the student council is about to change leadership soon, President. Kaguya Shinomiya said as she stood up and slowly walked towards Su Natsukawa. Yeah, that's why I've been getting busy, Su Natsukawa nodded. Maybe this is our last week together, it's really worth cherishing. Kaguya Shinomiya said meaningfully, then, as if remembering something, she put on an expression of wanting to be praised. I happen to have a group photo of everyone here. Would you like to take a look, President, and keep it as a memento? Transitioning to the part where she pretends to look at the group photo after creating a nostalgic atmosphere. She named this the secret maneuver plan. But the so-called group photo of everyone is not important at all. What she wants the president to see is clearly his own photo. However, the president's solo photos circulating outside are too rare to obtain, so she had to ask Hayasaka to use computer technology to cut the president out of the group photo and make a solo picture. Secretly collecting a handsome photo of a certain boy. Doesn't this already show a girl's feelings? Next, she just needs to wait for the president to ask her with a shy face if she likes him. It's pretty good. However, Su Natsukawa only looked up for almost a moment before immediately looking down again. So quickly that Kaguya Shinomiya doubted whether he had even seen the picture on her phone clearly. President, at least look at the picture clearly before making a comment, right? So Su Natsukawa had no choice but to take another look, but he immediately turned his head away after just one glance and said softly, Shinomiya, I know you're a confident person, but this kind of photo. You should just enjoy it privately, okay? Kaguya Shinomiya was stunned. Why is this different from what she imagined? Shouldn't he be asking her why she's secretly keeping his personal photos at a time like this? Why is he even advising her to enjoy it privately? Could it be that the president is tacitly approving of her fan-like behavior? He can't possibly have no feelings for her at all, right? But Hayasaka said before that the president definitely likes her a little. Something's fishy. Thinking that perhaps the problem was with the photo, she turned her phone around to look, only to find that the screen, which should have been displaying the president's personal photo, had turned into her private photo. She was sitting on the bed, facing the camera with her collar slightly open. In an instant, the noble young lady, originally as cold as ice, turned into a steam princess who could only kukai emit steam. I will. Shinomiya. Shinomiya, calm down. I actually didn't see clearly, really, I didn't see any. Su Natsukawa panicked and quickly stood up to comfort her. The next moment, the student council room door was opened, and a blonde girl dressed as a maid walked in. Young Master Natsukawa, hello, I am Miss Kaguya's exclusive maid. I've come to retrieve Miss Kaguya, please don't worry. She quickly took away the already crashed Kaguya Shinomiya and bowed to Su Natsukawa before leaving. Sorry for the trouble, I wish you a pleasant day at work, young Master Natsukawa. Goodbye. 55's my battle. Hayasaka Waga, he saw everything. In the lounge, Kaguya Shinomiya cried to AI Hayasaka, who was attending to her. Yes, it's okay, miss, anyway, there's nothing special about your figure. Maybe young Master Natsukawa doesn't care at all and will forget about it in the next second, AI Hayasaka replied expressionlessly. Based on her understanding of her young lady, she knows that comforting her is useless at this time. Only shifting to a topic that she cares about can heal her, and the young lady has always been particularly concerned about her figure. Figure, nothing special, Kaguya Shinomiya murmured, instantly thinking of her good friend Chika Fujiwara. The experience of almost being suffocated when she slept over with her that day. She's clearly about the same height as her but weighs so much more, it must be because there's so much useless fat there, whether in front or behind. Wow. Yeah. So she was even more sad, thinking that huge breasts should just disappear from the world. AI Hayasaka rubbed her forehead and tried to comfort her in another way. If you make such a loud noise again, I'm afraid young Master Natsukawa will think some resentful woman from a secluded mansion has run out and want to come in and take a look. I absolutely don't want that to happen, Kaguya Shinomiya did react this time. Because it's still acceptable for private photos to be exposed, but if the president sees her crying and sniveling, he'll definitely think she likes him so much. She can't even accept having her pajama photos seen. Kaguya-san must care a lot about what I think of her. How cute tilde tilde tilde. She absolutely doesn't want to hear the president say that. Hey Hayasaka, do you have any tools that can make people forget a period of memory? Kaguya-san, I'm just a regular attendant maid, not some blue fat cat who's afraid of mice. Please don't make things difficult for me. AI Hayasaka felt her anger level slowly rising. Frankly speaking, miss, it's just a photo of you wearing pajamas, not your personal experience. There's no need to care so much. Besides, only young Master Natsukawa has seen it. Maybe it can arouse young Master Natsukawa's reverie about you. After all, the photos were carefully selected by her, showing the young lady's charm without revealing too much, making them perfect. Although her surface tone was very disdainful, AI Hayasaka was still carefully observing her young lady, finding that although she had a face of shame and couldn't see anyone, she didn't seem very angry. She immediately understood that she wasn't very resistant to this matter, just temporarily unable to accept the fact that her secret appearance was seen by her crush. That's good, which made her feel a little more at ease and wouldn't make her feel ashamed for giving the young lady this kind of idea that would cause her to be humiliated. It's easy for you to say, it's not like you were the one who was seen. Only you, miss, would care. I wouldn't hesitate for even a moment, Hayasaka retorted. After all, she doesn't care that much about young Master Natsukawa. So what if she was seen? Anyway, it's impossible for her to be as useless as Kaguya-san. Kaguya Shinomiya pouted, her face full of disbelief. Anyway, Hayasaka will only talk about it. Last time she said she would help her get information out of the president, but in the end nothing happened, and she even took a few days off afterwards, making her not know how to approach the president. AI is the worst. But although AI is so stupid and so bad, her concern for her is real, and she helped her get over this hurdle in her heart. It's just that she doesn't know what the impact of reality will be. Hayasaka, do you think the president will think of me as that kind of frivolous woman who likes to pose seductively? Please rest assured, miss. Young Master Natsukawa will only think of you as an idiot who can't even operate a smartphone, AI Hayasaka retorted. In fact, Kaguya is indeed an electronic idiot. Young Master Natsukawa should be very clear about this. The reason why Kaguya changed her long-used flip phone to a smartphone earlier was just to be able to add Sue Natsukawa's line. Even the series of operations just now were taught to her by Hayasaka, who specifically told her not to click on other places. Hayasaka also knew these things clearly, so she could formulate such a plan and even predict the reactions the two would make. She also saw that if she didn't use some strong medicine with her young lady's potential, she was afraid that the two of them wouldn't even establish a real connection by the time they graduated from high school. She had always felt this way since the day she realized that the person young Master Natsukawa liked was actually her and not Kaguya-san. This idea was even more deeply rooted. Fortunately, she is a dutiful maid who will never run away herself before serving the young lady to obtain love. For AI Hayasaka, Kaguya Shinomiya is not only the master she sincerely serves and the object she is loyal to, but also like a sister to her. Before Kaguya obtains happiness, she can't let her go at all and can't pursue happiness without permission. But whenever she realizes that the process of helping the young lady pursue young Master Natsukawa is pushing away the person who likes her and making them like the person she cares about, she feels a stomach ache. Seriously, she doesn't know how long she can last. She didn't know the truth at first, so she could wholeheartedly cooperate with the young lady. After knowing the truth, no matter what she does, she feels a little sorry for young Master Natsukawa. But she has no other choice. The young lady is the person she cares about, and she must do her best to help the young lady unless the young lady is always useless and can't capture young Master Natsukawa, then she will have to take action for the young lady. Hayasaka, are you listening? Yes, I am. What are your orders, miss? You look a little strange. Are you lacking rest? Kaguya Shinomiya said worriedly, then started talking about the matter at hand. Speaking of which, how did you know what happened just now? I don't remember telling you. Because I saw the picture on your phone when I went in to pick you up and then deduced it, AI Hayasaka said expressionlessly. Is that so? Then what about my photo? It was caused by your improper operation. Oh, really? Yes, I am very sure. Kaguya Shinomiya looked a little suspicious, thinking, could it be that she really made a mistake in operation? Could it be that Hayasaka is fooling her? But she trusts Hayasaka 100%, believing that Hayasaka will never do anything to hurt her. Never mind, in short, she still has to abandon her cowardly emotions and continue to attack the president. One day she will make the president confess his love to her with a face full of love. Absolutely, Gyuhe, author's words on the shelves. As the title says, author's words on the shelves. I can't imitate the words of the big shots, so this newbie will simply talk about the key parts. First of all, after being put on the shelves, this book will be updated 3 times a day, with a base of 6K to 8K words. This is very important, please look over here. There is no need to open a reward, I have no energy to update fiercely recently, and I am also afraid that you will think that I want to make money and run away, which will affect the subscription of this book. But because it is on the shelves, I have to celebrate a little, so these days I will write as much as I post, and I will not keep any manuscripts, which is a celebration. You can watch and vote for props. Of course, I am very happy if you are willing to give them to this newbie. You can also keep them for your favorite authors, but it is almost the end of the month, so use them. Otherwise, it will be a waste, hint. Then let's talk about the problems of this book in detail. First of all, there has been a situation since the beginning of the book. Everyone is constantly scolding the protagonist, scolding the protagonist's personality, scolding the protagonist's character, etc. The good news is that this newbie author has not been scolded much. The protagonist is the one who is scolded. The bad news is that my blood pressure will also rise after reading it. But this is an expected situation. After all, what I wanted to write from the beginning was not strong. Invincible, the strongest, the dragon-proud sky male lead. You rejected my confession, so you have a way to die. I will beat you hard in this life. It's just that I rejected the confession. It's nothing great for ordinary people. Be sad for a while and then change the goal for people who care about this aspect. Be sad for a longer time and then come out. Or it doesn't matter if you can't come out at all, who doesn't have a few thoughts. There is no need to make it very violent. What if you reject me? I will make you bankrupt in the world. It's just a normal part of interpersonal communication. This is the point, and it's also what I want to write. The male protagonist is an ordinary person, but he is a little bit more special than ordinary people. In the previous life, he was in a high-pressure environment, and all he did was study. His personal freedom and social freedom were restricted by his parents, and he was constantly instilled with negative thoughts. What's the point of you not getting first place? Can you sleep with this grade? High school friends are not good to interact with. If you have time to go out to play, you should do a few more questions at home. Mobile phone, do you still want to play mobile phone? I will help you see the group messages if anything happens. Don't use it yourself. So he longs for friends, longs for communication, longs for recognition, and longs for change. The originally incomplete and imperfect life has been alleviated in another world, and even has a trend of becoming better. It should have been like this. But the result was that he chose Shiina Maharu, extremely love deficient. Kasumigaoka Shiwa, serious personality defects, likes to be poisonous and black-bellied, iriri, hypocritical, often attacks others unconsciously. Yukinishida Yukino, used to being lonely, also has childhood trauma. Shinomiya Kaguya, caged bird, lacking freedom and lacking love with such a high level of difficulty. It's not entirely accurate to say that the male lead was attracted to the female leads because of their status. The most crucial factor was seeing qualities similar to his own in them, harboring emotions like wanting to huddle together for warmth, sympathy, or longing for recognition from someone similar towards these flawed kindred spirits. That's why he didn't think about pursuing Megumi or Chika Fujiwara. People like them grew up very freely. Regardless of their background, family circumstances, or personality, they have no major flaws. They are physically and mentally very healthy. Leaving aside whether they can see if the male lead genuinely likes them, at the very least, if he actually dated them, they could definitely influence the male lead and make him healthy. Then this book would be over, laughs. I have always believed that using frameworks and character settings to write the stories you like is the attitude that fanfiction and secondary creation should have, while simply copying the plot is completely meaningless. I won't say more, the previous text should give you some clues. Saying more would spoil the later plot, so I'll keep you in suspense. In short, I want to write something that, while having romantic elements, isn't all about that and can still offer some food for thought. Maybe my writing skills aren't good enough. I haven't handled or can't handle intense conflicts well, so readers feel like the male lead's personality is inconsistent, changing all the time. I think I've laid a lot of groundwork in various places in the text, but it seems not enough or I'm writing too fast. Originally, I expected the male lead to remain in a very inferior state for the first 300,000 words. But after all, this is a web novel with text as the medium. If I really wrote it that way, everyone would have run away before getting there. But I can't rush the progress and insert all kinds of main plots at once. I have to add some daily life or something to lubricate and make the atmosphere less heavy. In short, all the shortcomings you see can be attributed to my lack of writing skills. If you want to scold someone, don't scold the male lead, scold me. I'm too incompetent to express myself clearly. That's about all I want to say about the content of this book. If I have anything else to share with you, I'll put it in the PS. Honestly, this book has been able to persist until now thanks to everyone's support. Thank you very much for your company all the way, and I hope you can continue to support me. I've roughly calculated that at my rate of 3 updates of 6,000 words per day, even if you subscribe to everything, it will only cost about 10 yuan a month, which may not even be enough for a meal, so I hope readers who are able can subscribe to everything to support me. If you think my updates are slow and want to raise the book, that's okay too, as long as you gently click the auto-subscribe button on the book details page to support the author. If you're a token party, it's okay to read chapter by chapter, but be sure to subscribe to the first chapter. Because the first subscription of a book is very important, it affects my recommendation slots and so on. I hope everyone can support me. It's not easy for a newbie to write a book, especially for me, who can be said to have graduated and is still bothered by job hunting. If writing a book can support myself, I would be willing to write full-time, and then I can update more every day. Important things must be said 3 times. Please support the author. Then thank you for your support, and I hope everyone can continue to support me. Thank you, love you guys. 56. Iroha Ishiki seeking first subscription. Without Kaguya Shinamiya's assistance, it is indeed more troublesome for Zia Chuanzu to handle business, and he has to look up various things himself. But it's not all bad. At least he doesn't have to be distracted to think about whether to confess the truth about approaching Kaguya. Strictly speaking, he didn't show any obvious signs of showing goodwill to Kaguya, nor did he confess to her, and it can even be said that confrontation is more appropriate. Judging from Kaguya's attitude towards him, she should regard him as a good competitor. This proves that the so-called love did not exist from the beginning, so don't bother about it anymore. If you rashly tell her these things, it may affect the relationship between the two. Therefore, let's maintain the original attitude, and there is no need to do anything deliberately, just let it be natural. Tapping his finger lightly on the table, Zia Chuanzu frowned and kept thinking. In his hand, he was holding 2 lists of candidates for this election. Iino Miko Ishiki Iroha. Both are first-year students. For the election of the student council president, the third-year students default to not participating. They have more important things to do, such as going to school. The second-year students are afraid of his prestige and the solid network of contacts formed over the years, so naturally they will